I made you know up front, you can shake and whip all you want. You made because people telling you you're not doing your job over there on the east side, which you ain't. Everybody in here should run over there. Go look at it. It's terrible over there. But you doing, or you cleaning up. Get the hell out of here.
Yeah.
Next speaker. The next speaker is Reverend Patrick.
We are seeing laws changing that affect the people, and it don't look pretty. The richer and poorer players in the states have passed public at 57. There is a business which created what's called the Michigan Economic Development Corporation. They created Downtown Development Authority, which is privately owned. These people push Public Act 57, which allows local property taxes to be captured to fund private activities of these downtown development authorities. The Supreme Court passed a law in 2010 making it legal for corporations to give money to politicians. We are seeing the aftermath of these changes, and it doesn't look good at all. I view both of these laws as an attack on democracy. The city of Flint can't provide adequate police and other taxpayer services and are giving millions to private entities. The Supreme Court made it legal for politicians to accept bribes from corporations, which we are seeing the aftermath of these undemocratic laws. I also want to say I went to Oak Park last week to check it out. It was a beautiful park. I seen somebody online posted that the park was dead, there was no leaves. The place was totally green with beautiful large open trees. Looks like a perfect place to go read a book. As I was driving down there was tons of empty space that's never been developed that could be used for parking. So it's an excuse that they want to use a park. You're trying to wipe out our history here. That was the first park that was built in Flint and given to the people.
Next speaker. The next speaker is our
Hello, America. Our elements. Look, listen here, Flint. I got history on Oak Park. When I lived on St. John, on the State Street of St. John, our pastor built the first Church of God in Christ in Flint. His name was Holy Temple. And another man comes to Flint named R.L. Jones. Now he's Bishop R.L. Jones. He is another Holy Temple name besides the name of his church, Greater Holy Temple. But when the construction come in and told about that, Bishop Anderson from Detroit, C.L. Anderson, installed my daddy as the pastor because he was the assistant pastor, and he had to get a church on Saginaw Street on the corner of Mary. But I'm saying this, the deacon, he told me and my brother to go over to the deacon and paint his house. It is half to live in Oak Park. Only about 5 to 6 houses look like Carter's Lake over there. But me and my brother painted the house. It took us about 2 months to paint the house, but when we can, you got to respect our elders. The deacon ain't no place where once we talk with us through, he said, you ain't done it right, go over it. But he only introduced us to his neighbors. We wanted to play ball while I was looking at his neighbors. He went the next door, come down, his daddy had left him. His name was Reverend Joe Wiley. I guess y'all didn't down the name sound familiar. This dude come downstairs look like Urkel. He stayed in the house with his mama, and I guess he wanted us to paint his house. He wanted to teach me and my brother some, so look at this young man here, just like Patches. And like his days, I'm pinning on you, son, but dealing with the church. But what I'm trying to say, you better not tear Oak Park down, because I said I'd never paint another house in my life again. Took about half of my summer and breathe, promised to get out of out of Flint for 100 years, and they left, and now they want to tear down the park, concrete, make Flintstone, and these people from Pontiac gonna come up here and put willow trees on it, and I think we ain't gonna do nothing about it. And all you, come look at Mr. Murphy, just like giving Murphy a lawnmower. Talk about giving them some cedar trees. He probably wouldn't have let, yeah, this is his book, out, my ward on the third ward, and all that. So, think us, who you think us is? You, Junkin, and you poor people's over there, John P. Longway, the same thing. Some chairman rated the ground and already go, didn't tell the people, we the people, nothing. Already done 3 years. Just like that Scott Kincaid up there. He said, you want a park? I got it. That's why they beating him up out of here. Junkin, Area 51 looking pale face, looking dude, man. Hey, Scott, man, you just keep up. Hey, I keep coming back and say that.
Next speaker.
Next speaker is John McFadden.
Good evening, Council. I'd like to, first of all, thank all the council members that came out to our Save Oak Park rally. I also would like to bring it to you guys' attention that this ain't the first time Oak Park's been in a fight like this. They tried to take Oak Park 40 years ago. And who was in a fight then? We're in a fight now. That TV also has a restriction on it. I want you guys to know that. That it says as long as that park being used as a park, it cannot never be sold. That's what the deed says. And I don't know if you guys know this or not, but for the last 40 years, we've been using that as a park. Ever since we left up out of here. The last 10 years, we made it official by getting documents saying that we've been down there at the park. We adopted the park 10 years ago. The brothers and sisters of the whole park. We've done all our homework on these conditions. And we're prepared to do whatever we've got to do to make this park be the park it needs to be for the city.
That's right.
I know a lot of you guys, especially our younger councilmen, don't know nothing about this fight about Oak Park from 40 years ago. And I'd like for you guys to get your homework together, check that deed over, and see exactly what I'm talking about. Because y'all tell me that the park been decommissioned ever since 1984. How can I go to the Department of Parks and Recs and get a permit for a park that's been decommissioned? I've been doing that for the last 10 years. So something ain't right here.
That's right.
It's been acknowledged through also the city and the counties that that right there been taking place for the last 10 years. So with that right there being said, I don't see how you guys can proceed forward talking about trying to sell the park. Thank you.
The next speaker is Sherry Smith.
Hello, I'm Sherry Smith, and I'm coming here on behalf of Oak Park. My thing of it is we had a good turnout in the rain, rallying. Hello, in the rain. Hello. The people don't want to come out in the rain. Okay, second of all, we're going to be rallying again this Saturday on the 18th. We will be having August the 17th is our annual park day. Everybody welcome to come out and eat and have a good time. What I want to talk about, what y'all don't know about, is for the last 9 years, see it on my shirt, right? Last 9 years, we never had to call the police for a fight, an argument. We never had nobody get shot. staff, no fights or nothing else at Oak Park every year we done did this. We never had to call the police for nothing. That should stand out right there when you're doing 300 to 500, anywhere from 300 to 500 people. When we ain't got to call nobody because we don't need no backup. Because we are a strong, respectful organization. We respect each other. Mr. Murphy, how you doing today? Remember I spoke to you, I'm going to speak to you again because that's the type of person I am. Hello. You know, I spoke to you and I'm going to keep speaking to you until you speak back to me because that's the type of person I am because I don't have hate in my heart.
Hey.
Now, I'm going to say this again, y'all. I want everybody to come out and understand this is the first part, one of the oldest parts. And we're not going nowhere. By all means necessary, we're going to stand and rally and fight hard until we can't fight no more. And again, Mr. Murphy, you have a nice night and hello again.
The final speaker for this meeting is Arthur Woodson.
Arthur Woodson, let me start by saying, out of all the people up there, Councilman Elmeen, Councilman Murphy, you all know what it's like over on this side to advocate for the people. You all know what it's like to advocate out here on the streets. Ms. Priestley, Councilwoman Priestley, you know what it's like. What you did last week with violence, racist, and everything else. You are not a Republican because how can you give a meeting by yourself at a budget meeting without the other meeting? How can you keep on scheduling where you don't even have the people here? You don't ask, can they make it? You are not a good finance person, just like you wasn't a good finance person Ken Thomas when all that money came up. Yeah, you remember that. And I still believe you got the money from Ashton Capital to get your house. I still believe that. Allegedly, or whatever you want to call it. I'm not going to say allegedly. You took money. That's what I believe. Look at it. Instead of trying to figure out how you can stop people from using tripods of it, you need to be trying to figure out why Rose was out here not doing anything or doing something without a contract. Now, one time do you even question anything about the why? But let it be Cyrus Park. Go there. Boo-boo. You really on that. And then you need to really stop lobbying for Ashton Capital because I've been getting phone calls where we've been calling people and asking people for Ashton Capital. You lobbying. What's disorderly is those damn legs you wore. That's what disorderly is. For real. Why are we keep on giving away cities? Ashton Capital is asking for an easement. Oh, we're just going to give Ashton Capital everything. Livonia didn't give them nothing. Matter of fact, they gave Livonia something. Why haven't we been asking for a community benefits agreement? All you see is, let's give Ashton Capital Oak Park. Let's give Ashton Park easement. Let's give Ashton Park tax abatement. Let's give Ashton Capital whatever. Ashton Capital should not get nothing or anything else. They got $17 million. I'm serious. This is the sorriest council besides the 1, 2, 3. Leon, you ain't been on here long enough. Gonna see you sometimes. Y'all 3 right there. Y'all are some sorry council people. Y'all need to step down. I'm serious. Y'all are not. You're the council people, and it's never been like this before. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, you said we had the last speaker?
Yes, Mr. Woodson is the last speaker.
Okay, thank you. So now it's time for council response. Any council member would like to respond?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns.
Before we start, the Vice President is here. Is she going to take the meeting over?
Ms. Burns, you go ahead and proceed with your response.
That's not what I'm asking. Okay, thank you. So she is. So, listen. I think it's second for care of you to disrespect our residents. She's getting situated, and I'm allowing her to do that so she can run her meeting, not your meeting. You're not the vice president. You're not over special affairs. She is seated now, so therefore she says she will be taking over her meeting. You need to learn some manager disrespect.
Hey! Take that.
All right, are you done?
We're waiting to get herself situated.
So are you done?
Oh, this should not be my time. I had a question I specifically stated, and the clerk should not have started the clock.
No, this is your time, Ms. Brown. This is your time. Please proceed.
If the vice president, you heard this is not your meeting. The vice president is sitting.
Please proceed.
Come on, Davina.
Don't.
Speak up,
No, you
Davina.
don't.
Look, I'm gonna tell you something wrong with her. Something seriously wrong with her. She has some issues. But I'm gonna say this. She took an Ashton Capital check.
What?
She took a service card and did not report on her campaign finance. So when you talk about why everything is getting sold, it's because they took Ashton Capital checks and did not report. You must incorporate. What are you talking about? Something's wrong with you. Your spirit ain't right. Your spirit ain't right. You need to get it together. I support this May 18th. I will be back out here again. It is the first park in the city of Flint, 1909. We should be state copies. If they're 10, we got to put acting like council as emergency management because they're giving everything up for free. They out here deep with. Tell them about your checks. You are ridiculous. Just disrespectful.
Now take that.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the public at this time?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Winfrey Carter, you have the floor.
Thank you. First, I would like to thank all of the residents for coming out. I would like to thank the public speakers for coming forth, giving us your insight, your opinions, concerns. I do want to talk about Ashley Capital and Mr. Woodson. You brought up an interesting point because I said earlier, why is it that the city of Flint always have to get the short side of the stick? Okay? You guys realize in Livonia is going to get $3 million of property taxes for the same project, whereas here in the city of Flint, we're only going to get $1 million. Okay? But yet, they're going to come here and take our park, our historic park, Oak Park, and I'm totally against it. I will be at the rally on the 18th. I did come by and everybody was gone by the time I made it over. So I look forward to seeing you guys out there on Saturday, next Saturday, May 18th. And I'll be out there, and I am in full support of the Oak Park historic park.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to respond to the council response?
Yes.
Councilman Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. And to the young lady who felt like I didn't speak, when I got off the elevator, I did speak. Maybe you did not hear me speak. But let me, I want to talk to you guys about the Oak Park, how this happened, because I want to give you factual information. So when I heard about the Oak Park, possibly selling Oak Park, I brought together a whole different group of people because Ed Taylor introduced me to the Oak Park neighborhood group, and I did not want them left out. So I brought them in, Emily Doyle, Linda Pauly, Genesee County Conservation District, people who oppose the sale of Oak Park. I brought everybody together. They told you guys the facts, the pros and cons. Last we met, because you was talking about Thorn. I said, you're going to talk about Thorn? I said, I'm not having no meeting because my goal was to bring you guys together. It's always been that from day one. Not to sell no park without you guys being at the table. Bishop Bernadette Jefferson left that last meeting, and she said you guys were going to have a meeting without council people. And y'all was going to come together and discuss a solution for Oak Park. Next thing you know, you guys are talking about having a rally and all of that. And what I'm not going to do, I'm not going to get in there. Because you guys said that y'all was going to meet together and come up with a solution and present the solution to city council. Now you got all this other stuff. And I won't be part of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to respond at this time?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Lewis, you have the floor.
Thank you. And also I would like to just to talk about a few things. The first thing is about the Oak Park group. We would like to encourage you to continue to meet because you are at the table to discuss what you would like to see and ways that things can be negotiated so it'd be a win for all parties. So that's why the table was created, so you all can be there and you all can have a voice and you all can have some direction. Now, what I'm not for, and the Oak Park Place in Ashland Capitol, that sits right on the border of the second and third ward, and is specifically in the third ward. It shouldn't be any other council people engaging and interfering in that business, because it should not when you're at the table, this group was on a trajectory to get things worked out. Magically, we had someone intervene, and now we have the rally and so forth. Not against the rally, but let's continue to work together for the betterment of the city as well as the Oak Park group. I believe that there. Next, it's unfortunate that our colleagues want to spread false narratives. I hear that my colleague in the 5th Ward talk about the great thing that happened in Livonia. That is amazing. But unfortunately, she made a stand that she will not work with certain colleagues. So we can't do great things like this when you refuse to work with your colleagues. And so when we have colleagues saying who they openly like and do not like, we're not here for a popularity contest. We're here to get the work done. You like me, so what? Take it up with yourself. We're here to get the work done. So if you would like to see more things get done, such as work in the phone, I encourage you to do them. Be a change maker, not an instigator. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to the council response?
Madam Chair.
You have the floor, Councilwoman.
I think I'm going to have to educate some people on how the budget hearings work.
1 second. Could you please pause the time? I understand that a lot of emotions are being had right now. I understand that reactions will happen. I am asking you all to keep it down so that you can hear the responses. Thank you. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Budget hearings do not require a quorum. Budget hearings were posted in advance. We had a special order where I asked the people present to discuss how budget hearings were going to be set up. They agreed that I was going to set them up as I saw fit along with our CFO. Last year, there were at least 2 hearings where the only people present was Mr. Mays and myself. I understand that some people work during the day and are unable to attend budget hearings, but there was no other way to fit those hearings into our schedule in time to get the budget passed so that we didn't have to have a special meeting as we did last year. So that's why the budget hearings are happening as they are. There's a budget hearing tomorrow during the day at 1 o'clock. There's actually 2 departments. There's, I believe, one on Wednesday night and another one Thursday during the day. If you'd like to attend, please make sure your calendars are marked, and so that you don't miss it. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response? Anyone else? All right, seeing as how there is no one else who wishes to speak during council response is now closed. We'll move on to the consent agenda. We need to begin a motion regarding the consent agenda.
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman Priestley.
I make a motion to send the consent agenda to council.
There is a motion to send the consent agenda to council. There has been supported. Councilman Piper.
So I'd like to separate 240120, 240140, 240181, and 240177.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Burns.
240125.2. Dennis, did you put 240140? Yes. Okay. 240158. We did 240181. 240182.
I'm sweating.
And 240167 and 168.
Councilman Piper.
I'm requesting the clerk 240166.
Is there anyone else? All right, seeing as how there isn't anyone else, the consent agenda will consist of resolutions 240164, 240165, 240179. Roll call, Madam Clerk. Mr. Allen.
Yes.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Murphy Carter.
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Mr. Shad.
Yes.
Mr. Piper.
Yes.
Ms. Williams is absent. 8 yes, 0 no. The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. The consent agenda passes. Moving on to resolution 240120, which is the contract for Ernst Young management of ARPA funds revised for fiscal year 24.
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman Priestley.
I make a motion to send 240120 to council.
There has been a motion to send 240120 made by Councilwoman Priestley to send that to council. Is there support?
Support.
It has been supported by Councilwoman Lewis. Is there anyone, any discussion? Councilman Pfeiffer, you have the floor.
Yeah, I won't be supporting this. I think that Ernst Young, for one, hasn't lived up to their promises of many when they came before council. One of them would be transforming these dollars and getting other programs to sign on, and we haven't seen any of that from them ever. But in general, in over a year, any ARPA dollars where they have been substantially combined with other programs to increase those dollars and increase the impacts of the ARPA dollars and transform them to help improve the city. So it's been dollar for dollar almost on everything, and I won't support this, and I don't believe that they have lived up to their word, so I'll be able to have.
Thank you, Councilman Pfeiffer. Councilwoman Murphy Carter, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam
before, and thank you, Councilman Thunfer. I do echo the sentiments of my colleague in the 8th Ward. I will not be supporting this resolution as well. I do feel like they have not stood up to what they said when they came before us initially. And I mean, and then, you know, why aren't they here tonight? Right. I would have thought that they would be here tonight fighting for this resolution.
They know they got
for this resolution to be approved.
They know they got
they've been missing in action. We haven't been able to get them to come. I'm just over it. So I will not be supporting them. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Burns, you have the floor.
Thank you. One of the big sales, and I actually like Ernst Young. I think there was a disconnect with this administration with Ernst Young, and I think with lack of transparency to the council. We heard leveraged funds. And when we're getting these resolutions and requests, we're not seeing the leveraged funds. We're also told they will be at the meetings, and they're here at the meetings. And we are sending out ARPA funds left and right. And we're sending out ARPA funds to organizations that our council members are affiliated with. I have a problem with that. Sometimes if you have a worthwhile organization, you should, and if you're doing good work in the community, it should stand on itself. And you should recuse yourself and say, you know what, my colleague's going to support this. I'm going to recuse myself from it because you shouldn't be voting on it in the first place. And let that stand. You know, we need them here for more oversight. You know, we just did not. If you look at what needed leverage more than anything was a home repair. And we didn't get that. Saginaw was $6.8 million for home repair. Yeah. Brownfield 5, they're on phase 3. We have to put one shingle on one roof, not one furnace, not one window. And people are still waiting to be called back. It's not right. We got council members affiliated with their nonprofits that have gotten the proof that they voted on. It was Ernst Young to guide us through that process. That they should have filled out a form. Their nonprofits are being paid before the residents are taken care of. And they don't have any shame in it. Just do. When you talk about it, they get mad. They get mad. They try to talk about Councilman Nays because he had residents fill them out. Which is worse, you know, those people needed help. But they helped themselves to the ARPA fund. I'm not in support, and I like Mayor Jasinski. I know there's been a disconnect with the administration and the request when he would be here and timing. You know, and even when answering questions, I even email or text Councilman Murphy to let him know while I was on my 30-day suspension for telling the truth that he needed to reach out to Ernst Young because he has some serious concerns. We should not have to work this hard to get answers from Ernst Young. When in the beginning we were told they will be here. Matter of fact, they would have staff here in this building. They would have staff. There's been no staff. And what Ernst Young has said, it wasn't them who stopped the staff. It was the administration. So when we look at this and how things are being done, we didn't, and Philip Moore, you might be our 7th CFO since 2019, 6 or 7. The person before you, Mr. Moore, said, I'm not coming to work here, and never showed up. I'm not in agreement. This process has not been transparent, and I wish Ernst Young was here, especially when they are on here to get $738,000. That's not cheap. No, but they're charging just for your hourly work and nothing really above that. But we expected a little, I think council expected more. The sale for them was great. But I think there's a, I know there's a disconnect with this administration and Ernst Young, and then definitely with the council. So this one, I am not supporting. I'll leave it to my other colleagues. We didn't get Ernst Young to do enough for this community as we were told they would do, and they should have been pushed. They would have known what was going on in this community if they were here to listen to the residents. They would have known that we didn't want $11 from home. And we put money on the table left and right even when it comes to infrastructure. As Melissa Mays has stated, $35 million we didn't get. Flint didn't even apply for it. So I can't support this at this time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in this session? Councilman Murphy, you have the floor.
Who uses Emily Dorr. Emily Dorr.
Emily, will you please join us at the lectern? So it's not to run off some of your time and we'll start with your questions, so we should be okay.
You said we.
What's going on?
Good afternoon. I know that you administer a lot of our contracts, or once we award from the city council. How is your relationship with Ernst Young?
Absolutely. So the way that, greetings, council. The way that we have organized it since I came on last June was that external contracts would be separated from internal. The reason for that is the internal ones that are spent by city agencies, we believe will be audited differently by the federal government when all this is over. Whereas external agencies, we think are going to be audited similar to CDBG, which is underneath my department. So external agency contracts are underneath my department. And we do work with Ernst Young to make sure that they have reviewed and signed off on the eligible activity that is funded when the resolution is approved and we are putting the contract in place for an external agency. So that is happening. They also were a part of the process through to find the exact beneficiary data that we want to see by all of the agencies for the different categories, the 11 categories that the community grants were written for. And so Food Access has a different type of beneficiary data reporting than home repair or mental health. And so they actually help us define what all that looks like. So that is how we are interacting currently.
So, in your opinion, do you think that they've been very helpful?
I think that they are answering our questions about activity, eligibility, and beneficiary data. The contract that they have was put in place before I got here, so we are using them at how we are best trying to use their expertise.
So, my other question, at the end of this $94 million, do you think the city of Flint is going to be in compliance of using the ARPA dollars towards eligible activities?
All of the contracts that are written by my department, yes. No, I think that I'm very happy to say that we've actually spent a lot of time looking at all of the money that has been allocated to make sure that whether it was an internal or an external, that we are either checking boxes that we've already been in compliance, or we are making sure we will be in compliance. So yes, it's one of the reasons I took this job, was to make sure the city didn't have to pay back money in 2027. So The other piece I will say about all this, I did want to just remind that we are hiring internal staff to be able to process payment requests and even get contracts that are passed out the door. So I did want to just say that you all approved that resolution, and that job has posted the ARPA contract coordinator position. So appreciate that, so we can internally keep doing this work.
So, we are expediting contracts as quick as possible when it comes down to when somebody is awarded. And if you're taking 90 or 120 days for them to see a payment.
Well, so the process currently that we have is to make sure that the resolution has been approved and signed by council. That comes through. We then make sure there are 10 steps that we have to have the agencies do. That is contract development package, where they actually define what they're going to spend the money on. They actually have to make sure the budget is correct.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to address, is there anyone else who wishes to have discussion on the first round?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Lewis and then Councilwoman Priestley.
All right, then Emily, you can proceed.
We have to make sure that the budget is actually correct when they're in line with what the proposal was, and then we have to go through eligibility of the beneficiaries that they're going to serve to make sure that that data can be tracked. We then make sure that they are registered with the SAM.gov federal government registration to make sure that they're owning money there. They have to be in good standing with the city, so we make sure that that is checked. We actually make sure that they have all of the signatures that then go through to actually sign a contract, and so it has taken a while. I'm not going to deny that, but we have at this point, I'm actually counting, we have of the 47 contracts that you've approved, over half of them are executed, and we actually put out the 20%, which is 20%, so it's not 30%. So over the half of them are executed, the other half we are either waiting on contract development packages to come back from the agencies, which some agencies who've never done this before, federal money is really hard. And so the agencies who've never worked with federal money, we are spending a lot of time with them to go through line items in the budget, go through the process, but it will be very helpful to have more staff. Currently, that is all happening under one staff person, because that's what you can allocate without any ARPA Act administration happening at the internal level. Is all the only dollars that you had allocated was for Ernst Young, and so now you have all allowed for us to hire people who actually are ARPA funded to focus fully, and that's going to expedite everything even more. Plus all the payment requests, because when they show that how they spent the 20%, they submit a payment request, we review it, and then they can get the next one. So that's cycle, and that's how we're going to make sure that we don't even pay back any money because we audited every single cent. Because that's the federal government will make you repay if we misspend.
Okay, so after the two people are hired, are we still going to have to rely on the services of Ernst Young?
The things that Ernst Young, I think, so there's a bifurcation between here today through 2024 to end, because all money has to be obligated, which is not under resolution. It means it has to be put under contract, and so they are part of that contract process to make sure that the agencies who are getting contracts are that the activities that they're proposing are helpful. So they are part of that, and then for 25 and 26. I think that they would be part of kind of a check-in with some of these agencies who would need to be kind of have some internal monitoring. I think that could happen with them as a third party. But the lion's share of the work that's going to be happening between now and 26 will be by the internal city staff that you all approved the resolution for, because those are people who are going to be going through payment requests and doing a lot of the on-site technical assistance, whether it's on-site at the nonprofit themselves, or even we could do it through a phone call or email. But I think in person is best. So So I don't think that they are not going to be a part of it, but the lion's share will be, which is why we put that $1.4 million internal administration in front of you to hire 5 new people to really, at the same level, do this work.
Okay, so Ernst Young want to be with us until 2026.
That's up to you. I was just saying that there was a document that is out there from a few years ago that kind of shows a year by year breakdown. This was before I was here, and so that's up to you how you want to do that. But if that, I will say that we will be fine if it's supposed to not continue. They do have money left on their contract that we will continue to be able to engage with them on. I'm over the city staff doing it, and we're doing good work.
Okay, so when you say it'll be fine, are you talking about in the future, or are you talking about for this resolution? So if we did not move that, we'd be fine. Or is that what you're saying?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure how to answer that. I mean, because again, I think a lot of what they have been crucial with is that upfront eligibility work. And at this point, it's time. We're just grinding at this point, grinding out contracts, going for bigger ones. So.
Thank you. I understand. All right, yeah, we're not done getting the money out, so we need to keep moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
She just came over.
Does Ernst Young review the contracts before they go out at all?
They reviewed the template, so we worked to make sure that we had an actual contract template that every single word had gone through our legal department as well as Ernst Young. And so they reviewed that template, so we kind of put in, what the agency name and what the approved eligible activity is, which they also, each eligible activity, that's something that they reviewed. And then again, on the back end, there's an attachment with the contract that shows the eligibility data that the agencies must be collecting and reporting, and they were a part of that as well. So, yes, but not. Do we send each individual full contract to them before it goes out the door? We don't feel that we have to because they were a part of creating the document that we can build off of.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Moore, through you to Mr. Moore, please.
Yeah.
He about to fall. Oh, I got to get back with you. Let me go check.
You got on the yellow side today.
Hi, Bill. Do you know how much money we've spent on Ernst Young so far?
Nope.
I believe it's around 800,000. I'm sorry, wrong. Take it up. We have, I believe it's around 600,000. We still have one left on the contract.
Oh,
No, that's what we spent.
No, millions. We had $2 million in the beginning.
I have Chase's document from it, and it only goes up through February, and it's 1.1 million.
Yeah.
I
Wow.
just wondered if you had any.
Just a little.
I told you, let me get back with you.
Okay, and so we had about 800,000 left on that contract through February. So I just wondered how much money was left, and you're not able to share that. Okay. I know that a lot of the stuff that they said they were going to do at the beginning is stuff that the administration changed.
Yep.
So, I'm going to take this attitude of, let's wait and see as time goes on, we get closer to their allocation, because we still have $500,000, let's say, left, and let's see where we're at, closer to, and if we need them and what we're going to do, so that we can, since we're now hiring in-house staff, originally that's what we were going to do, was be in-house and do all the stuff that we had authorized, whatever the new name of planning and development is, to their staff. So that's why I was wondering how much was left.
One challenge that the fire department has is we don't have perks, we would have to pick up the reporting side of it. And would definitely have to have some training to learn to do that.
Yeah, the last invoice was in February, and that was only for $15,000. So I had a suspicion that we're going to have to get quite a few months out of the current contract without having to discuss it again.
I think that's true. We tend to use more right after the end of a quarter, and we have to go quarterly report.
Yeah, at $34,000 for January billing. All right, so we have a good year probably.
What's your point, or what's your request for information?
Request. Speaker, what do you mean when you say the administration changes?
Well, the original bid was for all kinds of extras that the administration chose not to implement. So when we approved this contract, like they were going to embed themselves in our finance department, look at all of the invoices, have that website up, which we still want, that shows the amount of money that's spent and so on. And so the administration changed that, so that's not what they wanted them to do.
She don't even listen though.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to have discussion in the first round? Anyone else? Okay, seeing as there's no one else, I will take my time. So this contract was already in place by the time I was appointed to council. My question is, when we talk about the contract and all of the extras and things that were supposed to be implemented, is there a clause in the contract that says only the administration can implement those extra things? Is it that council does not have a voice to ask for some of the things that you said were supposed to be a part of the original contract? Ms. Priestley, would you please jump in here because you're a finance chair? So
I don't know that much about the contract. I just know what was in the bid, and that's part of the bid process. But the administration really controlled some of that narrative, and how they actually use it was up to the administration. They were heavily involved in developing the mayor's plan, which we overrode. So, and now I know that they were meeting, and they were a big part of developing the application portal for the community grants. And they did all the putting together the data and evaluating whether the entities were eligible or not.
Right, so my question now becomes, because council had to approve this contract, and I am assuming that once council approves a contract, the council also has a responsibility to make sure that the contract is implemented. So my question is now, with all of these things that I'm hearing were not implemented, it was just simply, wasn't that removed from the contract because it's still in the contract, correct?
I have not read the contract, I just know from their bid.
Mr. Moore, will you please join us?
She didn't read the contract.
Well, who told her?
She the finance chair.
Mr. Moore, where would we get a copy of this contract? I'm assuming maybe council was already given one, but if not, where would we get a copy of the contract?
I assume that you could request that from the administration and send it to me.
Are you not that part of administration that I can request it from?
I can provide it. Sorry.
I can hear you.
I can get you a copy.
Perfect. Can you send it to the clerk and she will send it to all of council so that we can take a look at the contract and see what's not being implemented? We can also see if there is somewhere in there where it says council just steps back and is no longer has a responsibility in making sure terms are implemented as well. Because I would assume if you all approve the contract, that you would take the steps to make sure that those steps, that the things in the contract will be implemented. Just an assumption. Thank you, Mr. Moore. I don't know how far you need to go, this is only round one. And so, with that said, we will have a contract. I'm assuming we will have a contract within the next 48 hours that we can take a look at and see what is not being implemented. Because Ernst Young actually did come before us about 2 weeks ago. They had a whole, 15, 20 minutes where they could have been asked any question that we wanted to ask them. There was actually 5 minutes left over in their time of them being here, and I said several times, was there any more questions for Ernst Young? For my colleagues that were present and available and able to take their seats, they had an opportunity to ask questions. And there was 5 minutes left that I asked several times, were there questions? I completely understand if there's any pause on my colleagues' end of going forward with this contract. But if there is a contract in place and there are things that we are owed, then we should see to it that those things are implemented in the contract. That's it for the first round. We can now move to the second round. Councilman Pfeiffer, you do have the floor.
So, I'm hearing a lot of things tonight, and it's troubling. It's troubling because maybe Ernst Young is getting a bad rap for no reason. So, if in terms of the contract, which the administration administers, and it's administration, they administer the contracts, not the city council. So if there is a derelict duty in administering the contract, that is obviously the administration. It's troubling that administration is basically, in my eyes, throwing Ernst Young under the bus because we have other impressions of what they should be doing. And if they change that, then Ernst Young is going to be another vendor that never wants to touch the city of Flint.
That's fine.
Too late for that, sir.
Hey, you can't. Hey, keep getting up, whispering, doing to me.
I think the fact that this is before us today, and they have a couple $100,000 left on their contract that they may or may not even expend in the next year, then why the hell is this before us? Why is this? It seems to me like they want to earmark this money and then come in at the very end and reallocate it as a savior for a different project. This needs more discussion. I think whether or not my colleagues here want to support this, if they want to support this, I don't know. But it seems to me like this may not even be needed. If the little bit of work that they are doing, we already have dollars for that. I'm very questioning why this is before us. And I'm also questioning why the deal in the substantial language or agreement that this council came before, they presented before us, has been changed. Because I've been throwing them under the bus because we haven't been getting stuff that we initially thought we would. And if they're saying that they don't have to provide that from the administration, I guess, why wasn't that told to us? It's just another thing that I think that there's a different agenda behind this $750,000. And
Thank you, Councilman Pfeiffer. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in the second round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Rogers, you have the floor.
Councilman Pfeiffer, you need to call him yourself. He's very clear, and he's been clear for months. Our finance chair should have been transparent.
Right.
Mr. Pfeiffer, what is your request?
Brian, I should give him a wrong, Mr. J. Because he has stated, when I could not take my seat, I was here, and I still did my job. And And so speaking with him during this time, I sent to you, Councilman Murphy, and I told you that it is exactly what's stated. They weren't able to do what they wanted to do. They didn't say they wouldn't do it. It's the administration stopped them from doing it. And our finance chair has a responsibility to share that information with the council. There was not enough transparency because she's giving the answer. So she should come give it to the council as a whole because this is really important. And yes, council members are not very comfortable with them, but we do ask them, we got to pay them for the services rendered. That has to be done. They do have services that is rendered. Not the services that was intended. It should be in all of our emails and our packets for the original contract. But this is what we get when we aren't transparent. That's right. You know, council got to start working together and not dip in for the administration. And this is a problem. You've got to be transparent. And so when people are thinking something else, and it's really not that. And I said to Brian Jasinski at the back of the room, we'll let him throw him in the bus. That's exactly what I told him. He's like, and they do, but at this point, they're just going to want to be gone. Nobody wanted to take Flint. And in the first place to do it. We gave people auditing firm. But we have people in these seats who are, their loyalties are not to the residents.
That's right.
President, and we could have leveraged more funds. They could be here. They didn't allow it. The meetings that he was not coming to, Brian Jasinski, it was because he wasn't called. He wasn't called or got such a late notice. And they completely ignored if Councilman Mays requested. They didn't even ask. Did not even notify him. And so to blatantly disregard the will of the people, this is ridiculous. And as our finance chair, as she meets with the mayor constantly and also in news conferences, what has she been to the council and to the people? It's this place to live. My time is just about up. I am not going to support this at this time. We need Ernst Young here.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Winfrey Carter, you have the floor.
Thank you. I do want to point out that we do have the contract in our package for today's right here. For all of my colleagues. And I still stand on what I said earlier. I will not be supporting this resolution at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to go at this time? Councilwoman Christie, you have the floor.
So I keep hearing, oh, well, the finance chair should have told us to come. I have. I have said it.
Please stop the time. What rule has been broken?
Request for information.
What is your request?
When were you told? Because I wasn't informed. You never told me. I called Ernst Young myself. I have personal conversations with them.
I have said it from the seat.
Councilwoman, please start.
30 days. They thought it was
So, you know, I've been as open and transparent as possible during the whole process. We have addressed things that the administration is not. And throwing me under the bus for things that I've been doing and telling from this seat is not okay with me. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor? Councilman Murphy.
So, I hear you when you say that we should have asked all the questions to Ernst Young last week. But last week, I did not know that the administration made changes in the contract.
Judy just said she told
today, maybe I could have.
Judy just said she
but
told
being that I just found this out now I got additional questions.
That's right.
And not only do I have additional questions, I'm just trying to figure out how do we approve a contract with Ernst Young at the beginning that say they gonna do X, Y, Z, and then turn around and eliminate X, Y, and Z, and for the last 2 years, we have been harping on Ernst Young about, you said you was going to look for additional funding. You said you was going to have an office in place. And even if the amendment of the contract was amended, was it ever going to come to us? Was we ever going to know? I'm not sure how long you knew Julie about this, but I don't think it's the administration job.
They go to Whisper Cheating over there. Whisper Cheating.
I'm sorry, Mr. Murphy, what's your point?
I'm trying to get my thoughts.
I got you. Excuse me, if the audience could please just keep it down over there, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
So now I'm curious, what's been taken out? And did it lower our contract value of what we originally gave, or do we still get the same amount that we agreed to approve, even though they don't have to produce those activities, those deliveries? So on that note, I would like to make a motion to keep this in special affairs.
There is a new motion on the floor to keep this in special affairs. It's been made by Councilman Murphy and supported by Councilwoman Priestley. Is there any discussion? That's right. You can do that. Roll call, Madam Clerk. Ms. Lewis.
No.
Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
Priestley.
Yes.
Mr. Carter. Yes.
Yes.
She about napkins
Okay.
for cake.
No.
Yes.
Irving is asking. Oliver.
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 2 no. The vote is 6 yes, 2 no. That motion passes. This contract will remain in this contract. Councilwoman Priestley, you have the floor.
I make a motion to set 2401252.
What's it? That's his accountability money?
There has been a motion made by the 4th councilperson to send 240125.2 approval vacation of easement 2201 Industrial Boulevard to council. Is there support?
Support.
It has been supported by Councilman Murphy. Is there anyone who would like the floor for the first round of discussion? Councilman Pfeiffer, you have the floor.
Is there anybody that can speak to the Emily? So, Emily, I've read this and I've tried to do my homework on this. This is for sewer lines that are running across the Ashley Capital property. Is that a correct statement?
Not quite. It's for previous sewer lines that were, basically, I should say, it's for easements, which allow for city infrastructure to be underneath whatever is on the water.
And there's no sewer lines there now?
Correct.
But we still hold the easement.
Bingo. And we want to not hold the easements.
And there is other plans is there other easements that the city is going to be asking for the new sewer lines?
I don't know. I have to ask my colleagues in sewer. Sorry. I don't know that.
So or is actually capital on the sewer license? That's my question.
I would have to ask. I apologize. I don't know that off the top of my head. I don't know. I don't think that they can own public utilities like that. I think.
Well, if it's their property, they can own it to the street.
Okay, yeah.
I'm just wondering, are they going to do that, or are we going to request additional easements to run water and sewer into their property?
I don't know if Kenneth can answer this because he's even newer than I am. But I'm going to look at him because he's.
Who are we asking to come to the lectern?
This is our new DPW administrator, Kenneth. What's his last name? What's your last name?
It's different now.
I'll just have him mention it. He's our new DPW administrator. I think he's about 4 weeks on the job.
He's from Detroit.
Good evening. Just real quick. So how this works, sir, real quick, is normally the chair has to invite you up. So no, you're fine. Go ahead, Mr. Biden.
Can you introduce yourself and your title real quick?
I'm Miller.
Kenneth Miller, I'm the DPW Administrator for Water and Sewer.
Are you familiar with this resolution and this request?
No, but I thought I'd step forward to speak on the history of such actions.
So can you answer my question whether or not we are going to request new easements, or do they own sewer and water lines to the edge of the property?
So in my experience, if we vacate the
I'm asking, are we going to ask for new easements on the property?
No.
for water and or sewer?
Yes.
No.
May I answer based upon my experience?
Sure.
Based upon my experience, if we vacate the plot of land to a entity, then a new water or sewer easement would have to be created in order to lay the utility.
Okay. Emily, can you get an official answer for me?
Yeah, I'm happy to.
I understand that we're going to vacate this easement. I just want to know if going into the future, are they going to go to the street, or is there new easements that we are going to request?
Yeah.
That's what I want to know.
I will ask them. This specific easement vacation is only under Building 1, which is the one that has been built. But you are asking about future other buildings, correct?
Correct.
And I will ask that.
Okay, thank you.
That's manhole.
Emily, you might not be able to go far. Thank you, Councilman Pfeiffer. Is there anyone else who would like to have discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Burns, you have the floor.
Emily, does this have anything to do with the park? Because I know there was restrooms and there was water fountains there in the park.
So no, this has nothing to do with the park. This is only specifically for Building 1, regardless of what happens with any future property purchases. This is a request tied to Building 1, which is the building of our.
It's already existing, that's already.
That is correct, yep.
Okay.
Don't pass this.
Thank you.
Emily, are you done with your time? Okay. Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to form the first round discussion? Anyone else who would like to floor in the first round discussion? Moving on, second round discussion. Is there anyone else who would like the floor? Councilwoman Burns. Mr. Miller, will you please join us at the lectern?
He could come up so I can ask him some questions. So as you're walking, Mr. Miller, I hope you can hear me. So you are basically operating as the DPW. We haven't had a DPW director since March 17th, 2023. Can you tell me where you come from, your experience? I believe we received a resolution that would have spoken to, I believe, your qualifications. And I think there was just some licensing that may have been missed. Where are you coming from, sir?
I'm a recent retiree from the Detroit Water and Sewer Department.
Okay, and you were there for how long?
30 years.
And what was your position there?
My final position there was I was the manager of maintenance and repair for DWS.
Okay, so were you asked to take this position?
Yes, I actually applied for the position more than a year ago.
And so there's a lot, that Buick site was huge. That's out there for, it's actually a city. technically with the utilities, and it is one of the largest utilities. And one of the, under our former DPW, it stated there's only 5 light grid in the U.S. because of the powerhouse and the amount of power utilities that is there. So with them having, I think they're supposed to have 9 structures there.
Water and or sewer structure.
Well, 9 other buildings that are going to be going up, over the duration, and so there are going to be some sewer, there are going to be some changes, with the utilities there. So my question is, you're going to be the person that we talk to about this, and you're going to have to, you got a lot to come up to speed on. How long has it been? What's your official date?
I started Tuesday, April the 2nd.
Well, and I think I've seen you in the garage.
Yes, ma'am.
I have. Okay, and it's really not fair to ask you questions if you're being so brand new, but welcome to the city. Thank you.
Anyone else who would like to go for discussion on this section? Is there anyone else who would like the floor for the Councilwoman Murphy Carter? You have the floor.
It sounds like I have some colleagues that have more questions as far as this resolution. So I'm going to make a motion that we send this resolution 240125.2 back to, I believe it was in finance or
governmental ops.
I'm going to have to ask the audience to please stop speaking loudly. Thank you.
What's governmental ops? It was. Governmental.
There is a motion on the floor to send resolution 240125.2, which is the approval of vacation of easements, 2201 Industrial Boulevard, back to government ops. Is there support? Support. It's been moved by Councilwoman in the 5th Ward and properly supported by the Councilwoman in the 6th Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk. Mr. Murphy.
No.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Wow.
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Mr. Shedd? No. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Huh?
Ms. Gordon is absent. Bill Allen?
No.
She gets so smart.
No.
The vote is 2 yes, 6 no. The vote is 2 yes, 6 no. That motion fails. We are now back to our original motion to send this to council. We are still in the second round of discussion. Is there anyone else who would like the floor? So far, 6 and 5 have spoken. Councilman Pfeiffer, you have the floor.
Yeah, the reason I voted no is because I don't have any other questions. I don't. I understand what this is.
No, you
They're
don't.
on the property. We have rights to go in this 60-foot easement. We no longer need that easement, so there's no reason.
He didn't get paid. That's why he was up there behind the
We
TV.
don't need easements because of old water and sewer lines and now have a different route. That's why I kind of asked what the new future easements are, but if we don't need this easement, there's no reason for, I'm good with it.
So we're going to have to build new ones.
Is there anyone else who would like
We're
to
going to
take
have to
the
pay
floor in
them.
the second round of discussion? Seeing how there is no one else, this is the roll call vote to
That's
send
crazy.
240125.2, approval vacation of easements, 2201 Industrial Boulevard to council. Roll call, Madam Clerk. Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Shedd?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Allen?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0
That's
no.
crazy.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. Resolution 240125.2, approval vacation of easements, 2201 Industrial Boulevard has been sent to council.
Madam Chair.
Instead of asking questions.
Councilwoman Priestley, you have the floor. I make a motion to send 240158 to council.
There is a motion on the floor to sit, I'm sorry, did you skip one?
I'm sorry, I'm going to withdraw my motion.
Thank you. We are on resolution 240140, ARPA contingency funds and earned interest Flint Downtown Development Authority, EDA revenue replacement funds, partner revenue loss from COVID-19 pandemic.
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Lewis, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'll put a motion for to send resolution 240140.
There is a motion on the floor by Councilwoman Lewis to send 240140 to council. Is there support?
I support.
It's been moved and properly supported by the councilman in the first ward. Is there anyone who would like the floor in the first round of discussion? Councilwoman Burns, you have the floor.
Yes, Mr. Moore.
They wanted the budget.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore, will you please join us at the lectern? Mr. Moore, pardon me, I don't want to interrupt your conversation. Would you please join us at the lectern?
She don't discriminate.
Mr. Moore. I was having some laptop issues, but did we ever get, this is from the DDA for the revenue, lost revenue. Did you ever get the council how much was put back into the funds that actually got?
Oh, God.
I have not had that, however, there is.
I'm sorry, who's that?
I do not have that, however, there is a representative from the DDA that can speak to that.
Will the representative from the DDA please join us at the lectern?
Hi, how are you? Can you tell us your name?
Good, how are you? My name is Brandy Curtis, and I'm the operations manager at Flint DDA.
Well, hi, Greg. I thought you heard your name. Okay, my question was, there were funds, I know that we're requesting, to have $560,000.
I'm gonna need you to move back.
$586 is what the DDA needs, or else it's not going to continue to be in existence. So my question was, the funds, did we ever get the funds, and how much was returned back into the DDA's account?
Are we talking about credit card?
Credit card usage.
Okay, I actually have from our legal department an actual letter for you guys that got sent to us today, so I have copies of it here, to give to everybody.
Please give it to the clerk.
Yep.
That was a yes or no.
And then while you walk, I can hear, I know that you're not on the mic. Did it give a breakdown of the Brandy? Because my clock is running.
Yep, I'm going quickly.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Nope, you're okay.
We get 5 minutes.
You're okay. So inside of that packet, what it tells you is it tells you there is a designated number, and in that number, how much of it was over budget expenditures and what was spent on personal usage. It does explain with that employee who is no longer with us, what is coming about with those additional fees.
Does it state how much did that employee put back in there?
It does not, because we need her written approval to do so, but if we have to,
So why do we have to have her written approval when it was city money?
Because of the fact that it was with her being employed there, according to our legal, without her written consent, we cannot give out that delegated amount of money.
With the fee card? So do I need to FOIA it? Because I've done that before.
I can get that for you, yes.
Yes, because that is important. Because one thing we're trying to, which the public wanted to know. I was made aware of this, and I don't know, they started off that it was $35,000. How much credit card usage was there?
By the time we did that, the total number was $20,336.75.
Can you say that again, please? I write it real slow.
No, you're okay. It's $20,336.75.
So I am requesting for you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Kim, I would like to have a copy of how this was returned, going to be returned, if there was a payment plan or anything else. Because I don't use their eyelashes. I use my own. And we shouldn't have to pay for people's beauty products, their shopping trips. That's not the city or the residents' responsibility.
The law department doesn't provide legal counsel to the DDA. They have their own separate counsel. So you have to make that request to the DDA, which
okay,
she said that she's.
Can the city clerk get it? Because y'all have a process. I think when we ask, I want people to jump through all these hoops. So to the Madam Chair, to the city clerk, can I get that? Can we get that, please? What is the payment? Because we were told by the councilwoman in the second ward, she put that 20,000 back in there.
Sure. She sure did.
And 75 cents was put back because we didn't have knowledge of it.
She said there's no need to investigate because she put
Please,
it back.
what's your request?
So, Madam Chair, if you can get that, that's the proper channel, so we need to ask the TA attorney about those funds, because it was at 35,000, I believe, and it went through, and people try to act like Tanya Burns is not telling the truth. I know what I've been talking about.
Thank you. Councilman Piper, you do have the floor.
We have demanded reimbursement from the former employee for the full amount of the improper charges, but have yet received reimbursement.
Oh, look at the face. Look at the moose. Hey, she looked at the line. She don't never know what she's talking about, man.
Once again, we're glad to not surprised at all.
She always she goes a lot.
We have demanded reimbursement, but have not yet received reimbursement. So, on the backs of the city of Flint residents, not only are they spending money twice, once for the original, now we're taking it out of ARPA to reimburse them. I don't have much to say on this, and I appreciate Randy, you stepping in and doing this. I know that I think we've had a couple of email communications over the past year, but I'm held on this.
Standing next to the deal that she don't do nothing but lie. I know she lied more than a little bit, man.
Where do I start? Where do I start? And Randy, this is not you.
I mean,
what has happened at the DPA is absolutely and it's been over a year since the employee has resigned, and would it even be a thing right now if this ARPA reallocation was forced? I have to imagine that they gave up or they never even seeked to get this reimbursement. Randy, do you know if there's been communication to seek reimbursement?
Yes, there has been.
Press charges. Press charges.
I don't know exactly how further it has gone. To my knowledge, there has been notification sent to her, and there has been a conversation had. I do not know much further than that what has gone on.
Okay. And that's thank you for answering that.
There's a whole bunch of them over there. She paid it back.
The DDA, and maybe it's a the DDA was put in place to restrict certain elements of the city and certain people in the city from coming down. And maybe it's a fundamental difference that I have between trying to bringing and having all-inclusive downtown and everything else, but the parking meters, the fines, to me, that is a deterrent to come downtown. And not only, now we have a deterrent in front of every parking spot in our downtown. So that costs the city money. And now we're saying we're going to take $600,000 that could go for other disbursements in the city on home improvements or any kind of other structural things. And we are going to fund something that deters common folk, poor folk from coming downtown. We are going to take money that's allocated for poor folks, and we're going to reallocate it to stop poor folks from I am a hell no on this. Randy, don't hate me for it. But to me, the Downtown Development Authority is another failed government entity. And they have to bail out because they didn't get enough tax money and enough fines from people coming down. So now we got to backstop that.
Thank you. Anyone else would like the floor in the first round of discussion? Councilwoman Priestley, you have the floor.
I am reading the financial statements, and I did see in here that, I'm trying to find it because I've flipped back and forth between pages. But we are obligated to pay bond payments one way or the other. It comes out of our money.
Oh, God.
And in reading this, in reading the,
Bring it back in-house
the
then.
financial
Emergency manager
statement,
took it.
it talks about how they have lost money.
Then bring it back in-house.
And we are ultimately responsible to cover their debt, am I not correct?
Then bring it back in-house then. The emergency manager took it.
Please say it so we can hear it.
So, yes, ultimately that would be the case, but over the last 5 years, with the TIP funds that we have received, we've been able to pay our full bond payment. Attached to the back of that you see with our budget, it explains how it became that the DDA took over that actual bond payment. It kind of got dropped in our laps. So that gives you the oversight of how it started from start to finish. With the TIP funds going to that, we typically fund what we do on a daily basis. It has to go to that fund.
I thought I saw something in the financial statement that the city has been making those bond payments.
We get our TIP funds, when the TIP fund comes to us, we then make the bond payment back to the city.
Okay, so the city's making payment for your reimbursement.
Correct.
Okay, I did not see that in the financial statement, but I quickly.
She swears she be talking like she knows shit.
Flipping through it.
She don't be knowing a damn thing.
And unless you really read it, sometimes you miss things.
Can y'all speak up?
Speak up.
We can't hear.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Ricardo, you have the floor.
Thank you. This is what I see. I see that first, the DDA, in my opinion, have mismanagement and lack of accountability. And a history of financial instability. And I don't know, Julie, yeah, we may be able to help the DDA from time to time, but when you have a system, and I don't know, it says that money has not been paid back at $20,000. And I don't know what the hold up is, but I don't feel like you guys have tried hard enough to get this done. Why should we take money from our ARPA funds to help when it's obvious that this has not been paid back yet? Maybe you guys may have sent a letter or whatever. You might need to take this further. I just can't support this. We have presidents that we have not taken care of as far as to allocate the DDA $560,000 of the ARPA funds. Maybe we alternative funding strategies that you guys might be able to use to come up with the money. I don't know, and you may have the votes, but I can't vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you. I still like the floor for further round of discussion. Councilman Murphy, you have the floor.
I was sitting here looking at an email that someone reached out to me concerning the DDA. Can you just talk to me about how is the ramp open to the public, open only for businesses? So if I wanted to come and use the ramp,
Yep, the ramp is open for daily parking. It's a $5 fee where you can use a debit or credit card. The Rutherford ramp is manned Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays with somebody in it for cash payments. And the flat lot is manned Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Fridays to make sure that there is available parking while the bridge construction is going on.
so you was talking a little fast.
I apologize, I talked fast. So inside of the Rutherford ramp, there is key cards like monthly parking passes, and then there's additionally where you can pay to park in it for a $5 fee on a daily basis. In addition, on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, there is somebody in the booth right there outside if you'd like to pay cash instead of using a credit card. The flat lot has 4 days a week, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, somebody inside of that booth to help move the flow of traffic.
This is one of the concerns that someone reached out to me on part of the DDA. So if I pay $5, do I need to come and go, or
That's a one-time entry fee.
every time I go back in?
Correct, unless you have a monthly parking pass.
How much is the monthly parking?
$60 a month.
$60 a month?
Damn.
So if we funded you guys, would this clear the books to the point to where y'all can work on sustaining this?
Correct.
Until next year. Until next year.
That's all right.
Who all got P cards?
All right, is there anyone else who would like to go in the first round of discussion? You ones left to speak are 2, 1, and 7. Is there anyone else who would like to go in the first round of discussion? First round. All right, seeing as how no one else would like the floor in the first round of discussion, we are now on to the second round of discussion. Is there anyone who would like the floor? Councilwoman Burns, you have the floor.
Brandy, were you asked to do, because we don't have any legislation in your department, and a lot of these questions should be asked in a budget hearing, which we're conducting now. Because according to the bylaws in 2011, you do fall under, so these questions would be able to be answered. Were you asked to come for a budget hearing?
We were not.
Whoa. Okay. And see, this is why we're asking questions and then people, they're not aware. On the back side of that, with the 20,000, your department did notice there was issues and did understand that, something had to be done to rectify because she was spending. So I don't want to put it false out there. I did we can only talk to one person. The person that I spoke to was Councilman Pfeiffer. Because I'm not into breaking over the meetings act. They'll kick me out. Usually, no matter what. So this is why you need to be here. We should have a budget hearing with all of our budgets. It should be the ARPA budget, grants budget, it should be able
Mr. Martin, give us 1 second, because this is her time, so she does have to request it.
Go ahead, Mr. Moore. Yeah, be up here now.
Under the structure, the DDA board approves their budget. The city council doesn't have a direct approval of their budget.
I understand that, but to share. because we are responsible for their debt.
Quincy asked
So we're creating transparency, and not against you, because at the parking structure, Chris Del Moroni complained about it every day, and God rest his soul, about that parking structure, which we are responsible for. My issue was we need to be going after and seeking. We're going after people for 15-year-old water bills. We're going after people for everything else.
Right.
Why are we not going after people that have $100,000 salary? You did not have traffic during COVID. It was a loss. No. It simply wasn't. People couldn't go out. Downtown and also with the bricks, it's another loss. Yep. You got the bricks, they keep, you put it up, take back down, wrong, sand. So there are issues. So I wish you were in the budget hearing. I just would like to know, to share the public, what does the DDA do? So you can tell us what your plans are. What are your goals? Because we are never made aware of. Correct. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to go to the second round of discussion. Councilwoman Priestley, you have the floor.
I make a motion to send this back to finance.
There's a motion made to send this back to finance. Is there a second? Support. It's been moved and probably supported. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call, Madam Clerk. I guess that was the case. Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Mr. Shell?
Yes.
Mr. Piper?
Yes.
Mr. Allen?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
They voted to give them that damn money.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. Resolution 240140, ARPA contingency funds and earned interest Flint Downtown Development Authority revenue replacement funds, parking revenue lost during COVID-19 pandemic has been sent back to finance. Now on to resolution 240158, reallocation of ARPA funds, reroute Pontiac alternate use for vacant lots. I will entertain a motion. Councilwoman Priestley, you have the floor.
Make a motion to send 240158 to council.
Councilwoman Priestley has made a motion to send 240158 to council. Is there support? Support. It's been moved and properly supported by Councilman Alabama. Councilwoman Priestley.
We have a couple here from reroute.
Would anyone please join us at the lectern, please?
They want this the money they want to give to
Yeah.
Pontiac.
No, it's the Pontiac people.
They give money to Pontiac.
I'm sorry, can we stop the time, please? If we could ask everyone to kind of quiet their side conversations so that we can hear those at the lectern. Please continue.
I know we met, I know we've talked, but I forgot your name. Could you please introduce yourself?
She didn't talk to me.
I'm Natalie Chief. Hi, welcome.
Welcome to
So
Flint.
what was clear, and which I found out later, is that in the application is that Reroute Pontiac is your fiduciary. Is that correct? For your money?
Yes, that is correct.
So that was one of the big concerns that we had up here. Could you explain your project, please?
Yeah, so Reroute Flint, our goal is with the application for the ARPA grant, is to implement community gardens, food forests, orchards, educational spaces for the community, and even hosting educational workshops, which we would bring other community members from around the city in to create a safe educational space to do that.
And are these for throughout the city? Or is it, I know you right now are working on Kersley Park.
She's so excited. And
But, so where in the city are these located?
During the grant application, we had some sites in mind, and currently the sites that we were looking at, if this was to be granted, are near Kersley Park up to the northwest side of Kersley Park. And there's some lots that are owned by the land bank that are not in use currently, and they could be of use to the
Hey, they didn't give it
community.
to the black dude because of that. Hey, the black dude trees, we trees because he didn't have no lights.
Can you speak up, please?
Yeah, we can't hear.
I just wanted to go a little further into the project as reroute is to provide some educational spaces for people to understand all of the different complex environmental interactions that affect the neighborhoods, and also to make sure that people, the environmental justice issues that people face in whatever
It was land banks. They wanted to go land banks, yeah.
Thank you. And I know that on Saturday, you guys planted how many willows?
Nearly 2,000 willows in the first avenue structure.
And it's going to be a beautiful structure, and how it's going to grow and cover pathways and
Cover the tarps.
and that. So I'm going to yield my time for the first round and see if my colleagues might have some questions for you.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Burns, you have the floor.
So, you're planting willow trees. They're beautiful.
But that's really something.
That would mean that you're giving me a warning. But, so, Greenwood Pontiac is your fiduciary. Is that correct? Is that what I was hearing? And who's Greenwood Flint? Are one of you Flint, one Pontiac?
Yeah, so I'm the president of Regroup Flint.
Okay. How long has Regroup Flint been?
It's been talked about for many years. It started in June of 2021.
Okay, so it's new. Okay, and so we've been working with Pontiac. Are you Pontiac or Flint?
Yes, so I'm the president of Rear Pontiac as well as a board member.
Okay, and so
They wouldn't
together,
give, they wouldn't give him
what steps are going to take? People don't care about no trees, they don't even have a sheet on the road.
Willow trees on land lots.
You love trees, and I understand what your project is. It is just hard at this time, and I just get that you clarify. Flint, Pontiac, president of, and how long has Pontiac been? Was it 2006? Okay, well, I think I did look it up. So, where were you working at in Flint besides Person Car?
Currently, we have a site over on James P. Cole that we're starting a project for micro-remediation, which is the detox and cleaning of the environment with mushrooms from the water or soil. That project is not currently funded, but that's something that we're doing out that way that has started up and is on pause. Other than that, there's the northern edge of the west side of Cruises Park where the willow tree structure has been started. Other than that, if we were to be awarded any funds from ARPA, then there are sites north of Cruises Park that are not being used that we would like to survey the community, host info sessions and community design processes to see what that community would benefit from and what they would like to see there, and then us use our resources from local colleges and professionals and community members to implement that best that we can.
So, are you doing any projects towards the north end? You mentioned Ernst.
Currently, we don't have plans for the north end, but if community members were to express interest, then we would love to be able to fill that role and help in any way that we could.
Look at Judy ready to step
Right now,
in.
it's just limited to that one area. How many willow trees did you plant?
Around 2,000. And they're a hybrid willow, so they're not the huge weeping willows. They're a hybrid smaller willow. So they're not gonna...
Weeping willow and the deputy. God's effects. In the deputy.
Planted 25 in a bundle at a time. So it's not your huge, like we think, what I think will be in willow.
Yeah.
It's not, yeah. This is a hybrid. And so how tall is the hybrid grow?
These will grow up to 60 feet tall, but these will be woven together. So as the willows grow together, they share the system and they become a single tree.
That's those spooky trees, ain't it?
30 years, this would be a single wall and roots of wood with
What made you choose Flint to do this?
That's where they can get the money.
They ask.
Could you please pause the time? So I've asked several times for this corner over here to please keep your voices down. We need to hear what they're saying. Please keep your voices down. Thank you. Go ahead.
There's been many people from Flint that have come out to support River Contact and have asked for us to come out to this community to implement some of our programs.
Okay, anybody specifically, can you give us some names or?
I'm an alumni from Mont Middle College and Mont Community College and from Flint, and I've been in Flint for a very long time. And I've seen the things personally that have been happening every River Pontiac. And me and friends of mine at the Peace Mob Gardens on the east side and other greenhouses over at Asbury Farms, we all share similar goals with community gardens.
Asbury's Farm. So that's their community garden. Are you working with any other community gardens?
Currently, we're reaching out to other community gardens and
Which
don't.
ones are you reaching out to?
Edible Flint. There's a garden through La Brea Lane from Mont College that I went to school with. There's a few other places that we're still connecting with, and then working with the parks to continue our networking.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor at this time? Councilwoman Winfrey Carter.
I heard you say that perhaps you're going to use some of the land bank properties.
There we go.
You got permission?
We were looking to ask about some properties that have not been confirmed yet.
Okay.
Yep.
Because that was my next question. Have you gotten permission to use the land bank properties for your project? So, go ahead.
Like I said, currently no. If we were to be granted funds to move forward with this, then we have plans in place and contacts to reach out to try to move the project along based on whatever timeline we're able to work out.
Okay. So how did you guys go about getting reroute Pontiac for your fiduciary? I would have thought that maybe you would have sought out someone here in the city to be your fiduciary.
Yes, we did seek out for Flint Innovative Solutions and a couple other people to be the fiduciary inside of the city of Flint, but nobody came through and went to file the paperwork.
Okay. And that's a problem for me. Because, the ARPA funds, they are for Flint. And your fiduciary will get a certain portion of whatever you so, I mean, I would have thought that maybe you would have spoke to a couple of the organizations here in the city of Flint to be that fiduciary. And that's all I have to say. I'm not going to be able to support this at this time. Maybe you guys come back, have a fiduciary that's within the city of Flint, then maybe I can support it. But I think that $25,000 can be pretty much well used for our residents, for home improvement.
Within the ARPA grant, we had applied for the categories of housing and blight elimination and public health, which we think that we would be able to help with the public health aspect of supplying fresh produce in the area and skilled trades. And the housing and blight elimination, the blight of the property is not being used in a very public walked area could now be a garden that the community could make use of. And with Reroute Pontiac being the fiduciary, the fiscal sponsor in that sense, they were also working with us to supply different things that can help us with our current project, and that is a way of them taking funds to put back into us continuously to support us so that those funds are spent in the city of Flint. And as the president of Reroute Flint, I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that every single fund that I'm allotted to use in the city of Flint, and work with Reroute Pontiac to utilize in a way to get seeds from them to use in Flint, or Irish bulbs or willows from them to use here, so that we could be in collaboration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion? Councilman Blackburn, you have the floor.
I'm sorry, I was stepped away. Back up, what land are you actually planting stuff on?
Currently, we just recently planted near 2,000 willow trees in Kearsley Park, and a living willow installation that will help drain the pathway and make it usable.
What property is this fund going to be planted on?
So we were looking at property along Lewis and Davison. Lewis and Davison. There's right at the corner there. There's a whole bunch of these properties.
Do you own those properties?
We do not own those properties. Part of this was to purchase those properties.
And who owns those properties currently? Have you already had discussions with the land bank to purchase this?
We talked with the land bank over a year ago when we were putting in this application. We have not continued those discussions.
I'm sorry.
We have not continued those discussions since a year ago when we had originally been talking about this.
Okay, and on that property, what is going to be?
So we're looking at a number of things, from gardens to permaculture installations, to teach people about environmental design and environmental interaction, and how we're all intimately connected to our environments. We have community gardens, food forests, and orchards, educational spaces to be able to teach classes for the community, and to be able to do skills and skill trades. We're also the green structure certification trainers for the state of Michigan. And so the Willows installation would be an example of a green infrastructure installation in Flint Park.
So let me tell you where I'm at with this one, because maybe about a decade ago, all of these community gardens were a big thing. And now we have, I think, what are they called, hoop houses? Hoop houses that are abandoned. So, how is, and I guess before I continue, do you have any other financing besides this? From any other partners that are willing to step up and help finance whatever? Or is this financing right here, the end all?
So, to address what you were talking about just before that, about the failed gardens, that is part of the inspiration for the formation of Reroute Pontiac, so that we can show people how to put together a garden ecologically, to prepare the land before you put gardens. We have run gardens for 6 years and 8 years. Those gardens have never been watered, never been fertilized, or had any input put into them, and have produced abundantly. So it's really all about how you interact with your environment around you and what your environment can give back. Just like no matter what you put into building and helping the community, that
much money have you put in other than this right here? That's the question.
If this passed the council, I'm going to clap for their asses. That powerful.
Can you address any other?
And they ought to bring their heads.
As for funding, we're always applying for other grants. We don't have anything confirmed at the moment, but we're actively applying. If the funding that you're referring to is regarding maintenance of structures or gardens moving forward, we do have plans in place with my middle college, high school to create a program for students to do volunteer hours. Their program requires each student to do 60 hours of community service to graduate from their dual enrollment college program. I graduated from there, and I've been working with professors there and future interns to create that system so that we have generational support of the gardens and the willow structure that we're working on.
So I applaud what you're doing, I do, and I wish I had the time for gardening. I just don't think that there's an appetite for community gardening. It's unfortunate because I listen to awards and everything else, but there's not an appetite for community gardening. You can see that by all of the failed ones and the toxic plastics that's still laying in some areas throughout the city. So I don't. But I don't think ARPA dollars should be funding the startup of this kind of thing. Basically, funding a startup for you to even purchase land. I don't think that that's a right allocation of money.
Is there anyone else who would like to form the first round of discussion?
No, she's gonna say something about that.
Yes.
Councilwoman, will share the floor?
Thank you. All right, so I just want to make sure that I'm clear. So you applied for the $25,000 partial support for vacant lots. And how many vacant lots were you looking to service again?
Currently 4.
4, okay. And currently you don't have ownership of any of the 4.
Correct.
All right, and you haven't leased any of the 4.
Could you repeat that? Sorry.
And you also don't have a lease agreement on any of the 4, correct?
Correct. They're owned by the women.
Okay, and you said that you haven't spoken to them since last year, correct? Okay, just wanted to make sure. I believe in what you're doing. It's a great work because the planting of willow was helps with flooding. You know, and so we have a big flooding issue in the city. And when we began to talk about people being a fiduciary, I look at it as and it's stated right here that Pontiac is helping the formulation of Reroute Flint, so we continue to do work in Flint. And so you all applied for the money to do the great work in Flint. So that's definitely not enough for Reroute Pontiac for them to come and get something started great here in Flint. However, the only issue that we have here is the fact that you don't own the land, or you haven't had any kind of lease agreement. And so I would like to table this indefinitely, so you all can, I don't want to count it out. I just want to put it on hold, so you all can go and get the proper documentation, because you can't just work on anyone's land. So I would like to basically hold off on it until you all get the clearance, either person of the land, lease of the land, and then we can bring it back to you. So you are doing great things in the city. Okay. Okay.
Thank you. Could I have a quick response?
Hold on. Okay, proceed.
I understand what you're saying, and appreciate your thought put into it. I did want to say that recently we applied for a smaller grant, and it was due March 1st, and we also did not have ownership of the land, but put everything in place leading up to the application. When we found out that we received the grant, we have now installed the entire project within 2 months and 1 week of submitting the grant.
Okay, so it sounds like you have the volunteers and the manpower to get it going. Once you solidify the space. So I'm all for you all doing what you need to do to solidify the space and then coming back so we can reconsider this. Because again, you're planting willows. You are thinking outside of the box. It just isn't any regular garden. You're not just planting tomatoes. You are really being forward thinking in terms of what you're putting on the land to help the ecological factor. So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and just turn the floor back over to my colleague. But that's what I would like to do: just table it until you need. And leasing it from the land bank for $1. You're familiar with that, right? Okay, so we can lease, get you $4, lease that, and then come back so we can do great things on this property. All right, thank you, Madam.
Thank you. And thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to?
Yes. Yes.
Wait, did you put a motion on the floor?
I did.
You did not? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So I support the God's project as a person who used to do gardening. Used to have to go to my grandmother's house to lay here Summer's house and do her garden for her every year. I'm not sure that we need you guys to do a lease agreement first with the land bank prior to you being awarded the money. I wouldn't personally do a lease agreement and I knew I didn't get awarded funding.
You do it on contingency.
The lease agreements, you only talking about 4. The lease agreements through the land bank is not hard to do. It's not hard to expedite. So to table this, just because you guys don't have a lease agreement, I'm not sure that I would encourage you to do a lease agreement and you have not received the funding to move forward. I would say to my colleagues to fund this project, let them do the lease agreement with the land bank. And in the process of dealing with the lease agreement and the contract through the city of Flint, within the next 30 or 45 days, I'm sure it's not going to take a long time to expedite a lease agreement. Kersey Park and those vacant lots that you're talking about is on the east side, which is in the 3rd ward. So, it's in my ward and Judy ward, okay. So, I would like to see some money moving on the east side so that we can do some development over there. Over in my neighborhood, gardens don't really do good because the animals done took over. But apple trees or whatever, those kind of fruit trees and stuff, I can see that happening. So I would be supporting moving this forward. But I'm not going to support sending this back indefinitely. And I'm not sure I would encourage you guys to sign a lease agreement with the land bank when it don't take that long. You can get a lease agreement within a week with the land bank. It's not that hard. And you only doing 4 vacant lots. We received a grant for $250,000 for Marengo Street, Lamina, Philadelphia, North area, and industrial. They received the funding first, even prior to them getting the lease agreement in place. And a portion of it was owned by the city of Flint, and a portion of it was owned by the land bank. And they were still able to move forward, even though they was awarded the funding. The lease agreement and all of that stuff was put in place, and everything is good.
So do you think it'd be a good idea to, since you're telling takes a week, to leave your special affairs and give them 2 weeks to get it done? And then we can revisit it? Okay, yeah, so remake it.
Hey, we don't need any houses fixed.
Wow.
Fuck the houses.
Wow.
I would like to make a motion to leave this as a special affair.
There are phones that need to be silenced. Can we please remember to silence our phones? Thank you.
Pay attention to say grade school.
Man, my
All right.
PTSD is really messing with me.
Stop yelling out.
This is too much shit.
Stop yelling out.
Yes, dear.
All right, so.
I would like to leave, resolution 240158 in special affairs.
To everyone that is standing up in an aisle with the signs, please clear the aisleway. Thank you. For everyone running back and forth with the signs, that is a cause of disruption. Please stay in your seats. Thank you.
Can't tell them to stop. Can't tell them. There's nothing in there. There's no form of disruption.
Can't talk. You can't respond.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Murphy, your motion was.
I act like
The motion was
Please stop.
Man, y'all cannot tell him to stop walking, man.
Yes.
You did more than
You can't stop him from walking.
He can walk.
Anybody can walk in here. Come on now.
You all have to relax and not do things that are distracting. Do not be disorderly.
You can't stop people from walking.
Arthur Woodson.
Quit calling my damn name.
This meeting. Please stop yelling out.
Sure.
Yes.
The audience member, Arthur Woodson, cannot yell at the chair. That's being disorderly and disrupting this meeting.
But I'm going to call you a moose, you big ass.
Arthur Woodson, that is your first warning.
Yeah, I'll take that one. Moose.
Arthur Woodson, that is your second warning. Please be removed. Absolutely. Go ahead. Is there a second?
Big ass.
Okay, it's been moved and properly supported. Councilwoman Burns, you have 1 minute. Please go ahead.
1 minute.
Absolutely. Can you please make sure her time is correct?
So here we go, trying to use the rule that they cannot walk and hold a sign. That's just not true. People walking. Now, obstruction in the aisle means you have a group of people or something or an object so you cannot move. Period. They're moving. They're not permanently standing. There's no fire hazard to where they're breaking the room. The need to control everything. You should have been talking to the people. Show me the rule, because it's not disorderly. They weren't being disrespectful. They weren't even talking. It's not disorderly because you don't like the signs. That's fine. They have a right to their First Amendment to protest. This council they want those signs. They're moving. They're not blocking anybody. Y'all need to stop this.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Burns. And the reason that I'm going to stick with my ruling is because your appeal had nothing to do with my ruling. I ruled that was Arthur Woodson's second warning. And so, because you didn't speak to anything having to do with his second warning, I will explain to you why he got a second warning. I gave him his first warning, and he immediately yelled out again, which meant he didn't care about either warning. He understood he was being disorderly, continued to be disorderly, therefore he was warned for a second time. That is what the appeal should have been about. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Flint.
Ms. Burns.
I abstain because the chair is
Why she abstain? Why she abstain instead of saying yes?
About that.
Why she abstain?
Yes. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Tiny one abstain. Instead of saying yes. Stop it.
No.
What he can't, he don't know how to vote. So she gotta tell him how to vote. Come on, man.
Mr. Murphy.
Oh.
He was asleep.
No.
Ms. Winfrey Burns.
Yes.
Madam Clerk, I would like to change my vote to no.
You can't change your vote.
The vote is 3 yes, 4 no, 1 abstention. The vote is 3 yes, 4 no, 1 abstention. The vote is abstains. Arthur Woodson, you are removed from this meeting.
You know what? I was hungry anyway. Big fat ass moose. You get ready to go lay some damn corn for your big fat ass. Get out some deer feed. Take that damn horse sack off your back, you big fat ass. And you need to check her fat ass for fucking with people too. Hey y'all, go to 810 and watch this fat moose talk some more. I'm getting ready to sign off. That's what happened when
shit, we go to police. Scared the hell out of the police here. The police here, the police here.
So what?
The police here for you.
Oh, how you over here? You know it ain't no problem. Front cool. Man, cool. You need to escort that big music. Hey.
That's not my cord.
Okay, I'll bring.
That's not my cord.
Hey, I'll bring. I need the power.
You want me to unplug it?
No, I need the power.
When you was talking about the cord, that's not my cord. That's not 810's property.
There it is. We don't use it.
Is it? I'll make sure.
Yeah, it's good.
Mr. Murphy, I believe you had a motion on the floor? What was your motion? Please restate that.
Put a motion on the floor to keep 240158 in special affairs.
There's a motion to keep 240158, reallocation of ARPA funds, regroup Pontiac alternate use for vacant lots in special affairs. Is there support? It's been moved by Councilman Murphy and supported by Councilman LLB. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
The support, yes. For people that ain't even from Flint. You ain't supporting nobody from Flint?
Yes. Mr. Frankfurt?
Are we supposed to start?
Yes.
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 See you later. They
No.
Pontiac.
Yes. See y'all later.
All right, take it easy.
Go to 7 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 1 no. Resolution 240158, reallocation of ARPA funds, regroup Pontiac alternate use for vacant lots, remains in special affairs. Moving on to resolution 240181, designated videography area, city council chambers. Is there a motion?
They say when you find the food, bump the head.
Councilwoman Burns.
Designated videography area, city council chambers to council.
There is a motion on the floor to send resolution 240181, designated videography area for city council chambers to council. Is there support? It's been moved by Ms. Burns and supported by Councilman in the first ward. Is there anyone who would like the floor for the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Burns.
So, I'm assuming that you to the city clerk, your area, that this is going to be this back corner where they will be sent to. So that would mean the television station with their cameras, which are here, Paul's power, everyone would have to be in that back area. Am I correct?
All the freestanding cameras, tripods, all those things would have to be back there, yes.
So to the press, you will no longer be allowed to get a shot where you're at according to this resolution. We have cameras over there, here, the middle. You will no longer be able to do that in this resolution. Who brought this resolution forward?
The selected.
This resolution was originally requested by the Vice President.
So Vice President Candace Mashat requested to have a resolution. She's interim, she is unappointed, and she's making a decision to move our media back to a designated point. This has never been done before. Never been done. We got these silly little partitions. So that was just another little silly problem that they wanted. I can't even see the city attorney, ever. I have to get up and go look at him.
And so if people don't want to be seen, stay home. This is one of the most ridiculous. So they can still have the due to Attorney Kemp. If they have it now where these little apparatuses to record, and if they're recording, is it all recording? Or can they have like a freestanding apparatus? Like on their arm, or if they're holding their device? Because that camera that he's got over there will not be able to hold that camera all night. That's too much for the length of our meetings. So we're punishing everyone because someone may have an insecurity with cameras. We shouldn't be doing that. Does it include everything?
No, the resolution is very specific to the use of freestanding camera stands, including but not limited to tripods, camera stands, and other physical devices used to support elevated cameras, cell phones, or other video recording devices.
So, as much that happens in here, and forever, that there have been city council, I don't know what was established in 1855. Now we're coming up with a resolution that the press, so you may not like the podcasters, but you're punishing the other larger organizations who have real heavy cameras. I don't know how many pounds your camera is. It 10 pounds from now your head? 15 pounds? It's a lot. And so he has to go to the back. And then they want to say what they feel the technology. If you didn't want, this was part of the job. It's part of the job. And if you don't like the press and you don't like it, you shouldn't be here. I wish they spent this much time and concern and effort into that administrative consent order.
That's a water.
And they didn't ask one question. There's drinking water, the service lines fixed, everything that people care about. Y'all worried about cameras? They take everybody that's not flattering. They don't care, and they put them up on social media. I don't care. It's part of the job. It's part of the job. And if you don't like it, you shouldn't be here. That's what they do. Everybody that's up here is subject to it. So the press is going to be punished. That's the silliest thing. It's the silliest thing. I don't get the energy that is put into things that are trivial. Trivial. And like these little barriers work, they don't work. I mean, it's the saddest little thing, they don't work. Except for I can't see to Mr. Kemp. Now, with the question is the American with Disabilities Act, and it may be with the press, if you are back that far and you're viewing it, you know, people can't see. They should be able to hear, there should be an interpreter, they should be able to read our lips. We may be in a violation. With the American with Disabilities Act. I'm not supporting this, not at all. I wish y'all cared about the ACO order like you do about if somebody taking a picture.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak during this time of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Winfrey Carter, then Councilwoman Lewis.
To piggyback off of what Councilwoman Burns said, a violation, we may be in violation of the Open Meetings Act. And for my first question, through you, Madam Chair, to Attorney Kemp. Attorney Kemp, I noticed that the resolution has not been signed by you as the city
Put it right on it. I signed the last version that was for the body over a month ago.
So,
If you would answer the question that you asked about the Open Meetings Act, there is no Open Meetings Act.
I didn't ask about that. I asked about your signature on this resolution. That's what I asked about. This is not signed by the city attorney. So why do we even have this in front of us?
That's right. That's right.
That's not right.
That's a law.
As you know, I will not be supporting this resolution, we need to be focusing in on other things.
Right, the water.
Instead of restricting our residents, restricting our TV channels and other people here that are videoing our council meetings. We need to be focusing in on the what's going on in our city. This is not a critical issue. It's not. And as far as I'm concerned, this is an attempt to silence and marginalize the residents. And I would like to support you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone? Oh, I'm sorry, I was going to
Madam Chair. Thank you. So as I was walking down the aisle, we had to move two tripods and a resident from the aisle. That's a fire hazard. No one should be blocking the aisles with their bodies nor with tripods when we have ample seating for every single resident here. There's no way, no reason why. Furthermore, something so simple could be used for ill intent. A phone.
That you record.
What a phone could do.
That's right.
I see that my colleague is totally for the disruption of the people with the tripods and the blocking of the aisle.
What did we say?
Rule 43.21, her speaking to the motives of her colleague.
That's right,
But as I hear our colleague talk about what we're trying to disrupt and obstruct, one phone could be used to terrorize and harass. How do I know? Because the councilwoman in the 6th Ward drove an individual to my personal residence on April the 29th. She drove a man from Chicago.
What's your point, Councilman? No, not you. Councilman Pfeiffer, what rule has been breached?
About relevance, that's not relevant to.
Whoa, okay, everybody relax. Everybody stay. Excuse me, colleagues, everybody relax. If you don't have the floor, relax. Councilman Pfeiffer has the floor. Go ahead, Councilman Pfeiffer.
I don't think that's relevant.
Yeah, I ain't got nothing to do with 18.
So, Councilman Pfeiffer, the relevancy was in her answering what a camera can do and how dangerous a camera can be. I think she was responding to something a colleague stated earlier, Councilman Pfeiffer.
Pardon me, Ms.
Well, you may continue.
Oh, no, it's fine. I would definitely like to hear what Ms. Burns said. She pointed a finger at me. And she pointed an indicator, excuse me.
So, pardon me, ladies, please.
No, it's not please. I got the floor. She shouldn't be speaking.
Okay, go ahead. You have the floor.
And so, when someone brings a phone to your doorstep, where you and your family stay, where my child lays his head, some random man to my house, she drove the individual there with the phone out.
What they got to do with
One moment, stop the time. Councilwoman Ricardo, what rule has been breached?
Madam Chair, this is not germane to the resolution on the floor. So this is not germane.
Councilwoman Ricardo, it was brought up by our colleague about cameras and what harm they can cause. This is her rebutting something that was brought up.
Chamber. She can drive the car back for hours in the chamber.
Yes, ma'am. What rule has been breached?
speaking to my motive, she's not correct. I took that individual to Cyrus Park. You live across from Cyrus Park. I take this to the doorstep.
That is not so.
Okay, no, time out. We're not doing the back and forth. We're not doing the back and forth. I've already ruled that this line is germane. Please continue. Continue.
Thank you. And so as the councilwoman parked blocking my driveway and the gentleman came to my door with his camera out.
Please stop the time. What rule has been breached?
She keeps speaking to the motive 43.21. Not true. Did not block your driveway. There was a why you live across from Cyrus Park. You want to know why was you voting to give yourself money for Cyrus Park?
Okay, Councilwoman Burns.
We can clap all we want to, but this device brought up to your house where my family stay could be used as a weapon. So now my child is afraid to stay in that house because we have strangers coming up to the door with the camera in their hand on your personal property. I would never take any stranger or outsider to anyone's house. I would not do that. But as reflecting that we support this behavior that's taking place with this cell phone and it's all on Facebook, this was brought to my house. So as we take this device,
please stop the time. I would like to ask the audience to please be quiet. There is someone that has the floor. Please allow them to speak. Thank you.
So as we take these devices that are not just used to record the meeting, they're used to intimidate. They're used to disrupt these meetings. As we take these devices, we are putting them back in a set spot. So if you would like to use your device, we will have a designated media area for you and your device. Feel free to get the technology with the appropriate Zoom. So each and every individual that would like to record these meetings, they will be able to do so. And so with that being said, that is why I support that. This is why I'm speaking of the individual who was brought to my home by Councilwoman Burns. This is why when you bring someone to someone's home with ill intent to harass with the device,
that ain't got nothing to do with us.
A colleague, a city council colleague, we didn't receive a letter about that behavior. We didn't. No one's speaking up about that behavior. They're not. I guess it's okay. It is not okay for people to be harassed. It will never be okay for people to be harassed. And I will not stand for people being harassed with a phone, a device, or whatever mechanism they may choose to use for the harassment. But what I do know is that I'm in full support of creating that a special place for individuals that would like to utilize the media, a designated area for you, so you can utilize your freedom of press.
Even that little thing.
But blocking the aisles, being a fire hazard, being a health tripping hazard, it is not an option. So, thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion? Anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion? All right. Okay. Councilman, fight for first round.
No
like
water.
I said a month ago when this came out, this is, I don't know what a camera brought to your house has to do with a tripod. But this is just a hide. This is not to be transparent. So I will not be supporting it. Put a camera back here. Put a camera over here. Right? If you got something to hide, that's the only reason why you would vote for this.
Yeah, that's right.
Because now we're saying Paul can't have a camera here and videotape the speakers.
He got his
So now speakers, you're going to see the back of the head of someone that's publicly speaking.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
It's ridiculous.
He had to get out.
There is no tripod blocking the center. I just walked to the back, and I was able to free and clear walk.
That's right.
If you can't look to pick up your feet, to my knowledge, no one has fallen.
Over
No
poles,
one
towels.
has tripped over a tripod.
Request for information.
What is your request?
So are we looking for someone to fall in suit before we be proactive?
Councilman Piper,
We should have said it in the White House.
Now we want to be proactive about the safety of the city of Flint. How about we be proactive
About
and
the
not
water.
have City of Flint police bring you to city council meetings?
Would I need the police to bring me if people were not bringing strangers to my home, compromising their safety?
You know you can fight because you was going to fight him. So fight. No, you ain't scared.
Can we please stop yelling out over there? Thank you. Please stop yelling out.
I just think with all of the issues that this council has with council members taking money in the back door and everything else, we need to be as transparent as possible. So trying to hide things in the back of the room, to me, that is more of a issue than trying to hide what we're doing.
Yeah.
If you're so proud of what you're doing, and to me, the Ninth Ward was a canary in the coal mine. If you're not paying attention, you're on your way out the way you guys are voting.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
I don't care what you vote, or I don't care what you guys put this through. There's a new day coming, and I promise you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion? Anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion? All right, we'll move to the second round of discussion. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the second round of discussion? You have the floor, Councilwoman Burns.
She's perfect victim when she talks about these cameras. Let me be perfectly clear. The gentleman is a contractor. He wants to know why you voted to give yourself $75,000.
That's right.
The park was given $75,000 service park, and the house across the street had a blown off, tattered blue tarp. So the people that live in the house don't have to live in the park. That's right. That man to your house purposely. You voted to give yourself money and not putting it on your campaign finance. Wow. Did not. You know, you did not show it to it. Can you warn her? I'm talking. She needs to be quiet. Furthermore, you become the perfect victim. You were never called monthly. The Michigan State Police report where you were getting bribed, let's say you should pick up on your camera, said no one was going to rape you, that it wasn't true. You said that $20,000 was supposed to be returned. We found out tonight that was not true. They didn't return the penny. But you always know what the criminals are doing. That man is not going to harm you. He wants to talk to you. You can knock on the door. Y'all have sent plenty of them to my door and put an apple trap on my vehicle. So I'm not worried about cameras up here. You shouldn't be here. That camera ain't hurting y'all. Not hurting y'all at all. Then you shared stuff about my kid. You shared with that person who was a lunatic and called my daughter a monkey. Oh yeah. Stuff you do is egregious, and not to mention not truthful. My family had to come and check you because you've been lying. That's right. You are just, you're difficult, and you're not true. But having these cameras, not one person trip. This aisle is free. It's free of anything. But it's about y'all trying to not be seen. Yeah. You shouldn't have ran to be elected.
Now we're going to get better.
Simple as that. You're not a victim. You go after people. What's your parody page, by the way, that you claim is not yours? And yeah, here's a special investigator who knows. Yes, I did file a real claim because y'all have sent people to my house with a death threat. I'm not taking nobody ever threatened you. The Michigan State Police released that. It's on social media. You had no threat, period. No threat. You saw the report. You can read. You can read. So we talk about cameras here. Let the people have their camera. Let them have their sign.
Stand up, First Ward.
They don't agree with you because you think this public doesn't trust you, but you keep weaponizing the police against them. You can't walk up and down. You need to have a seat. It's not a rule that says grown people who live here got to sit down because they in these chambers. You're not your parent. Y'all need to stop putting them all back to one corner. It's too. You're too much. You're too much.
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Lewis, you have the floor.
Thank you. Call for the question.
All right, there is a call for the question for support. It's been called and supported.
Come on, First Ward. Stand up, First Ward.
Come
Roll
on.
call.
Come on, man. Come on. Come on. Talk up there. Come on, man.
Mr. Pfeiffer. Mr. Al.
Yes.
Ah, dang.
Lewis.
Yes.
It's okay.
Yes.
Mr. Priestley.
Yes.
Mr. Ricardo.
No.
Ms. Burns.
No.
Mr. Shad.
That's
Yes.
what
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no. The vote is 5 yes, 3 no. So we will now call for the question.
Rose Marrow, First Ward.
240181, designated geography area city council chambers to the council. Roll call. Mr. Lau.
Yes.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Mr. Carter.
No.
Ms. Burns.
No.
Mr. Shad. Yes. Mr. Pfeiffer.
I abstain because I want everybody to bring in their camera in the next meeting.
Back in the corner. So we can't even hold our phone.
2 no, 1 abstention. The vote is 5 yes, 2 no, 1 abstention. Resolution 240181, designated geography area city council chambers has been moved to council. Moving on to resolution 240182, reallocation ARPA funds
But
and
they didn't say
emergency water
that, but they
relief
missed
funds. Is
before
there a
us.
motion?
I really thought First Ward would have stood up. I thought he would have stood up.
There's a motion to move resolution 240182 to council. Is there support?
I thought he would have
It's been
stood
moved
up.
by Ms. Priestley, properly supported by Councilman in the first ward. Is there discussion in the first round?
That's what happened.
Is there discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman Burns, you have the floor.
you can speak to this.
That's why the recall is
I can't wait till the recalls.
Okay, who in the administration can speak to this?
Is there anyone present in the administration who can speak to this particular resolution? This is the reallocation of ARPA funds for emergency water relief funds. Is there someone that is able to step forward and speak?
Yeah, this is 30 seconds of our time.
Right.
Okay, now here, where's Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, can you come forward, please?
Is there someone available?
Man, they don't want to hold this. I mean, my God.
I believe we have 2 people that are coming forward to
Mr.
speak
Moore,
to
can you
this.
tell me exactly what this is and what this is for?
I'm not sure I'm the right person to talk about this.
It's on the step. Yes, you gotta talk.
Yeah.
Flint getting red.
I need one of these jobs where I ain't never gonna know what's going on.
Excuse me, please pause our time. Can you speak into your mic, please?
The intention was to make it so that, if the alternative for the.
Excuse me, I can't hear Commissioner Priestley is talking.
Can you all please? Go ahead.
The idea behind this was to provide an alternative place tax liens for delinquent utility bills.
Say that, Mr. Priestley.
Somebody go get the mayor.
This was provide an alternative to placing delinquent utility bills on the tax roll. This is a mechanism to help solve some of those problems.
Okay, so is this got something to do with the 9,000 plus things in here? Why are you the chief financial officer if you can't answer the question? That's disturbing to me. You're not answer questions to council. You're supposed to answer questions to council. I understand that.
I wasn't involved in the design of how this money is going to be spent, so I'm not really the person that answers those questions.
Okay, so you weren't involved. So who was involved? I'm asking Mr. Wayne Taylor, please. Thank you. Honestly don't know. So the chief financial officer does not know who was involved. And so is this dealing with, did you say this is with the 9,000 liens? Mr. Moore? That is correct. Okay. So Mr. Taylor, can you please shed some light on this, sir?
I can shed, yeah.
Thank you.
I can shed a little light. It's not dim, but it's bright. It's a little light. Basically, as Mr. Moore stated, this is to make an attempt to help those folks that had those water bills, water bills sent out talking about placing liens on their property. Everybody knows that it's a difficult time, right now, paying water bills. Our system, which was made up of the water infrastructure, was made up of to serve 250,000 people. But presently, we only have about 80,000. And 85% of our water customers is basically the ones that consistently pay the bills. Right now, the city of Flint owes somewhere in the area about $10 million in unpaid water bills. A large portion of this amount is owed by about 4,100 inactive water accounts.
Mr. Taylor,
yeah.
In the funds that was available, I think 35 million, did we seek help from that? Have we applied for any help other than us taking ARPA funds?
Yeah, are you talking about what was mentioned at the council meeting a couple weeks ago?
Yeah.
I do know that there has been some talk. I don't know if anything has been applied, so I can't tell you that. But I do know, yes, after that statement was made, there was some talk to see if those funds were available. And if they were available, they were going to apply for them. Yes, I do.
Okay, if we could get some information on that. We're kind of like in the back part of it. But when we have 9,000 people, that means, it's going to go over to the county. That means we'll have 9,000 people who may be homeless. And we already have a high homeless population. So,
if I'm not mistaken, the shutoffs.
That's my time. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in this round? Councilman Pfeiffer, you have the floor.
Of those, Mr. Moore, of those 9,000 liens that were liens that went out?
They have not been applied yet, but this is an alternative to that.
So, how many dollars, what's the dollar value of those 9,000?
I haven't seen numbers for that. We normally calculate that when we get to a final number just before the deadline. I don't have it yet.
Are we talking $1 million, $2 million, $3 million, $4 million? Do you know?
I don't know.
So, of that, who is, of those 9,000 that went out, who is going to benefit from this $250,000? Actually, it's not even $250,000 because we're saying basically $45,000 for the contingency and administration. So, of the $200,000, who's going to benefit from those 9,000? How are we going to prioritize those 9,000?
I wasn't in the room when this was.
Madam Chair, putting you to Ms. Sparks Green.
Ms. Sparks Green, will you please join us?
I see why they want the camera in the back.
Is that
Ms. Sparks Green, your name is all over this. Well, how is this program going to be administered? And who is of those 9,000? Obviously, those 9,000, all 9,000 are in the community. So how are we going to prioritize $200,000?
As of now, the mayor has made a decision to not place any property limits on any of those won't be happening, or when I say active.
So there's no more liens. We don't need to pay our water bill anymore, right?
Because there's still a lot of people behind on the water bill. But until we figure out the system, because like you said, we went back a lot of times, way back.
So you want us to approve this before we know?
There are still people struggling with water bills that have emergency shelters.
I understand that, and I approved the $300 water credit to get everybody through there. Some of my colleagues call it welfare, that I'm assuming they're going to support this. So how? I don't understand. How are we going to prioritize? Because of those 9,000, I have to imagine the majority of them face jobs.
Yes.
So
there's a lot of people that cannot afford to pay their
so of those 9,000, doing the math, 9,000 into 200,000 is what? $20? $200 for those 9,000?
All 9,000.
That's $20.
Shut off. The mathematics. Or not in the process of getting removed from their home or getting a lien put on their home.
Okay,
But there are some.
They're not going to do the liens, then I'm past that. I'm asking how.
But there are still some people who are in more than 3 months behind on their water bill that get shut off notices anyway. So you can't live in a house without water. So yeah, so those are emergency shut off notices that we would like to try to help the residents as well.
But how are we going to ask for pay statements, or how are we going to administer this program to develop this $200,000?
Monica, who's over the water department, is going to make those decisions. Well, I don't know how she'll bring them to you all, but that's who they cover all of the complaints or the issues with
So
water.
are we going to issue, not to cut you off, but I'm limited on time, are we going to issue a full payment, just the back payment? Are we going to give them $100? Are we going to give them $300? Are we going to erase their bill and 10 people are going to benefit from this?
I don't know those details. I'm sorry.
Okay. I would like to know what this plan is. I think it's just throwing money and not having a plan and being a talking point that we're trying to help people, but until we come up with a plan and people sort of reach out to the Rhonda.
Yeah, I'm not sure how they would do it because Rhonda is over
Is
the
there a
process.
form to fill out?
But I know we get a lot of people coming in every day that have emergency issues with water. And so those people.
So you're saying that if you don't pay your water bill in 3 months, you get shut off?
If you're 3 months behind in your water
That
bill,
is a false statement, because I pay once a quarter and I don't get shut off.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Is there anyone else? Ms. Barcelona, please stay, because I know they have more questions for you. Is there anyone else who wishes to address this discussion item?
Yes.
6 and 8 has spoken already. Okay, Councilwoman Carter.
Okay, my question.
They getting caught lying.
See, now this is a prime example of we should have taken care of the residents. The late Councilman Mays put a motion on the floor during the time that they gave out that $300 water credit, and which, in my opinion, was a campaign ploy. He put a motion on the floor to raise that $300 to $1,000, and my colleagues voted it down. We could have helped residents with their water bills. Okay? Then he turned around, and I supported it. He turned around and he put a motion on the floor. Okay, we're not going to do 300, let's do 600. And it got voted down. The water mains, we could have stopped the water mains early on. We should have put money towards these water bills early on to stop the high water bill. So, now how are we going to take this $250,000 and go through and help people? Because everybody should be able to be helped. Those who have the 3-month past due water bills.
Okay, I don't know.
And the high water bills. I had a resident and a constituent in my ward. Their water bill was $5,000. Their water was turned off. They've been living with no water for months. And I told them, I said, all you need to do is pay 10% of your past due and your current water bill. And they were able to get their water turned back on. But why are we letting our people go so long with water bills, past due water bills, and trying to help them? I mean, we shouldn't even get to this point to even try to help them. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, well, back when the water crisis hit, they didn't have to pay the water bills all the way up to the night, so pretty much. So, because of the services that we had, now with the $300 credit that we had gave, that the mayor had, or the administration had given everybody, that reduced the liens from $7,000 down to $4,000. So that, whatever the help is with the finances, it does help to reduce. It's reduced 3,000 people on the line.
So do we know how many people? You said, did you say 3,000?
That was a $300 deal reduced.
Oh, okay.
From 7,000 down to 4,000. So I don't know what this particular plan is, but I'm sure it's going to reduce.
Mr. Moore, do you know how many?
No, I don't.
Mr. Moore, I'm sorry. You knew this resolution was coming to council today. How come you didn't study up on this resolution? You're the chief financial officer. We have questions and you don't know. I'm concerned. Do we know how many water liens went out?
Approximately 8,000 letters went out.
Okay, from that 8,000, do you know how much money is needed to help the people?
That's like almost 10%. Out of 9,000 accounts, 4,067 of them were inactive accounts. And there's like so many of them, 126 of those were commercial accounts that have been inactive. So that, put a strain on the water infrastructure. So by helping this out, we're kind of, continue down payment of is a major threat to our financial stability of the water system. And so that's what trying to help people pay their water bills is trying to create a sustainable water system.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to this discussion item?
Yes.
Councilman Murphy.
So, from my understanding, we were $27 million in uncollectibles and unpaid water bills. $27 million. So, that's for people that have water on that's probably past due, and the total of $27 million, because I had a conversation with a miner about this. And then you got about 10 million in uncollectible and inactive accounts.
Yes.
So with those two numbers right there, that's concerning. what would this $250,000 put a dent in when it comes down to helping those 9,000 that sent letters? Is the 9,000 part of this 27? Is it going to pay all of it or a portion of it? I'm not sure you guys are. We got enough data today to vote on this tonight. My other concern is that what happened to those residents who've been consistently paying? Because here they are, been paying, they get no reward. So that concerns me too. And there have been people dedicated to paying their water bill regardless. They wash their body with it, they wash their dishes with it, they wash clothes, they probably wash their car, they water their grass. So whether they drink the water, they still utilizing the water for other things. And another one of my concerns is that if we keep bailing people out, will they ever does this agreement make them have to keep their water bill up moving forward? Because it makes no sense to just bail somebody out and then they never plan on paying. Because sometimes when residents who have came to me in the 3rd Ward about their water bill, and when I call the water department, I say, can you could you give me a payment history? There's some people who ain't paid in 2 years. So I'm saying you utilizing water, but you won't even pay $25 a month, pay $5 and $10 a month on your water bill. And it's unfortunate for the ones that's consistently paying. So I got mixed emotions, mixed feelings about this. On one hand, I do want to see people not getting liens put on their house. But then on the other hand, what about those who have been consistently paying?
I know that the inactive accounts, they're going to have to make payment arrangements by a certain date in order to, by May 24th, in order to keep their water services and keep liens from coming on their house in the future. So the exact idea of the plans I don't have, and I apologize. But I know that before, when we did the $300 credit to everybody, it reduced the liens from 7,000 down to 4,000.
And just to say this, and a lot of people, they don't even come in to question their water bill. They just let it grow and they grow and they grow, and then next thing you know, it's $4,000 or $5,000. I get those same calls too. And guess what? Once I find out what's going on, I usually go over to mine and I say, hey, look, what can we do? What can you do to have them pay a certain amount so their water won't be cut off? And that's what she said. She said, Ed, bring it in $100 like Ms. Winfrey said, and then pay so much of your bill every month. Now, I'm getting off the subject because I got to.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to be heard this time? Councilwoman.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Taylor.
I'm just going to say, I'm getting off the subject because I got to. But I got to say this since I'm up here. You all normally know I don't even be up here. But my mother's 92 years old. She retired. She's been retired since 1987. My dad died at 82 years old, which is 14 years ago. My mother's water bill is on time. Okay? It's on time. At 92 years old. So the point that I'm trying to say is this, is that all you have to do is take some initiative and don't expect for somebody else to do something for you all the time. That's what you gotta do. If you call the water department every morning, there's 20 or 30 people out What you here for? What you here for? I got a water leak. I just got a $30-something water leak off somebody's house. You want to know why? Because it was the wrong one. It's very simple. Very simple. That's all you got to do is just take the time and follow up on it. It's just like a car note. If you don't pay the car note, they're going to come take it. But if you call them and say, hey, I got a problem, can you guys keep a payment this month? 90% of the time, they're going to tell you can't. So, that's it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Taylor. So I have another question. And so the question is, so do the residents match the money? So in terms of the $250,000, will it be a match? So
I'm not sure, but I know that they will be required to make payment arrangements. So I'm not sure how much of a match that will be or anything. But for example, like Ed said, I've got a lien put on mine because I bought my house and the people before me had like $2,000 water bill. But because I had my title that said they were responsible for it, all I had to do was show that. So a lot of people are buying houses on quick deeds or quick claims and things like that. If you bought your house on quick claims, you don't have a title company that reviewed your process, then you don't know if you had a water lien on there. And so some of that could come from how you purchased your house.
okay,
So I bought a house. I bought a house from somebody. I'm not going to say who. But I bought a house. No. I bought a house. Okay? And when I bought it, I got my taxes for the next year. My taxes was $20-some dollars. And I said, no, I can't be out of not at this house. So I come down and check. I got a water lien on my house that I purchased from somebody else that owed. Like I said, I'm not going to say who. But, so I know how they
Say the name.
Okay? I don't have to say it.
Okay, so what we're trying to say is that there are several reasons why some people have
I can't really hear you.
Okay. What we're trying to say is that there are several reasons why people are getting liens on their house for water bills, and it could be not a fault of their own, but they need to check their deed, how they purchased their house.
I'm here on that. I got it. So I'm at the point where we're talking about the $250,000.
Yeah.
How that's being allocated.
I don't know that yet. So I know that the people who they will be required to make a payment arrangement. So that I don't know if it's a 50-50 match. I don't know what the match will be, but they will be required to make payment arrangements.
Okay. Because we set aside money for water affordability through the ARPA funding, and it was for $250,000. So fleshing out what this looks like is very important, especially bringing up the fact that we have people that pay their bills, people that pawn stuff, sell stuff, whatever they have to do to pay that bill. And so we want to make sure that it's fair. And you know, we had an opportunity because we had colleagues on this body take advantage of the $25,000 MISHDA grant that paid for water bills and that also paid for taxes. Okay, so that's important because there was resources out there. And so, I mean, honestly, we sit on this body, we took some more money. We took the residents' scalp. That's $25,000 that could with people. And so that's something we have to be cognizant of because the kids didn't want to help people who were not interested in hearing about the rollout of the $250,000. You know, because that's okay. So we know that $300,000, that $300 went to everyone, and so that was a balance, and that was a fair way to compensate everyone as far as our money. But thank you for that.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak during the first round of discussion? So far, 6, 8, 5, 3, and 2 have spoken. At least 4, 1, and 7. Is there anyone else who would like to speak during this round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Okay, Councilwoman Beasley, you have the floor.
You know, I mean, this didn't come already other than they get showed up here this morning, this afternoon. So that's why we have so many questions about it. And, I mean, this will help some residents, but we actually were very deliberate in promoting the RAP program, which is run out of funds. I don't know how many of our residents took advantage of that. We also had the MISHDA had a MIHAP program, which we also brought forward. The fact of the matter is that we are owed a ton of water in water bills. Water and sewer. I don't care if you don't drink water, you use the toilet.
We just charge for the toilet.
You know, and you use water to flush the toilet.
No, really?
So that is part of the cost. And we have to pay for this stuff. So anyways, I just wanted to call that attention that we didn't hear about this until it appeared. I don't know what time we got the amendment active. And so we didn't get a chance to really review it. And I can understand the confusion, the questions and all that. And I don't think anybody's directing it specifically at any one person. It's just that we don't know about it.
Yeah.
And it doesn't know, I mean, it doesn't seem like it's all that well thought out yet. So
it may be, but I just don't know the plan.
Right. There's nobody here who knows about the program now.
Yeah.
So to send it up to council without that, I'm going to make a, if it's okay with my colleagues, I'm going to make a motion to send this back to finance, and I support.
It's been moved to send this resolution back to finance. This is resolution 240182, reallocation of ARPA funds for emergency water relief funds. It's been moved to send it back to finance by our colleague in the fourth ward. Is there support? I'll take this one for proper support. It's been moved by the fourth ward, properly supported by the fifth ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
Priestley? Yes.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 1 no. Resolution 240182, reallocation of ARPA funds, emergency water relief funds, has been moved to finance. We are now on to resolution 240166. Councilman Pfeiffer, I believe you said there was a request for this. There is a motion on the floor to postpone this indefinitely. It has been supported by the councilwoman in the fourth ward. Any discussion? Any discussion in the first round? Any discussion in the second round? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Why you guys postpone
The clerk asked for it. Roll call, Madam Clerk. Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Mr. Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Jack? Yes. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Oliver?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Yes, 0, no. The vote is 8 yes, 0, no. That appointment 240166 has been postponed indefinitely. Moving on to 240177, Appointments Economic Development Corporation Board of Directors, Priestley. Is there a motion on the floor?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Lewis, you have a motion.
Yeah, I'm on this and the resolution to the council.
There has been a motion to send this resolution to council. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported by the councilman in the first ward. Is there anyone who would like the floor for discussion? Councilwoman in the second ward, you have the floor.
Oh, my goodness.
There's been a call for the question by the councilwoman in the second ward. Is there support? It's been properly supported by the councilwoman in the fourth ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
I abstain because we should always have at least one round of discussion.
I abstain. I agree with Councilwoman Carter. There should be discussion, but she should not be appointed.
That's right.
Yes.
I abstain because every appointment should have a resume. There's no resume.
Yes.
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 0 no, 3 abstentions. Resolution 240177, appointment Economic Development Corporation Board of Directors Judy Priestley has been moved to council.
Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, that was the other question. You are right. I'm sorry. Roll call.
Wow. So we can get it moved.
No. Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Shaw?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
I abstain because Judy Priestley is the last person that is qualified to be on that board.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Yes.
Vote 5 yes, 2 no, 1 abstention.
The vote is 5 yes, 2 no, 1 abstention. Resolution 240177, appointment Economic Development Corporation Board of Directors Judy Priestley has been moved to council. Moving on to Resolution 240167, which is an amendment of the Emergency Ordinance Chapter 4 is Air Pollution Control, Section 4-13, open burning. Is there a motion on the floor?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Priestley.
I make a motion.
She can get removed too.
168 to council. I'm going to skip 167 for the moment to because it follows the emergency.
Got it. So we are on resolution 240168 instead of 167. And there has been a motion to move 240168 to council by Councilwoman Priestley. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported by the councilman in the first ward. Is there discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Priestley, you have the floor.
Yes, I'm bringing forward this resolution to allow fire pits within the city of Flint. Before I brought this, before I started even researching, I talked to the chief of the fire department, and I asked him his opinion, and he's 100% behind this, and so this will allow residents to use seasoned firewood in an above or in-ground fire pit in a non-flammable receptacle. And people are already having bonfires, and we're sending out fire department to put them out. It's not a bonfire, excuse me, it's a fire pit. Okay, and it allows seasoned firewood and anything that is an LP gas type fire. It does not allow the burning of leaves or brush or garbage or anything, just seasoned firewood inside your fire pit. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor to have discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Burns.
Is the fire chief here?
Is there someone here on behalf of the fire department at all?
Okay, so before we do this,
Councilmember, you may be able to answer some of your questions.
you probably can't because you're not the fire chief. No.
Well, that is a point of information.
What's your request for information?
The city attorney and I worked along with the chief to develop this resolution. So he is aware of the chief's opinion on this resolution. And is
Again, I want to speak to the fire chief. So I know who the fire chief is. I want to hear from him. Not the city attorney. He's the one who is licensed, who has certifications, who actually fights fire. I want to hear from him. It's a reasonable expectation to to have a department head here, and I didn't need your interference. So, Attorney Kim, I would like the fire chief here, because seriously, this is not just legal. This is a part that's also
liability.
Burning, say strong wind, the close proximity that Flint houses are when we have a fire pit. So it's not just that part. So I'm well aware of that. So I wish he had been here for this evening. You know, I would actually maybe to send this back. These homes in Flint are so close that if a fire pit gets out of control, and they have, you're likely to burn down a structure next to you or a garage. And everyone doesn't understand the particulars which you can and cannot burn. Some people put everything in the pit to burn. They don't understand. And so there's education, educating the public as to what you can burn, how to burn. Now, burning now, if you live in the country, you can burn wherever you want to. So, and you can burn freely. And that's a common thing. Even if we go back to when these homes were built, how serious this was, homes had an incinerator. The incinerator was in their furnace, so it could be contained, because the homes are again, close in proximity. And so the incinerator was hooked to the furnace. You would put your trash or whatever you want to burn, you would put it in there. People don't understand that. We don't get people burning everything. Right now, we got little pyromaniac arsonists running around here with gasoline and matches for everything. So I would like to speak to, again, the fire chief, because the weather conditions make a difference, and people don't understand. It's not like we're going to like a lake and we're going to get some wood and burn it, you know, and it's just not that. We know our residents, some may take advantage, and we have to educate them. And we don't have money necessarily to educate them on how to burn and what to burn. We just don't. So I would like to see the fire chief here to answer, because that is his area of expertise. That's what he is hired for. We are city council. We are not a fire department. That's right. So I want to wait for the fire chief, whereas I am comfortable to give to him. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this Councilman Piper?
I'm not opposed to this. And I'll let me put an asterisk by that. I'm not opposed to the emergency one to see how it goes. To do this as a permanent thing, because if we run into a dry season, and then 15 feet of dead grass will grow in a half a second. So I think that there should be asterisks on this in general, that when we run through dry seasons or anything else, and I don't think that the fire chief has the ability, so through you, Madam Chair, to the city attorney, if we run into the dry season and we run into a drought, the fire chief does not have the ability to overturn or to suspend this ordinance in this language. Is that a correct statement?
No, that's not correct. The ordinance itself explicitly provides the fire chief with rulemaking authority.
Where am I reading that in?
Paragraph C.
It says to promulgate rules and regulations. I would say that would be to define more of what a fire pit is. I don't think that to suspend the entire ordinance. Where does it say that he has to put rules and regulations? It doesn't say that suspend the ordinance.
When you provide rulemaking authority, you give in this case, the fire chief the authority to develop rules on how the whole system will be implemented. And in this situation here, like the situations you're talking about where there might be excessively dry season that raises the risk of fire, he would be able to promulgate rules and regulations that would essentially allow him to issue no burning orders if the situation is so warranted. That goes along with just having rulemaking.
Yeah, I'd like to have I will support the emergency one to try it out, but the long-term one, I think, may need some more discussion and some more verbiage on the permanent ordinance.
If I could, Councilman?
Sure.
The reason why we did this as an emergency ordinance and as a regular ordinance is because the regular ordinance procedure requires the first reading, public hearing be held, and then the second reading and enactment. The concern or his thought was is to try to get an emergency ordinance in place so that the Memorial Day weekend there would be a structure there in place for that. The council, once the emergency ordinance is enacted, it's by charter limited to only 60 days in length. So the council would have essentially another 2 months to look at this issue and determine if you want to add additional provisions and then be by the ordinance as advises.
But this ordinance, through you, Madam Chair, to the clerk, don't our resolutions normally say to set a date?
Now, the ordinances, generally, it just depends on what the type is, and that's what I base the publication on. So for these, they would have the standard, which would be 5 days notice for publication before we have a public hearing. So,
when would the public hearing be? If this is approved tonight, when would the public hearing be?
if you acknowledge the first reading tonight, I could schedule it as the next council meeting. But, if you wanted to hold off on it longer, but yeah, I can publish it as early as 5 days notice after it's acknowledged the first reading. So it could technically be on the next council or second reading and enactment.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to this discussion in the first round? 4, 6, and 8 have spoken so far. Councilman Murphy.
I support this ordinance. I support the emergency for 60 days. I don't think it's going to hurt us to do 60 days. Then that'll give us enough time to look at the ordinance if we want to make it permanent or work on it a little bit. I know you reached out to me about this to see what my thoughts were. I ain't against people being able to have the small bonfires in their yard. And like you say, the Memorial Day weekend is coming up. Juneteenth coming up. People may want to do good things with their family. So I support this. I'm ready to vote.
Speaking of mic.
Speaking of that. Are you done, Mr. Murphy? Yeah. Okay. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this ordinance in the first round?
All right. I'll go ahead. Thank you.
Councilwoman Lewis.
All right. And so, thank you, Mr. President, for bringing this up. It's time for us to redo a lot of our ordinances to focus on what's important. And that's part of our job, ordinances and budgets. And so we must make sure that we update a lot of these outdated ordinances. I mean, we can act like we're not doing it, but people, they are having these fire pits. They are doing it. And a lot of people, they're doing it the right way. So it's time for us to make amendments to the ordinances and adjust accordingly. Now, it's very clear. It states treated wood. Now, you can't go and get your neighbor's picket fencing used for your pit. You must have treated wood. It's very clear what we should have. Just like I heard a colleague say that, talk about people not knowing how and we can educate. Yes, we can. Last June, we educated several hundred residents that came out for fire safety training to learn how to properly use a fire extinguisher. So if we can
Pardon me,
educate.
colleagues, can you keep it down?
So if we can educate residents on fire safety and give them the appropriate training on how to use a fire extinguisher, we can gather those same interested residents that are interested in having a safe bonfire, and we can educate those individuals as well. It costs nothing to educate. And so a lot of us that have community meetings and that attend community meetings, this could be the landscape that we can provide that education. But it's time for Flint to stop being antiquated and move forward with the time. People, they are redoing their backyards, they're making lovely fire pits, and if they're gonna follow the law and have a good time in their backyard, there's no need to stop them. So let's go ahead and see about it. I'm in favor. So let's see if we can provide that education. One thing I don't like doing, let's not talk about what we can't do. Let's talk about what we can do. And what we can do is provide a level of education. And so our firefighters, they took part in this fire safety training. So this could be an extension of the fire safety training. So I'm very happy to have an opportunity to educate our residents so we can have a safe and fun summer. Thank you. And hold on. And while I'm at it, let's call the question. Wow.
Let it finish up the round.
There's been a call for the question. Is there support? This dies for lack of a second. Is there anybody else who would like to speak in the first round? 4683 to have spoken. 4683 to have spoken. Is there anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Winfrey Carter.
The fire chief, he still has not made it in.
Yeah. That's what I said.
Point of order.
Yes.
Is it 3 minutes for the second round?
We're still in the first round.
Oh, it's first?
Yes,
Oh, God.
Okay,
She ain't listening.
I can go with the emergency ordinance on this.
She ain't listening.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to have a discussion in the first round? 4683 and 2 have spoken. Anyone else? If not, with that said, I will take my time. So, anytime that it comes to fire safety, I just want us to be clear that the proper education, proper planning, and all of that is important. I do agree with my colleagues that we have had an uptick of fires. A lot of them have been purposeful, and the last thing that I want to do willingly is to add accidental to purposeful. So I have a lot of pause about this particular ordinance just going through without us at least doing a trial run. I cannot support us just passing an ordinance and we not see how this goes, because people lose families in fires, and that is something that is absolutely damaging that you never get over. And so to just jump into an ordinance and say, yes, let's do this, and we don't have enough training and safety education, and people not being clear on the rules, because you know there will be some trial and error as far as those people who are setting fires, they might not have treated wood. There's a lot to be desired as far as the fire department and what the plans are for this. They are already stretched thin, again, with purposeful fires. And so now we're adding the chance of accidental fires. Ms. Priestley and City Attorney, I know you both said you work very closely with the fire chief on that. Can you please discuss if there is a possible plan in place for what happens, how the proper education is going to go out to the community? Because oftentimes with city government, the residents are not properly educated as to how things should go. So do we have a proper education plan in place when we talk about making something like this permanent? So either one of you can answer that question.
Unfortunately, I don't know the specifics of the communication plan to roll out either the emergency or permanent emergency ordinance. I would imagine that the fire chief would take, and the fire department would take the lead in making sure the community understood what the requirements were, what still is prohibited and what was allowed. They would work with the usual staff to make sure that gets publicized as widely as possible.
Okay, so what it sounds like is we're not ready to make something like this permanent. I mean, a trial plan, I'm already kind of weary to say yes to again, because having been through something where you lose a family member, you're never going to get them back. And so you can't just roll something out like this and there's not proper education, proper instruction. You can't just make it a law, in my opinion. And so while I cannot readily support this one, I'm with my other colleagues of just kind of doing a trial run. And with that trial run, though, my addendum to that is I would like to see a proper education roll out for that as well. As my colleague pointed out, I do participate in a lot of fire safety education, and so for me, it would be careless and callous to make something a law without that education also involved in this. With that said, we're moving to the second round of discussion. You have the full Councilman.
Yeah. Like I said, I will support the emergency one. I will not support the full one yet, because even the 60 days, I want to know how many times the fire department was deployed out to one of these homes. To my colleague in the 7th Ward, are we putting out mailers? Is it just going to be people that are Facebook engaged that are going to know safety? Like, are we going to have safety orientation at fire stations? I think that there's more. I understand it's a, simply, even a gas one is sold at Home Depot. It's pretty self-explanatory. And those ones don't necessarily worry me, but it's the burning of wood. My colleague in the 2nd Ward said burning trees. Well, you don't burn trees. You burn seasoned.
That's right.
So that's the education that we need to have. Even the colleague in the 2nd Ward got it wrong. You don't burn treated wood. That's toxic.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of education that needs to happen, and I'm all for the emergency one so that we can gather some data, but I think we need to have more conversations on the permanent one. And with more conversations and a plan in place, I would certainly support that one as well. Without the fire chief here to outline that plan, I'm going to vote no, or something my colleagues want to move to that back to the legislative. I so move.
The motion has been moved to move resolution 240168, amendment ordinance chapter 4, air pollution control section 4-13, open burning, back to legislative, and it has been moved by Councilman Piper, properly supported by Councilwoman Burns. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Dad?
Yes.
Mr. Piper?
Yes.
Mr. Allen?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Lindsey Carter?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. Resolution 240168, amendment ordinance chapter 4, air pollution control section 4-13, open burning, has been moved back to legislative. Now going back to 40167, which is the amendment emergency ordinance for chapter 4, air pollution control section 4-13, open burning. Is there a resolution? Is there a motion? There's been a motion by Councilman Pfeiffer to send to council. It has been supported by Councilwoman Priestley. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Burns.
I'm going to abstain from this. I like fire pits. They're nice to sit around. But I do know in my ward, and everybody's just not going to burn, the correct wood. And as Councilman Pfeiffer noted, Councilwoman, the second word said treated wood, it has to be seasoned wood. And so, and so I think, was it tree wood? Or Councilman Pfeiffer said, see. Yeah, and so, and that's the part. But I would have liked to have seen someone from the fire department here. I mean, like a battalion chief, the deputy fire chief. Do we have a deputy fire chief? Mr. Taylor. Madam Chair, to Mr. Taylor. Is he back?
Mr. Taylor, are you back? Oh, he's back. Can you join us at the lectern or just simply nod your head? Yes,
no, I need him at the lectern.
Will you join us at the lectern?
Thank you. Mr. Taylor knows everything. I can give one answer to my person. And he's a straight shooter. Mr. Taylor, I do support this, but I would like to, I know Chief Williams is out because of whatever his, his private reasons. If we have someone, like if they're not here to have someone, a battalion chief, or do we have a deputy fire chief now?
We have, we call him deputy chief, but he's really a battalion chief. They actually have a posting out now for a deputy chief.
Okay. Yeah. Because when we got things like this, because there was a fire on my street. That house burnt down because of the wind. The house next door to it burnt down. Yeah. The house on the other side of it, it burned up, and the people didn't have insurance. And it's a family of 5. And they both work because insurance wasn't available. So half of their home is charred. So that's 3 structures. Then right behind them, and their garage is caught on fire because of the wind. And then the neighbors on the back street, their garage is caught on fire. So a fire can change however those winds are blowing. That wind was blowing to the east, and you had 5 residential addresses. And we are 11 people short with a strained fire department. I mean, I think we have 11 in training. Let me see, during our budget hearings. We have 11 firefighters in training, and the department is short. And I don't want to put people out here for a out of control, fire pit. And sometimes it can be, it's education. But if that wind is blowing, we have become a seasoned wood, treated wood. My thing for fire equipment, I go up north, we stop at the gas stations or the little places, and you get a pack of wood, But people don't know that. I mean, some people were saying, their old picket fence. Well, some people don't do that. Some people don't burn their old mail. People gonna put whatever I can just burn it. That's don't matter. So you do have a person that's out, and it is out for that job. I would have liked to have spoken to someone from the fire department, because then we would understand their strain. We do know people are going to start calling in because of this ordinance, because people will see smoke and the homes are very close. That smoke is time that your windows are going to be open. They're going to be doing unnecessary calls. That's just going to happen. And I just, at this time, I would like to have spoken to a chief, deputy fire chief, or a battalion chief, because we really need to know what is their strain on their department. If we got 11 people in training right now, we know that they're still strained, and that was given to us at the budget hearings, that they're not ready to be on the rigs to fight fires. And last night, I kept hearing the trucks going, and hearing Flint Township. I mean, you hear, where I live, you hear Flint, and then you hear Flint Township. And our firefighters are busy. Someone put on Sloan, I think Mr. Clark, Sloan in Forest Hill, someone 2-3 nights ago lit a house on fire. And you smell it. You open up the windows, you smell the smoke. And they're tired. And so I just wish we had this needs, I think, more discussion.
I'll make sure that we have somebody here from the fire department.
For council.
Yeah.
Could you please join in so we can ask questions I do have questions. I like having the fire pits, but I don't want to put a strain on our firefighters right now. We don't have to. Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
And they can be dangerous.
Yeah.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in the second round of discussion? This is the first round of discussion. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in the first round of discussion? Okay. Seeing as how there's no one, is there anyone who would like to speak in the second round of discussion? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Alvin?
Yes.
Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy? Yes. Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
I understand to council so we do get the fire chief, battalion chief, that Mr. Taylor frowns.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no, 1 abstention.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no, 1 abstention. That resolution 240167, amendment emergency ordinance chapter 4, air pollution control, section 4-13, open burning, has been to council.
Motion to adjourn.
There is a motion to adjourn and there is support. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch you.
Absolutely. Ms. Priestley made the motion. Mr. Pfeiffer supported it.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Alvin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Alvin? Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Michelle?
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. It's 8:40 p.m. on Monday, May 13th, 2024. This Special Affairs Committee meeting is now adjourned.
Yeah, the rules.
If I could have everyone's attention briefly, if you have not filled out, excuse me, again, we have to have speaker slip for every meeting. If you filled out one for special affairs and check those boxes, you don't have to fill out again. But if you wish to speak in this meeting and haven't filled out a slip, you will have to do so now, or we'll collect it before the meeting starts.
Oh yeah, no, it's all. I'm sleeping, I'm ready to go
Hey, I've been doing it.
Yeah, they say that those apply to the council members. Hey, Aria. How you doing?
know you got serious look on your face, so you get done. I know you're on a mission. Let's do your mission. So I gotta celebrate Mother's Day and
no, because he prayed.
Okay, I'm listening. Okay. You okay?
Tired? Don't know petrol films.
Oh yeah, y'all gotta go to the bathroom.
I think you're cool now. I think you're cool.
I don't go off. I beat their energy. I don't go off. I just meet their energy.
You still on?
It's still on. Right. I don't go off on them. I meet their energy. If they don't act up, I don't act up. Anybody come at me the wrong way, I'll go on.
Our families go way back here. West Virginia. Well, you know, Jay moved that was probably North Carolina. Yeah. She's having a good time. She's enjoying it. She's doing, my mama, she said she's like, y'all been there all these years, and now she's down there, and she's down there with Boogie.
We started getting a few signatures already. Beverly Beach getting signatures.
I don't live in your board. That's
okay, thank you. So you got Rose Morrow got petitions in her hand now. I gave her some petitions the other day. I may have had 100 copies made of it.
You have to live in your ward, right?
Not to collect signatures, you know.
You know?
If you got my phone, take down my phone number. If you know anybody or anybody that live in the second ward that wants to sign it, contact us.
Because I got a couple friends.
Or Beverly or any of us.
Because I have a couple of friends that's on your side.
Okay, got you. Okay, good.
And
we gotta get her. She good. We just gotta get her going.
Liddell.
Yes.
Liddell. They call Liddell.
Liddell. She need to go. We gotta keep her. She's trying to get on that board too. Liddell.
Oh, okay. On the economic development board. Okay. Oh, wow. How do they get on there?
They got the 5 votes to get them on there. First Laura got to get on Leon and tell Leon not to vote for them.
What you think about Leon? I tried to talk to her. That's my councilwoman.
Well, Judy.
Juju. Yes. I tried to holler at her. She didn't want to speak to me. I need to go over here and start talking to her again. I'm always trying to talk to her. She ignored me. Because you know I know the real deal.
Yeah, and you live in our ward.
And I be around with them all the time. Just like I be going out to the Hispanic Center and I see all that stuff down there. And I told Asa, I said, yeah, Asa, that's where I want to. They done stacked it back inside the building.
Right.
They all got the structures inside. So I know they did. They just don't want to be there.
I don't. Okay, God bless you too. Thank you, dear. Yeah, but just reach out to us because we'll go get some signatures.
Okay, man.
I'm going to pick. I promise. They moved over because I had her in there.
I know. As I guess.
They don't have
Look, he happy. He got all the little snack bags.
He was throwing out Kramer's game all the time.
He running.
How's it going? You all right there? Get up. I'm all right. I'm doing good. Have you down here? How you been? I've been okay. Tired. I'm sleeping. No, this is Mickey's 810 news meeting. And Mickey had to go run and pick his wife up. Wiggins had to go do something, so they left me on the camera. They left me on the camera half asleep. I'm like, oh Lord, let me wake up and turn it on and turn it around. Yep, that's so. It's gonna work to get Art out of here. Watch.
But you know what I think is wrong because
Hey, that's enough.
Stay in here.
Huh?
Stay in here.
Yeah.
Nah, they never us. When they put me out, it wasn't me. I gotta tell you something before I go. I gotta tell you something before I leave. I'll wait till I'm away from the camera.
No, I just wanted to let you know.
The time is now 8:52, and the Flint City Council meeting is now being brought to order. Roll call. Madam Clerk.
No. Right.
Present.
Right. Kids will get her.
Present.
Burns.
Present.
Ms. Machad.
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Present.
Ms. Worthing is absent.
All right, we have 8 members present. So now it's time for the Pledge of Allegiance. Councilwoman Machette, could you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Abstain.
Before we go into the prayer of blessing, we'd like to see if anyone at the council would like to acknowledge.
I would like to acknowledge Mother Ezo Maloney, who passed away.
Yes.
Who was, I would say, one of the strongest women I ever known, and brought the Juneteenth and Kwanzaa to the city of Flint, so that we know where we came from in our culture.
All right, anyone else would like to honor anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
I would like us to have a moment of silence for Ms. Luella Curry, my cousin who passed away. Thank you.
All right, so are there any other members of the body that would like to acknowledge him? Okay, so saying that, we will go ahead and have a moment of silence for those acknowledged. Okay, so now we will move on to the blessing. Ms. Priestley, could you please lead us in the blessing?
Oh Lord, let me go use the bathroom. I see y'all.
Heavenly Father, we just thank you for this day that we had today. It was so beautiful and it was all in your hands. Lord, you know our hearts and our souls and our minds. Grant us patience with each other. For that patience can only come from you. In precious name.
Amen. So next we'll have the reading of the disorderly person city code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of the Flint City Code section 3110, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, disorderly person, and will be subject to arrest for misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given one warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators shall be removed from the meeting. And so with that being said, I see that Mr. Woodson is back in this meeting and he was removed from the meeting for the day. So I will ask for Mr. Woodson to please remove himself from the meeting. What do you want?
It states that council members cannot return. It does not state residents.
Oh, look at the look on
Well, according to the chair and Mr. Woodson being
Madam Chair, it is specific that it states you cannot add in something. That's going to be done at the rule change. It does not state, it says council members. It does not say the public. You can't add in public.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Gardner. Attorney Kim, could you please clarify?
Kim don't want to be part of this madness.
Councilmember Burns is correct that the rule specifies that council members or residents are silent as to residents. So it would be better for the body to determine how it should be applied to the residents. When they're removed from a meeting that happens earlier in the evening and the second meeting begins,
Look at the
second
look on
meeting begins
her
later
face.
in the meeting. So that's up to the body to decide.
Okay, so it's at the pleasure of the body. Okay, so the chair will entertain a motion to remove Arthur Woodson from this meeting. And meeting from previous meeting.
realize that you will need 2/3 vote for this because you are not, the rule says.
Ms. Ricardo, you have not been acknowledged. You have not been acknowledged. So we're looking for a motion.
Request for information.
What is your request?
Madam Chair, do you realize that you will need 2/3 of a vote in order to change a rule? This could be a change of a rule.
The rule is not changing. This body is voting. So the chair will entertain a motion for this, but either voted up or down. So and I will ask Attorney Kemp. So is the motion in order?
That would be up to.
Thank
you. So as you said, the chair will entertain a motion to remove Mr. Art Wilson from this meeting.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to remove Arthur Woodson from this meeting.
Okay, thank you. Is there any support?
2/3 ain't gonna get it.
Any support?
It died. It died.
Yeah, Ms. Priestley, did I hear you support? All right, so it is supported by the councilwoman in the fourth ward.
So this is another posted meeting. So everything resets for the public. You cannot exclude a member of the public without being sued again. So we want to exclude a member of the public and open the city up to more litigation. Or we can just conduct business the way that we should. Through you, Madam Chair, to the city attorney. The city attorney, what provision in the opens meeting that allows us to exclude a certain member of the public?
I don't remember the exact citation on the top of my head. I can find it.
Where we can tell one person that they can't come in.
The question is whether it's legally a separate meeting when the meetings are noticed collectively.
That's a separate meeting. That was a special awareness meeting. Yeah, for separate chairs. Two different chairs.
This is two different chairs. This was posted for two different times. It says that this meeting starts at 5:30. It's a different post. It's a different meeting.
That's right. That's right.
So, Mr. Attorney, are you saying that we can remove a member of the public because any reason we want to?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying
You're saying that we can if we vote on it. You're saying that we can remove a member of the public from the meeting just because we don't like that person.
That is absolutely not what I'm saying.
Discrimination.
So what are you saying? You're saying that this is the same meeting?
I'm saying that the meetings tonight are noticed in a schedule that lists meetings by date.
What does that have to do with this separate meeting? So where are you coming up with where you can combine rules in violations of the open meeting act you can combine
I would be happy to generate this in the form of a written legal opinion for the body.
Well, the written legal opinion isn't going to help Mr. Woodson in his rights to stay in this separate meeting.
This is terrible.
So are you saying that we're not going to be open to potential litigation? I know you're saying anybody can sue for anything, but we will be open to more litigation than losing for excluding a member of the public for no reason in this meeting. He was removed last meeting, but this is a different meeting. So we can just put motions on the floor to remove Melissa May from this meeting because she's not on the phone? Because that's the same thing that Mr. Woodson's doing.
That would not be why Mr. Woodson.
So we're going to remove him for actions that he did at a previous meeting.
And not this one.
If I understand the motion has been made, he would be removed because he was removed from a meeting that occurred
at a different time.
On the same day as this meeting.
I will be voting no because this is going to get us in another lawsuit. And this one will have a dollar. It's a separate meeting. We start combining meetings and removing people in the audience for the whole day. We're going to be open meeting violation after open meeting violation. If he backs up again and he gets 2 more warnings, then he has to go. But this is a different meeting. So I will be voting no.
All right. Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns.
Okay, so one thing we know that y'all love to just trample all over the First Amendment right. You don't understand the Open Meetings Act, you don't understand the Home Rule Act, you don't understand. And the city attorney is actually like y'all he did his job. First Amendment right is clear, not just the Open Meetings Act. This is a separate meeting. So we can say if last week someone acted up in a meeting, where does it state to which meeting? It could be a meeting a year ago that someone was removed. But they come here tonight, you're going to put a motion on the floor to remove. That's ridiculous. If you won't respect them, the people start respecting the people. That's what's not happening. It's not. You're in such a rush to put in this point to end up in litigation. We will lose. We will lose. And we'll have a dollar amount. And it's going to attract all kind of constitutional lawyers. And we will lose. And we can't afford to lose. We can't afford to take care of the administrative consent order. We don't lose this. Because you dislike someone. You dislike them and do the business. This is a brand new meeting. Our council don't even speak to it. So you're going to interpret, and we know y'all don't interpret no rules right. We know that Attorney Kim supports y'all in y'all rules. And he ended up in court. Instead of saying my job is the legal attorney, the chief legal attorney is to make sure I am well abreast of the Open Meetings Act, the Home Rule Act, Robert's Rules, and Council Rules. So that he can advise us so what we don't end up in litigation because you don't like somebody. You can't take away somebody's rights. Open Meetings Act, hey, that means the doors are open. Everyone's welcome. You call this meeting to order. It's a brand new meeting. You said a prayer, which I don't pray with Councilwoman Priestley at all. You said the pledge of and then at the onset, because this is a new meeting, we didn't go back to pick up the old meeting because we adjourned the last meeting. It was done. Adjourned. Stopped. Ended. In the books. That would be kept by the official record people who was the clerk. So y'all still want to play games. And see, it's not the money that they're spending. And so they don't mind. It's not their money that they're using to go against the public, weaponizing the police. And the city attorney is going on with that garbage to have people of the public put out. These doors are open. New meeting. The new meeting was called to order. How don't you understand the basic part of that? Stuff has to stop. It has to stop. And I don't know how it's going to stop because the vindictiveness that is here, it doesn't stop. He has a right to be here. And the interpretation that we don't vote to remove him, take away his right, we don't have a right to do that. New meeting. New time. The new meeting, what y'all understand? And you don't mind because it's not your money.
That's fine.
It's not your money. And when it's not your money, you don't care. Because he friends with y'all. Attorney Kim is. And he gonna make it do whatever he does to make you right. Only time I think I heard him do something that was correct was Rule 29.3 when he said they thought I couldn't speak. My First Amendment right, freedom of speech. And he ruled correctly. But Attorney Kim, I implore you to look at that and to look at the Open Meetings Act. It's a new meeting. It's in there. I read it. You get paid way more than we do. And to give good advice, legal advice. Because you'll be the one in court defending this debacle because you didn't correct it for the record straight out. And this is the time for you to do that. Andrew Wheeler used to do it all the time. You'll end up in court because you don't give right legal opinions. You don't want to go against your friends. You're too friendly with them. Yeah. Too friendly. It needs to be the business. And you are not about the business. I see how you do. You see how they call you up all the time with friends and they talk about it. That's a problem. That's a problem. And you can roll your eyes if you want to, because I've seen how you work and how you don't be telling the truth. It's a problem. That's right. I will be voting not to support this because this is a new meeting, and I'm not willing to put this on the taxpayer because she don't like Mr. Woodson. That's right.
All right, anyone would like to speak?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
I'll be voting no in support of this as well. This is a new meeting. And Attorney Kim, shame on you. Shame on you. I don't know. In my opinion, you probably need to be disbarred. You putting up with this foolishness. This is foolish. That they're even trying to vote on it. This is a new meeting. This meeting was posted separately. We adjourned the old meeting. We're into a new meeting. And so our citizen has a right to stay in this meeting, like any other person.
Black Lives Matter.
You better look at that open meetings act. You better look at that open meetings act. I'll be voting no on this motion. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you. So here's where I'm at. From the time I was making those comments towards Liddell, Dr. Lewis, Councilwoman Lewis, a woman that is a mother to a child.
She don't have custody trying to fight a grown man.
Pause, star.
We will have order. We can laugh, we will have order. And this is why we are in this place, because of this orderliness. Let's show respect to the council people, and you will have your turn at the lectern. So this is me letting you know that I'm calling this audience to order. Next will be a warning. Let's be respectful. We wouldn't be in this motion if people remain respectful. Proceed, Mr. Murphy.
So here's where I'm at with that. I don't care how much you disagree with people, but because the people out there name, you are a man. This is a woman. Regardless whether you like it or not, you have no business calling her out her name. This is somebody's wife. This is somebody's daughter. This is somebody's mother. This is somebody's sister. And you sit here and you constantly call her out her name, and I'm sitting here listening to her. Just think if you go to the right family and you call their family members out and call them out their names, I'm just saying, you wrong on all kind of levels, and I'm not gonna sit up here and sugarcoat.
Oh, stop, stop. We have a request for information.
We state that you had people being called out of your name repeatedly, which was not your name. I believe that's what he was saying. But you did call me a bitch from time to time.
Ms. Burns, according to our rules, that is totally not germane, so you're being
And I would do the same thing for any other woman that's being called out by a man. I didn't agree with it when I heard you over there because I didn't hear it.
Go on, Ms. Winfrey Carter, what rule has been broken? Please stop the time.
Madam Chair, what he's talking about is not germane to the motion. The motion is to let them stay in the meeting or not. It's not germane.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
It's not germane.
That's not germane.
Proceed, Mr. Murphy.
And what I'm saying to the fellas out here, if you hear men talking to women like that, and we don't denounce it, and we don't say nothing about it, and we don't stop it, we just as wrong. I've never seen in the room and see a woman be disrespected.
Please stop. Ms. Muhammad, that is your warning.
I have made the ruling of the chair. And I support that appeal.
That's fine. So we'll go ahead and stop. And so Ms. Muhammad was being brought to, Ms. Audrey Young was being brought to order because she was yelling out, so go ahead.
Second of all, we have had more than fellas. Miss Elizabeth Taylor was called not my name and dumb bitch. And Councilman Murphy, you one of the fellas. You called me a bitch 2 years ago.
Sit up here and talk. Get out of here.
Your mouth and your actions need to do the right thing. Your mouth saying this, but your actions is doing something else. Y'all sit your folks for other stuff. Y'all call people any kind of name. So when you talk about Miss Audrey, I didn't even hear her talking. So one of the fellas, Councilman Murphy, you called me out my name. That's very hypocritical of you. Never, ever. And thank you. I am a mother of 3 children. Okay?
Yep.
And so I don't walk around here disrespectfully to people, and I respect my elders. We had an 80-year-old lady, Miss Taylor's never apologized, called a dumb bitch in our council chambers, and nobody stepped up to defend her.
All right, thank you. So, unfortunately, our colleague didn't stay germane to the warning at hand. Ms. Muhammad received her warning because she was, I heard her up here. You can't yell out.
But you don't like the
Turn your back, hold your sign up, but you cannot yell out. The chair brought the audience to order. She refused to come to order. And so that's why Ms. Audrey Young Muhammad has received her first warning. And as stated before, in order to have order in these chambers, you cannot yell out. According to our council rules, all members of the public will have their turn to speak at the lectern during public speaking. Yelling out is being disorderly. And the chair will not allow members of the audience or this body to be disorderly. So if you would like to overturn the ruling of the chair, vote yes. But if you would like to support the ruling of the chair, vote no. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alvarez?
No.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Shannon?
No.
Mrs. Burns?
I abstain because there's no way you heard only Ms. Muhammad. And it's
That's
the person
right.
called out.
That's
It's the
right.
person you know the name.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
She barred.
Ms. Baxter? Your vote is yes. 5 no, 1 abstention.
The vote is 2 yes, 1, you said 2 yes,
5 no, 1
5 no, and 1 abstention. So that warning stands. So we are going back to, Mr. Murphy, you have the floor. Go ahead.
Yeah.
So here's what atmosphere we're going to put out there. We're going to make it okay for women to call, for men to call women out their names, derogatory comments, elected officials, whether you agree with them or don't. I seen this movie before. I seen it when Karen Weaver was the mayor. I saw it when Dan Waller was the mayor. Y'all called them all kind of names because y'all didn't agree with them. And I'm seeing this pattern again. It's a pattern.
Listen to this clown. Listen to this clown.
What
the clown? The clown.
Yes or no?
Mr. Murphy.
My point that I'm trying to make is that this comment towards this elected official by R. Wilson, based on him not agreeing to the way she running the meeting or whatever she said in the meeting, should not give him the right to holler out and call her names, derogatory names out her mouth. I did not agree with it then. I don't agree with it now. And I didn't know you could come back in the meeting. And I'm just saying, I don't agree with you talking to women like that. That's wrong. But you have a right to talk how you want to. You talk about other people being emotional. You need to look in the mirror and make sure you ain't emotional. Because when people don't agree with you, you go out and you try to tear their character up. You try to tear their name up. I've watched this movie before. I've watched you do video podcast. I've watched you tear down people. And you probably didn't even have the whole story. I don't agree. I'm done.
Anyone else would like to speak on this motion?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Michelle.
Yeah, I believe the motion that was made was to have him leave this meeting because he's already put out of the meeting regarding talk to our city attorney. We already have an opinion on this. I keep hearing the word lawsuit as though it's being encouraged, and I understand why it might be encouraged because we have colleagues here so probably doing lawsuits against the city. If we care about city money, if we care about residents, then we would not at all do a lawsuit when our suspension is up. That would make any sense. And so if we're going to care about the residents' money, let's care about it all the time. And more importantly, we are residents too, we are taxpayers too, so this is going to cost us as well. So if you can, first of all,
again, let's be in order. Let's be in order. Colleagues, it is the duty of this body to make sure that we call people to order. So let's look up and make sure that we have order in our chambers.
These are our chambers.
Go ahead.
So we asked the lawyer, we have an opinion. The bottom line is this person is consistently disorderly. Consistently. This person has been, as they stated, they've come to council meetings for years. So they already know what time it is when they get here. But as long as we allow the behavior to continue, the disorderliness to continue, the hyping up the crowd, the inciting riots and all that to continue, that's what's going to continue happening. Most of the people here have either been in government or around government for who knows how long. So everybody knows the rules. He chooses to break the rules. He was given plenty of time to stop it because I called that section to order several times. I called that section to order. And then finally I had to say someone's name. And after his name was said, rather than just stop talking, he yells out again. So it's like, I don't care that I'm disorderly. I'm going to continue being disorderly. I don't care that I've been asked to stop. I don't care that you're trying trying to avoid putting me out. I'm going to be defiant and try to get put out. You've been put out. You are staying out. I am voting yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to speak in the first round? Anyone else in the first round? Okay, well, I'll go ahead and I'll be the last to speak in this round. It's not about who you like and who you don't like. It's about getting the business of the city done. That's what it's about.
Let go like you let go. You call us Jay.
And so, ma'am, thank you. All right, so that was your secretary. Ma'am, you're disrupting the meeting. 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 According to the Soil Park subsection, you are on your second warning, so therefore you are to be removed from this meeting. Ma'am, would you please, officer, could you please remove her from the meeting? Could you please remove her from the meeting? She's in violation of the Soil Park City Code subsection, and she will refuse to come to order. Thank you. Yes, you can. No, according to the Soil Park subsection, you do not.
Big black ass, take that.
All right, you can go ahead and proceed with the time. According to the Disorderly Parks City Code subsection again, any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of the Flint City Code section 3110, disorderly conduct, assault, battery, disorderly person, and will be subject for arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given one warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. The violator shall be removed from the meeting. According to our Disorderly Parks City Code subsection, it is not appealable. After you receive a warning, if you persist to be disorderly and disrupt this meeting, you shall be removed from the meeting. And that is the right that the police just exercised. Everyone has an equal chance to stay in the meeting if they maintain order. This is not about who likes who. This is about getting the business of the city done. We cannot, Mr. Woodson, he's not new. This is not his first rodeo. He's been coming here for years, so he knows what's acceptable. He knows what he's supposed to do. And my colleague in the 8th Ward acknowledged that he got put out for bad behavior, which he didn't vote for. Perfectly okay. But what we will do, we'll maintain order. You can call me names. It's fine. It's fine. But keep do it in your head. And don't be disorderly. As long as we don't hear it, it's fine. It's fine. But when your name calling begins to disrupt this meeting, then we have a problem. The owner can talk among themselves, but when you're speaking among yourself, we become disorderly, then we have a problem. So this is why we're asking Mr. Woodson to remove himself from this meeting. And so with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and call the question because we have business. Either we're going to vote this up or we're going to vote this down so we can move on with the meeting because we're wasting too much time talking about someone's bad behavior. So, I would like to call a question. It's supported by the Councilman in the 7th Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Criswell? Yes. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Shad?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Mr. Allen?
Yes.
Would you say it again, Madam Clerk?
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no. So that call for the question passes. So now we're about to vote for the removal of Art Wilson from this council meeting. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
It's gonna be 5 again.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley? Yes. Ms. Kirby?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Piper?
I abstain because MCL 15.263 subsection 6 says no member of the public shall be removed for cause without constructive.
That's right.
No.
Yes. Yes.
The vote is 4 yes. 3 no, 1 abstention.
The vote is, one more time?
4 yes, 3 no, 1 abstention.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no, 1 abstention. Alright. So now we're moving on to request for changes and in addition to the agenda.
I'm getting ready to get emotions low on his ass.
Alright, any request for changes?
You fucking Napoleon ice cream built motherfucker.
Yes.
Alright, go ahead, Mr. Marcus.
I'm gonna show him
I would like
emotion.
to talk at the end of the resolutions about the
Piece of
council
shit,
budget.
you about to get put
That was allocated.
Okay. You said the end of the resolution.
That's one of the ladies to us, like the Candace, Judy, Quincy. But then I had some shit to talk about, but I'm gonna talk about that. What is it?
Alright. So it'll be after resolution 2.018.
Oh, I get to talk 4 times.
Okay, we need to track it.
4 times. That's 12 minutes. So I'm gonna dog his bitch.
I want to support that because the house is going to be where they should be.
Alright, sounds good. Alright, so here, we don't have any more requests for agenda changes. We're going to move on to public hearings. So with the public hearings, councilman cannot speak during public hearings nor respond to the speaker. So the first public hearing that will be taking place is for resolution.
Oh, no, don't leave, Kim. Don't leave. I got some
125,
conversation for you.
The public hearing, vacation of easements, 2201 Industrial Boulevard. So the public hearing is now being brought to order at 9:31. And attorney,
Kim,
do you have anything that you want to add before we go into this public hearing?
For 240-125.6?
Correct.
That wouldn't be me. I'm not sure who that would be. That would be Ms. Dorr.
Okay, well, don't worry about it. So we're about to go ahead and get started. So first speaker for the public hearing regarding the vacation of easements, 2201 Industrial Boulevard.
Kim, I was hoping you didn't leave because you like to tell lies. And I was going to ask you some questions about this. Mr. Pfeiffer, I wouldn't vote for this right now until you bring Ashley up in here because where this is at is high PFAS levels. So here's the question. If you shut these public utilities down, where are they going to get the rest of it from? Where are they going to get the water from? How are they going to put the sewer, sanitary sewer? Where are they going to put the sanitary sewers? Because I think it's outfall 11, if I'm not mistaken, that runs down Hamilton. They put a bulk in it, a stop or a block, because there was too much PFAS running down that sewer. So what they told me, Mark Quigley, is that the city was going to help them build another outfall, which Race of Trust should have been doing. But Quincy and Liddell and Judy is not going to tell me because they took money. How in the hell Could a council person with no integrity sit up here and try to tell a real man who and how to talk? And then how is it called a woman when she taking money and standing up on other men telling them to buck with her? You don't have the integrity for asking capital.
Please hold, sir. Yeah, look, pause the start. Go ahead, Mr. Martin.
This public hearing is about resolution 240125 public hearing vacation of easement of 2241 Industrial Boulevard, not based on your relationship outside of.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Mr. Wilson, could you please state your name to the specific resolution at hand, please?
Okay. The company that is buying the easement or being given the easement is the same company that council people, Judy Priestley and Quincy Murphy and Dale Lewis got money from. Probably Candace, Councilwoman Candace too. Don't tell them. Don't tell them. I mean, I'm just saying. Because y'all vote for this. Councilman Alameen and Councilman Pfeiffer, what I would do is put this on the back burner and say, hey, you know what? Let's bring Ashton Capital in because y'all ain't took no money from him yet. I mean, not yet. I'm sorry. Y'all ain't took no money from him. Just them four. Well, 3.5. I don't know. Hey, just put it on the back burner and bring Ashley in. And, you know, I know some people want to go over there and eat grass and stuff, you know what I'm saying? Like a moose do. But anyway, put it on the back burner and ask Ashley Capital to come in and find out if the city has to build a new sewer and water line.
All right. So,
thank you very much.
So next speaker, please. For public hearing 240-12516, the vacation easements on Industrial Boulevard. Go ahead.
My name is Howard Mitchell. I lived on Industrial Boulevard when I was a kid. Over on St. John State Street, then my daddy sent me and my brother over to Oak Park to paint the Deacon house. But we had to go on this street under the viaduct and down Industrial. It looked like Brooklyn, New York to me. Everybody eating their lunch in their cars, just wondering where the preacher boy is going. And walked through the alley to get through the park. Then when we got to all the kids playing basketball, we got to go straight to the Deacon house. And then I've been there for 3 months, 3 weeks, 3 weeks. And the preacher, that's what I said I met that Joe Riley guy. He's a preacher, living in the house with his mama, but he looked like Urkel to me. But what I'm trying to say about this industrial, Miss Priestley got some people from Pontiac planting them cedar trees and
Mr. Mitchell, let's stay relevant.
Hey, listen, man, look at this. My man. Watch out, I'm talking.
No.
Hey.
Mr. Mitchell, let's be germane. We're talking about the vacation of easements on Industrial Boulevard. Let's stay germane.
I'm on this Industrial Boulevard right now, lady. In the Oak Park. That's the one you're talking about. Cut down the trees and the dude from Detroit gonna dig up the premises and cut out. I don't know the water problems out there. They ain't never had no water problems in the park in Flint. I just like Brooklyn, New York to me. They sent me to Brooklyn, New York when I was 11 years old. And they knew I was going there. I seen all kinds of stuff in the parking lot and all that junk. And you remind me of girl. Yeah, I'm talking about Jermaine always. Got that Julio over there watching you and the other dude over there and doing what's Jermaine about that? Talking about putting that police brutality on somebody and dance and all that junk.
talking about, oh, and Murphy up there finna take, I like you take it up when you talking about a woman. All that, oh, Saturday. I know these two bull-legged women, they black, and they short. When I came up to me, I didn't know what she said. Look, I want everything you fight. It's Mother's Day. I said, if you don't give me everything, I'm going to tell her something. When she said that, she must have taken you one on the neck because she was doing that. I'm like, you keep on doing that.
So next public speaker for the public hearing.
This is the worst.
And just a kind reminder, we're talking about the vacation of easements on 2201 Industrial Boulevard. Proceed.
That's the worst.
So, I'm concerned about Oak Park. And it's a city park. It doesn't belong to one area, it belongs to the entire city. And I trust Mr. Woodson when he tells me there's PFAS in the area. And council persons 2, 3, and 4 have accepted money from Ashley Capital. How do you reckon that with the community? That looks like you've been paid by Ashley Capital. If Ashley Capital really wanted this, they would have their posterior standing up here begging this community to give them some more. But no, they don't have to come because council persons in wards 2, 3, and 4 have already received money. We don't want them there. I mean, the land that you have on the garages.
Please, ma'am, please hold.
That's your opinion.
Okay, Ms. Taylor, let's not go back and forth. Ms. Taylor, not Ms. Taylor. So, ma'am, so please state your name.
You don't want to hear.
Hold on, Ms. Taylor. Please state your name. Okay, so, all right, so, you got the warning. Go ahead and start our comment.
That's what you don't like is that I am Jermaine. Council persons 2, 3, and 4 have been given money by Ashley Capital and it's affecting the Oak Park.
Ma'am,
that's
we're talking about public hearing of the vacation of easements, 2201 Industrial Boulevard.
And the owners of the facility is Ashley Capital, and you're too chicken to put the name in there. Yep. You try to disguise it. And you shouldn't do that. It's the owners. It's right there in big letters. Let me spell it for you. OWNERS. Owners of the facility is Ashley Capital. And council person again, 2, 3, and 4 have received money. And I'll just stand here and let you savor that for a few minutes. Owners being Ashley Capital, you presented it in disguise. You're not being open, honest, and transparent. And I think that violates the Open Meetings Act. Misrepresenting really what that is. You could have directly said Ashley Capital, but there's too much protection for them and not enough for us.
Yeah, take that, Mr. Murphy.
Ashley Capital is so concerned about the community, they can pay off the water. They got the money. My 7th Ward Council appointee won't look at me. Again.
All right, next public speaker. All right, seeing that we don't have the next speaker.
I'm coming. I'm David Allen. Is y'all gonna pay attention? Since y'all talking at your us, we're not supposed to talk when y'all talking. And you're there, you're talking to Murphy, so pay attention. And you should be getting on them. So at the end of the day, me personally with this Ashley Cap, Murphy, you interfering while I'm talking, I can hear your conversation. I'm gonna be y'all what y'all do to us. Me personally with this capital, Ashley Capital, you guys have me, all last year y'all told them to bring in all their whole team. And the beginning of this year, to come in here with their paperwork, what they're gonna do. They haven't brought down nothing. And you always keep the sign stuff and approve stuff when you ain't even reading no contract. So have they brought down any information what they've been doing? Because they want y'all gave them this money all the way to pricing. Y'all still won't answer that question. Either one of y'all 2, 3, and 4, and 7. So y'all didn't answer the public. Y'all always getting mad when somebody call y'all out, but y'all not even doing y'all paperwork. Because if you step in yourself, Judy, Priestley, I won't really call you out because you admitted that you agreed pass something, but you said, oh, I never read the contract. So basically you let everybody, you slapping all of us in the face, 2, 3, 4, and 7. Y'all slapping a Flint resident and Genesee County in the face when y'all know the truth and y'all don't want to tell the truth and then you get mad at us because we bring it out. I live in the neighborhood till 4 and 6 a.m. in the morning. I'm talking to people. They don't like none of y'all. 2, 3, 4, and 7. They don't like none of y'all. That's for you, Julie, because you be lying talking about you for the people over there. They said they haven't seen you did nothing over there, but you got your kitchen done. Wow. So at the end of the day, bring Ashley on the point of audience my time.
Paul, this time. Go ahead.
You don't like what I said?
Does not have any.
I don't care. This is about Ashley.
Ma'am.
There you go.
Resolution 2401.
Okay.
5.6, public hearing vacation of easement of 2201 Industrial Boulevard. Her kitchen is not on the list.
Okay, I'll take that back.
Thank you. So, ma'am, let's make sure that we stick to the vacation.
Okay, I said okay. But at the end of the day, ain't none of y'all really talk to Ashley Capital got money. So what y'all need to bring the whole team in here and let us see what they gave to y'all. Because they ain't run no documentation. They haven't been here since y'all gave them money at all. Come on now. Y'all gotta hurt. You gotta remember, your people live here, your people live here. How can they go to worst way? How y'all making us all suffer here in Flint, which is in Genesee County? Y'all making everybody in Genesee County suffer because y'all greediness. And they're not bringing the people in. They all live in Louisiana. Some of them live in Chicago. They live out in Brownfield. I know who they is. That's why they was talking to me over that headstone, over there right behind Judge's School. So keep it real with yourself. Bring them in here and show us proof what they've been doing. Because y'all not doing none of that. Y'all just accepting people to come in here and get money. That's sad as hell. Flint gonna be doomed as hell. For real, it's gonna be doomed. Everybody gonna be in the streets.
All right. Any more speakers for public hearing 240125.6?
My name is A.C. Dumas, and I just saw the move that your city attorney made. He asked for Emily Dorr come up here and to explain what that resolution is. You know, you can put a bunch of numbers there, and the public don't know what they are. He asked for, I heard him. He said, Emily Dorr, let her come up here. And Liddell Lewis, you said no.
Yep, sure did.
Liddell Lewis, you said no. Why would you want to hide the information from the public? I don't care who it is. If it's Ashley Capital, if it's Dumas Capital, whoever Capital it is. Let the people know. We have a right to know. And you hide it. So when you hide stuff like that, it makes you look guilty. Now what was wrong with Emily Dorr come up here and say, well, this is Ashley Capital wants to buy X amount of easement. What was wrong with that? Miss Lewis, you stopped it. You said no. You said no. But call me a liar. Because I heard him. He stood up right there and he said, Emily Dorr, you said no. Why? Listen, you can't hide Ashley Capital. Everybody over the world knows what Ashley Capital, what did or who took money. They've been on my show. Ashley Capital have been on my show. And I don't cut no corners with them. They gave to the NAACP. And I still don't cut no corners with them. I'm not cutting no corners right now. And you were wrong, Mr. Lewis. You were absolutely wrong. I don't care how much you pray. God hears your prayer, Ms. Priestley, and he's saying no.
Any more speakers specifically about the vacation of easement? Okay, so I'm just going to say this, and hopefully it won't take me but a second. Ashley Capital. That may ask for enough. They asked for money to clear the land down there. When General Motors left, they left money for racing to clear the land. So why did they need to come in and reclaim the land? It was already supposed to have been cleaned. That don't make sense. It seems like this is a money laundering business that's trying to just pimp Flint. Haven't Flint been pimped enough? Yes. Come on. General Motors pimped us. That was an article in the Flint Journal. General Motors pimped us and turned us out like a turned out prostitute. Yes. So why should we continue to let companies come in and continue to pimp Flint and turn us out like a prostitute? This don't make no sense. Y'all, come on, let's think about it. And if y'all, I pray, and I'm sure y'all telling the truth back in your mind. But I'm praying y'all ain't taking those bribes from these people. Please tell me y'all ain't. If you did, them prayers that Judy said ain't no good. Like you said no. All right, so public hearing 240-125.6 is. Go ahead.
James Moore from the second ward. I understand the issues down there on industrial. Right now I'm talking about some old business that I need to make right. I want to do a public apology to the 8th Ward and to their councilperson, Ms. Pfeiffer. He is the defender of the 8th Ward. Mrs. Worthy had told me that I had misspoken in regards to Middle Road. She said if she was in support of Middle Road, but Dennis Pfeiffer was the architect of getting Middle Road done. I'm real big on infrastructure. Most of the work I see around Flint is half done, and I have seen that Middle Road at least appears as you ride by, which is one of the smallest streets in the city of Flint, but at least it was done right. They replaced the pipes, they replaced the road, they replaced the gutters, they replaced the sidewalks.
Yes, Ms. Moore.
This public hearing is for 240-125.6. Public hearing vacation of easement of the 2201 Industrial Boulevard. And we're not talking about Middle Road.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moore. Please, let's state your name again to the resolution at hand.
We were talking about the street in Flint Industrial, and that's why I'm talking about Middle Road. And I would like to say this here, I do apologize from my heart. And Quincy, you did a nice job on the end of that corner from Myrtle and West. And you was late on getting me right out to the end.
And that's how I run the job goes in Flint. If they would have just cleaned up right after they got out of work, I would give you more credit.
All right, so this public hearing is now closed. So now we're moving on to public hearing 240-131.6. It is a public hearing, amended Brownfield plan for DuPont Industrial Facility, and that's at 1809 James P. Cole Boulevard. And it is a public hearing to consider the approval of the amended Brownfield plan for the DuPont Industrial Facility at 1809 James P. Cole Boulevard. And again, let's make sure that we are being germane to this specific resolution, or you will be stopped. So proceed.
Boy, I'm having fun, man. We got 2 more left, too. So I got, that's like 12 minutes to talk. And you hate it, too. I should just stand up here and laugh. I'm still here. Come on, man. I just had to say it, right? Woo! But there's nothing that you can do. I ain't saying that wrong. Why are we still giving away money? We can't even afford our police department. We can't even afford, man, capital improvement. We could have used from the general fund, if we were capturing dollars, but we gave land bank money. Hey, excuse me. Can y'all look up, man? Listen. Because y'all still giving away money. Y'all gave away $72 million to Ashley Capital. Now y'all getting ready to give $11 million where y'all already gave them money before. Now y'all getting ready to give them some money again. Brownfield, y'all don't even care. Y'all just gonna vote yes. And then Judy, she just leaves because she don't even care anyway. Candy, whatever the hell her name is, she just votes just to be voting. I mean, seriously. Why are we still giving these companies and all the rest of them Brownfield? Matter of fact, Councilwoman Burns, you was at the meeting when I talked to the EPA about Brownfield. They don't even supposed to have a list of Brownfields. They just go around and say, this is the Brownfield, this is the Brownfield. Matter of fact, they put bonds on the Brownfield and got money, so when they take a Brownfield out, they got to put another Brownfield in. And then they get taxed. They just say, this is the Brownfield, so that they can come over here and take our dollars. Damn! And I bet you vote for it, Adele, because you don't care about nothing but Cyrus Park. And you swear, I'm moving Flint forward.
Sir, let's stay germane.
Man, that is germane. I just said that you're not going to vote for this. You're going to vote for this Brownfield because you don't care about nothing but Cyrus Park. That's germane because you don't care about nothing else but parks, boo-boo.
Sir, let's stay germane. There's another warning. Let's stay germane.
What warning?
To stay germane.
What warning? I am germane. Oh, you gave me a warning?
Let's stay germane.
Did you give me a warning? Did you give me a warning?
Let's stay germane.
I'm asking, did you give me a warning?
We're staying germane.
Did you give me a warning? Did you give me a warning?
Are you giving the speaker a warning? Have clarity, please.
She needs to get in your seat.
You say no? No. Thank you.
So, because I thought I heard a warning. But anyway, don't vote for this Brownfield. Because they don't need to capture any more dollars. Thank you.
I'm going to talk about the people on Brownfield, on James P. Cole Boulevard. There used to be a bank department over there. That's my neighborhood. He used to follow James P. Cole right in front of my front yard on State Street in St. John. And that's where Junior Motors made a parking lot out of about 3 months ago, putting them trucks and stuff in there, digging down in that same spot. The 2 trees were still there. I went over there and tried to reminisce. The secret police ran up on me and tried to do something to me. He said, get off the property. You get some stepping. That's just what that James P. Cole did.
some more money to do the whole thing like that, with just briefly with some more cedar trees and all that junk. Having Pontiac coming in and a little grandson looking like, I thought he was one, she'll tell them to go outside and get this koozie and show these doctors some stuff and all that, like you did before. Somebody castrated the doctor. But every time grass grows, the doctor move in, the grass move out. How about this stuff? Brownfield meat, all that stupid stuff. Think you is. You and Mark talking that don't know how to negotiate on St. John's Street, giving it to the people. Think you is, man. Your head up. I'm gonna call him Uncle Tom. I mean, what? I mean, what is Uncle? I didn't know what Uncle Tom is about this call. Man, Murphy, man, you up there? You and what? Man, you looking at me like, I mean, woman, you look at me like you believe me. I mean,
Let's say you're mad.
And another thing about, yeah, I was walking through the IMA. Down to this walking, look at me. But every time I walk by this, then the vitamins ready to feel over there practicing. Then they want you to come over there watching practice. Like, how does the ghetto become? No darky can't walk from his house from St. John's Street all the way downtown to the IMA. And all that junk, that's just like Oak Rock, and but you was just going to work that up. I can give it back.
All right, next public speaker. Specifically for resolution 2401.6.
Well, since I know about this more than any of you all been up here about this, I know a lot of stuff about City of Flint. Only one person's been coming down here longer than I am. That's Mr. Wilbur Papa Jerry. You can't tell me nothing, because I know. C3 Capital. Y'all remember C3? Yep. Oh, you remember that?
Yeah.
Y'all remember that? Yes. You remember that, y'all? And Griggs was the only one that voted against it.
That's right.
Because guess what? They was building all, Councilwoman Burns, you remember that? They were building, they was going to build all those, what do you call them? So they could,
cars, man.
No, it wasn't cars, it was so they could have,
the
plastics and all that. Something like they're doing at Ashley Capitol. They're going to have all those little miniature buildings so people can rent the buildings out. They did the same thing, and we gave them millions of dollars. Google and see through while I'm up here, the deal. You good at data. This ain't nothing but old stuff coming up again and again and again. The taxpayers paying more and more. And Mr. Woodson is right. We were at a meeting about the Brownfield, and they told us, I said, well, y'all think, make a Brownfield anytime they want to make a Brownfield. This is terrible. Vote no. Vote no. Y'all don't want to hear the truth. Look up C3. I would tell you who it was, but I'm not going to call no names. This is just a get-rich-quick scheme from taxpayers' money. When you give somebody a credit, you're giving them the taxpayers' dollars.
That's right.
You know, let me sit down, because I got to make it relevant that no roofs, no windows, none of that. You know, when you do this type of stuff, you take away taxpayers' dollars that even if you didn't use the ARPA fund, which you should have, you can take that and help the residents. Now, how is this helping the residents? Look it up, Mr. Leon Alameen. I've been around a long time.
That's right.
Look it up and see if I'm lying. Say, AC, you were lying. Look up C3 Capital, whatever. I ain't lying, y'all.
All right, thank you. Any more speakers?
so let me talk quick. I want to talk about 240166, page 4 about these appointments, and 240166.
No, ma'am. No,
the appointment of Lewis and Priestley.
Ma'am,
to the,
ma'am, that's your warning. You will not be brought to order.
Don't have no decorum.
That's your second warning.
I'm leaving, but you don't have no decorum.
Officers, would you please report?
How dare you? How dare you try to put somebody else out?
3 minutes.
You're not being, we're trying to bring you to order.
I'm going, but I'll be back next meeting. I won't forget. Crooks. Ward 1, you were disgraced to that seat.
Anyone else for the public hearing? All right, so we're speaking on the public hearing 2401, the DuPont Industrial Facility. Go ahead.
You said what now? Say it again?
The DuPont Industrial Facility.
Okay. I just want to ask a question. Y'all got all these things you're doing with us to speak on, but what are y'all doing about it? Are y'all just giving away the money, or are you just gonna just let them come in and say they're doing stuff? That's the question I need to ask all of y'all, especially 2, 3, 4, and 7. Because when we all up here speaking, God said we're supposed to speak to you guys. But ain't now one of y'all looking, Judy down in her phone, Murphy down with his head down, you for number 2, y'all stay your head down. So why do y'all really want us to be here anyway? You're not paying attention to nobody, none of the taxpayers who own this chambers. My thing, y'all must pay attention to us when we speaking to y'all, because y'all want us to be quiet when y'all talking and pay attention to y'all, but we try to talk about each other because y'all do us the same way. So why be disrespectful? But the thing is, what are y'all going to do about these places? All these places that you got these genders for to get done and stuff, whatever you say, you company supposed to be doing for us. What are y'all doing? That's just the bottom line. I'm just tired of it. Y'all need to go deep down in y'all heart. No, I'm saying I know that. How's a court order?
What's your point?
We are on 40131.6, public hearing, amended Brownfield plan for DuPont Industrial Facility 1809, James P. Cole Boulevard. While she is saying that I have my head down, I'm looking at this ordinance, waiting on her to speak on this.
Okay, so one thing.
I understand. But y'all know about all these Brownfield lands. Y'all know what y'all doing, because half of these fires y'all got going on, probably sitting on brown land. I'm just sorry. Y'all know what's going on. Just tell the truth. All I'm here is to help the residents and my people, everybody in Flint that's living in this county. They my people. Do better. Do better. For real. I'm being serious. I'm going to sit here with my time because I ain't got nothing else to say to y'all, because y'all not, to me, y'all just want Flint to go down and everybody in the streets. I'm just going to sit here. I can sit here.
Go ahead.
Again, the speaker is not germane to the public hearing that's talking about the DuPont Industrial Facility 1809 James P. Cole.
But then you said Brownfield? Everybody know about Brownfield. I'm not done from it.
Ma'am, let's stay germane.
Okay, everybody know about the code. Gentlemen let you guys know about that land a long time ago. Back in the 70s and the 80s. My grandma used to come here all the time with H. Dumas now. So we ain't done from it. So I'm just going to sit here and let my time go out. You guys know the answer. Y'all not paying attention to us, so why should I keep on talking? I'm going to come up here and say a little bit, and I'm going to say it right here, and then my time run out. And it's my time. I still pay taxes in Michigan, whether I stay in Flint. It's still my hometown.
Go ahead, so call the time really quick. So for the record, it's 10:08, and we want to make sure that we expeditiously get through these hearings. So we don't want to waste time, so we are encouraging people that can come to the lectern. Let's not just stand there. Let's make sure that we are addressing the DuPont and Young facilities. This is your warning. If you do not address this, you will be asked to take a seat. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, she interrupted. Can you give me all my 3 minutes? Because I didn't get a chance. It was already started. Can it reset? It's only 3 minutes. Anyway, let's define Brownfield. Of the urban site for potential building development, having had previous development on it, such as a contaminated brownfield site in the inner city. Another, that was the adjective. The noun is a former industrial or commercial site where future use is affected by real or perceived environmental contamination. It says, what defines a brownfield site? The EPA defines a brownfield site as real property, the expansion, redevelopment, or reuse of which may be complicated by the presence or potential presence of hazardous substance, pollutant, or contaminant. A brownfield generally refers to a parcel of land that was previously used for industrial purposes. I had to make sure. Sometimes I have to go back and revisit the definition myself because it got so tainted with saying that. And we talk about just a public hearing for the industrial DuPont industrial facility. Now, I just got to say, ain't DuPont responsible for part of the contamination of the Flint water around here? The paint that got dumped into the Flint River over the course of years? Former GM employees witnessed DuPont dumping paint into the Flint River and contaminating the Flint River, where many of our people go to fish, many of our people go to swim, Bluebell Beach, and all of those other ones, and we want to do what for them? Sounds like another pimp to me. I'm going to keep calling the pimp south. Y'all know this is nothing but a pimp gang right here. I don't care. They reconstructed themselves into saying something else and want to put a fancy word on the Brownfield and the plan. No, they're contaminated and they want to continue to contaminate Flint. Flint people need to be made whole, not continue to be poisoned by industrial companies coming in here, contaminating the land. We can't grow vegetables and food on it. We can't fish to eat. We can't swim and enjoy it. Stop. Don't vote for this. Do not vote for DuPont to continue to poison us.
Hey, just stand there. Just stand there. Stand there for 3 minutes. Just stand there for 3 minutes.
Good evening. I know y'all probably not going to look at me, but that's fine. I don't care. I just want to ask you all a question. How many times are we going to pay to redevelop this land? Right. How many times? Right. So we paid $5 million, but how long ago was that? 10 years ago?
No, 5.6 million.
5.6 million. But how long ago was that?
I remember 2007.
Ma'am,
6 years ago, okay. Well, I want to make sure that I am being germane, but I'm also making sure that I'm being factual. So excuse me.
They don't know the facts.
So, how many times are we going to pay to redevelop this land?
That's right.
And are we learning anything from the first time? Because clearly it wasn't cleaned up the first time and nobody monitored it, or nobody made sure that it was taken care of. So what are we going to do? Are we going to give these people $11.5 million again, and then we're not going to know if it's been taken care of or not? When the definition of insanity is to keep doing the same thing the same way and expecting a different result. Yep. So who's the one that's crazy? residents? No. Or is it you all?
Yes.
Now, because y'all love it so much that we do this, I'm gonna do it too.
Stand, sister, stand. Stand, sister, stand.
A minute and 8 seconds, 8 minutes and 1 second.
I got a big nose.
Stand, sister. Stand.
Man, that food smells good, boy.
I know.
I got a big nose, boy. I can smell it. Smell like
Let me say it for you. Make sure you do right by Flint. Everything you touch will crumble.
That's right.
Yeah, treat like a moose. Treat you just like a deer.
Thank you so for your time.
All right, next speaker. All right, so seeing none, this public hearing is now closed. Now we're moving on to public hearing 240145.6. Public hearing for ordinance number 240145. A public hearing for ordinance number 240145. An ordinance to amend the Flint City Code of Ordinance by amending Chapter 33, Parks, Section 3316.1. This is regarding the hours and exceptions.
Did you say we're
So,
talking about
first public speaker.
Are we talking about parks? Woo! There we go. Let's get the best. Yogi. Councilwoman, Second Ward, Yogi there. Listen. Here's the problem that we
And sir, you're out of order. State your name. That's your warning. You call the councilman's name. You're out of order.
You can't stop me from saying the name.
Again.
Are you crazy?
No, I'm not. So let's do it on your name. So let's go.
Yogi there. Hey, y'all, skip her. Don't worry about it. Because she still, after I get done with this one right here, after I get done with public speaking, y'all gonna kick me out anyway. Here's the problem with this. Y'all need to call William Kim up here because William Kim cannot dictate, and Mayor Sheldon Santos Neely, Nickelback Neely, cannot stop us from being in a park or Flint Board of Education park. Right. If it's on school property. Because they're all empty. Dumbass. For real. Give me a warning for that one too. For real. Y'all just sit up there and just write stuff, man. Like, oh, guess what? I'm gonna try to dictate what the Flint Board of Education. Guess what?
Mr. Woodson, again, you have been warned to stay in your man.
What are you talking about? Flint Board of Education on here.
Pardon me?
Did you read it?
Right.
Did you read it? Did you read where it says planning and development or the Flint Board of Education? Did you read this? See, you just vote for stuff and don't read it. See, that's what's wrong with you. Now read it.
She didn't read it.
I give you my 55 seconds to read it. Stop trying to talk and stop people from talking and read shit. That's your problem. Sit around here with a doctorate degree and always thinking you're smart and you ain't nothing. You don't think, you don't.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. That's your
You better go somewhere. That's 35. I got 35 seconds. You stopped me. You stopped me and said I wasn't Jermaine. You started this. But anyway,
that's your
time. No, it's not. I got 25 seconds. Anyway, 12 Flint Board of Education, you cannot vote, and you need to call, what's his name, William Kim up here, and tell him that you cannot tell us to go to the Flint Board of Education property and tell us that we got to leave and arrest us or whatever the case may be. Because the civil.
Thank you, Mr. Woodson. That's your time. So next public speaker, and we're talking about public hearing. Go ahead, Ms.
Dumbass.
I'll tell you when I'm done. It's nothing to say back and say it at the onset. So we have public speakers, Madam Chair. You interrupted him.
Yep.
And you became argumentative with him, which is Council Rule 7.2.
Yep.
Look at this time, it's still going.
No.
Yep, it was.
I'm talking.
You're talking.
It's time.
What's been broken, Ms. Byrne?
I just told you. 7.2. He was still talking that time.
What's Rule 7.2, Ms. Byrne?
Entire time.
You read it.
Ms. Byrne, what's Rule 7.2?
You read it. You have to become argumentative with the audience.
Thank you, Ms. Byrne.
I'm not done. I need to finish my point. There is there's nothing that says I have said in 1 minute or 2 minutes. So as I'm saying, Madam Chair, there was no rule. There was no time on the clock. You became argumentative with the public. You did more yourself. Yes.
All right, so proceed, Mr. Mitchell.
So here, my name is Ariel Mitchell. Talk about my pocket. Like the one over in Calgary University, where they plant nothing but apple trees down that road. You need to plant some cedar trees, but you got willow trees down there, and or cut the apple trees. Anyway, like I said, if you come to me before, told my grandbabies to get up from the table. But when I decided to go to Pontiac and then hire somebody out of Pontiac to get a plan to bring them 2,000 cedar trees and put them on the east side, and over there, you put all down by the river, terminating the beavers and all that junk. Talk about it. And then Priestley did that junk. But that woman, she doing like the ambassador. I like they can't find the ambassador in the market. And they using that money. So somebody comes in another city gonna rearrange Flint, and they don't live in Flint, and all that junk, and set up in there, and Miss Priestley make sure they get out back in the car and went back to the airport to get out of Flint safely, but one of them cedar trees, all that in Flint, walking away with our money and stuff that we ain't ever done in 3 years, Oh, Miss Priestley, look up. Hello? Miss Daisy, you gonna try to hang the donkey upside down like you said before? Like I said, hey, almost all time saying, hey man, what? Man, you remind me of that woman, of Miss Priestley. She always give me, I can't talk straight, but what's the name of it?
Mr. Mitchell, let's be germane.
I'm trying to be germane.
Mr. Mitchell, we're talking about public ordinance 40145.
See the trees, the big old see the trees in my neighborhood. What do you think of
All right, so next public speaker.
James Ford from the second ward. I know we're supposed to be talking about parks, and Quincy's done a pretty good job of putting one at the end of every block. And in support of that, because it'll make us look like a wonderful city. We have parks, we don't have jobs, but we got parks. That's a good thing. And they need to cut the grass, because it's getting pretty hot. But I want to go with something positive. I want to say to the first ward city council, I believe before he ran for city board, he was about putting residents to work in Flint. And when they spent $45 million on knocking down houses, he is a Flint resident. You know, he's a businessman in the city of Flint. If we could have gave him half of that, most of these homes would be fixed. And they would have been the money that was being spent was in Flint versus the money come in Flint and they leave out of Flint so fast that everything around Flint grows while Flint dies. Y'all want council, do something about it.
The public speaker.
So this is another one of those secret, it's a secret, and it's a violation of the Public Open Meetings Act. There's no way anybody could come here tonight and look at 240145.6, a public hearing on ordinance number 240145, an ordinance to amend the Flint City Code, ordinance to amend the chapter 13, parentheses, parks, which is the secret part. Section 33-16.1, hours and exceptions. Public hearing ordinance. How can the public respond to that?
That's right.
What the hell does that mean?
Right.
It's another secret. It's a violation of the Open Meetings Act. I can't respond to that because I don't even know what that is. How am I supposed to know? Why would you do that? Why would you do that?
I can hear y'all over here. I can hear y'all over here. I'm trying to hear her.
We can hear you talking, Judy. She's still talking. She don't care about Flint. Take her company.
That's so mad here too. I don't see it. I mean, I don't see it, and I don't see it.
So, Madam Clerk.
Stop the time.
Stop her time. So this is her time. So,
Excuse me, Chair. You have to wait till my time is up.
Give her 3 minutes. Give her 2 minutes.
Wow.
Disrespecting the elderly.
She said, okay.
I'm a lady. She what? Sit up there, I'm a lady. I'm a lady.
Ma'am.
I'm a lady.
Kim, I think this is a violation of the Open Meetings Act. I don't know what this is. How can I respond? Just want to be on record about it.
Give me no warnings. I don't care.
And the person that sits there is gone. She didn't want to hear the reading of the number. Man,
Any more speakers for resolution 240145.6?
I said my name 3 times. But these parks, we're not going to give credit to all, to Pussy Murphy with that park over there, Dewey Park. Reason why we're not, because the residents all over there take Davis and them, they help out, keep it clean. When they have get-togethers over there, they put it together, they clean it up. So we're going to give the residents some credit for what they're doing at some of these parks. Service Park, baby, you got to clean that up. You really got to work on that, baby.
Ma'am.
You said we talking about parks, right?
Yep.
There's a park.
Yep.
The park ordinance and the hours.
So what you said parks,
We're
right?
talking about the park hours.
So what?
Proceed.
You didn't say nothing about no park hours. You said parks, honey. You said parks. You didn't say nothing about no hours. And if I was, you're not doing nothing. No, you're not doing nothing with these parks. Oak Park is the only one with the hours. Take care of their property. You didn't say nothing about no hours. You said parks. So I'm speaking about parks. Make it clear on your agenda. You didn't say no hours when we all came up here. You said parks. So what I'm going to say to you, pick up the trash, the mattress, the tires, and all the other shit. Conscious of being in parks. Clean it up. Just clean it up. Maybe the kids will come out and play. They be in their house.
Ma'am, again, this is about park hours.
Oh, no, you know my name. Say my name. I'll say my name on here. I'll say my name. I'm going to call you ma'am in a minute. That's disrespectful. Now, you said say my name. Say my name. You know who I am. Say my name.
Less danger, ma'am.
Ma'am.
Less danger, ma'am.
No, I did it when I came over here, and I said it 3 times already. So I'm not going to do that. I'm not in school with you. You ain't going to bully me because I ain't sitting up here girl like you. You never believe that one. You know half of my family, so I already talked to them about you. So don't get it twisted. So I'm going to call you when I'm sick. At the end of the day, I'm going to sit here because you didn't disturb my thinking. So I'm not going to sit here because you took my thinking away. Because you said parts. You didn't say nothing about no time. Because ain't nothing about that time but no block.
Oh my God. Oh my God, man.
Ma'am.
Oh God. Oh God. Man. This is so. Oh my God, man. Oh. This is too funny, man. That's the last one. Right, this was council. Yeah, 3 more minutes.
Thank you, ma'am. And you better quit playing.
I have to give you to our antiquated. One of these ordinances was passed August the 12th of 1974. The other was passed October 27th of 1980. It's the hours and expectations. No person or persons shall enter into or remain in any public park or ground between the hours of 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. except those persons attending an activity supervised by or being conducted under a permit issued by the director of the Department of Parks and Recreation or the Flint Board of Education. Any permit issued by the director of the Department of Parks and Recreation or the Flint Board of Education shall specify the time at which the activity shall terminate, provided, however, that for those facilities designated for specific activities which are illuminated by special lighting equipment, the hours during which any person or person shall be prohibited from being on the premises shall begin when the illumination ceases and continue until 6 a.m., provided further that nothing herein shall be construed or as limiting the hours of use of Riverbank Park, and that the park shall be open at all times. That park shall be open at all times. Like you say, Arthur would say, Flint Board of Education got their own set of rules. They can set their own standards. This ain't got nothing to do with the city. They have permission to do that right over there. This is very misleading. Not only is this misleading, and as Ms. Liz Taylor said, that she don't know what this is. I had to look it up, scroll through a few things to get through that particular thing and put Flint in. But not only that, there were none of these out there when I came in. These copies that's back there now were just put there since I came into the special affairs meeting. That rack was empty. The only rack was full was the other one. So something had to be done. They should be kept full. It should be checked periodically throughout the meeting to make sure there's enough copies for the public to have. So I didn't know what was even on the agenda until we were already basically getting ready to go into this meeting. So they should have been out there from the beginning of the meeting earlier today. I am disappointed, very disappointed. This don't make sense. We got to do better. We have to definitely do better if we say we're going to do the business of of the city and take care of the citizens of Flint. I implore each one of you all to go read this, but I can guarantee you, half the council, if any of them knew what that meant, and I can guarantee you the police that will be trying to enforce these rules, the ones that want to enforce these rules, have no clue what that means.
Wow!
Next speaker.
Yeah, my name is A.C. Lewis, and Mr. Wilson was absolutely right. You have to differentiate between city parks and the Board of Education park. They're different.
Yep.
You do not control the Board of Education park.
Yep.
But you all remember, I think it was last year or sometime, when they put a motion or something that you had to make a reservation to go to a park. You remember how the families used to go in the park and meet? And I can get to straighten me out on that. I think now you have to get permission from Park and Recreation. Memorial Day is coming up. You cannot just go in the park like that. I could be wrong on this, but I don't think I am. I remember that. Mr. Murphy, am I right? Or something that when I think you was really heavy on that. You just couldn't take your family there. That's why I think we have to vote no on this stuff. It's like in Morse code. I just went by Dewey Park. And the residents Sunday are upset. Mr. Murphy, you went around there and saw all the wooden stakes. You can't get in there. You can't cut the grass. You can't do nothing. And one of the residents said, well, what if I'm 60 years old and I have a heart attack? Ambulance can't even go up in there. I invite you to go around Dewey Park. And they just did it. The guy that was over there said they just did it last week.
And he finished up today.
And, you know, so I know what I'm talking about. They called me, and you want me to say, oh, I thought you'd get ready to cut me off. And they called me on Sunday after church. They said, will you please meet us over there? You can't even get in Dewey Park anymore. And they can't, and the grass is just tall over in Dewey Park. All right, I'm gonna sit down. Now you three amigos. 1, 2, 3. After public speaking, you can get up and leave. Then they won't have a quorum because they can't blame you because Candace Michelle got up and left.
Encouraging council members to break form is not a part of that resolution. So we will go ahead and we will close this public hearing. The last public hearing is 240-146.6. That is a public hearing for ordinance 240-146. A public hearing for ordinance number 240-146. An ordinance to amend the code of the city of Flint by amending chapter 50 zoning by revising section 5015 on the zoning map. Go ahead.
I bet you tired of me, aren't you? Oh my God, this is so much fun, man. You know, I got another 3 minutes after this one, man. That's 15 minutes I've been up here. Hey, but check this out, though, for real. Listen to this. Kim, don't go nowhere. You know it. Tell me, Kim, I know you're going to lie anyway, but I need to ask you a question. You and Emily Door. Emily Door, y'all did not bring an attachment for us to know where Exhibit 50-15, it says attached as Exhibit 50-15. Where the hell is this zoning on the map? What, y'all just going to vote too? Do y'all have a map? Should the public have a map so we can see where it's at? You know what, man? I'll be glad when y'all get 5 votes. Liddell Lewis leaving. She's leaving. I'm going to get signatures myself. That's not Jermaine, is it? Woo! I'm having fun. Hey, listen. Hey, man, this is so much fun. I'm getting ready to walk my moose in a minute. Hey, listen. Check this out, right? Hey, in between Saginaw and Martin Luther King, Pearson and Copper Road, if my house burned down, or if my house burned up, I have to come down here and ask them, can I fix my house back up? Yep. At first, they said that you couldn't even do it, but Kerry Nelson had to change because Kevin came out and told him after I told him what was going on. I should not have to come down here to the planning commission and ask these people, can I fix my house up?
That's right.
The emergency manager did a whole lot of stuff, but y'all so busy trying to vote out tripods instead of the emergency manager shit that they put in there. DDA was taken away. Oh, you wouldn't know about that because you was too busy down in Maryland singing Janky songs. You don't know nothing about that.
So we are
I'm talking about ordinance. I'm talking about ordinance.
Number 240.
And there she goes again. All right, there she goes again. But anyway, chapter 50. Thank you. Be quiet.
Mr. Wilson.
You out of order. You out of order.
That is the last time.
You out of order. You are out of order. I'm talking about the emergency manager coming in here, taking DDA and putting all these other things in place. You will know nothing about that because you're too busy trying to put out
resolution 240146.
I said emergency order, emergency manager came in and made us change, do our mapping and everything else.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Big ass stuff.
Mr. Wilson, again. Let me read it, Darnell. Okay, then I'm going to let you go. I do want to. Go ahead. Chapter 50, section 15. Enforcement of chapter, compliance with chapter and issuance of permits and the like. It shall be the duty of the building inspector to enforce this chapter in accordance with the administrative provisions of the building code of the city and this chapter. All departments, officials, and public employees of the city vested with the duty or authority is to issue permit or license shall comply with the provisions of this chapter and shall issue no permit or license for any use, building, or purpose in conflict with the provisions of this chapter. Any permit or license issued in conflict with the provisions of this chapter shall be null and void and of no effect whatever. That was passed April the 11th.
I can hear you,
1968.
I can hear you, Judy, talking.
So, that's just ridiculous. We'll wait till you all get through talking.
We can hear your conversation. Stop the time.
You should stop my time because this is ridiculous. You all want that respect from the audience. Please give us our respect and not talk, or especially when we hear you all. Please be respectful. We're trying hard to be respectful of you. We ask that you duly do that to us too. Now, we don't even know what this is supposed to mean for us because they just say y'all want to revise it. We don't even know what you're intent on revising it. What do you want to revise it to be? We have no clue. It's just a public hearing. We don't know. Like I already said, a lot of places they don't want to give you permits to rebuild or to repair, and they hold you up because they want to get their property, want you to lose it. I remember when they was talking about rezoning before the water crisis was revealed. I asked them how did they propose that they was going to get rid of people. And the lady just said, I don't know. I think it was because they didn't want people to rebuild and repair their homes when they need to have it. So you got to have a permit. You got to have a permit to put a fence around the house. You got to have a permit to get the roof done. You got to have a permit for some of this stuff that's this divide to hold up this for us to get our roofs and things fixed. They don't want to give us the permit, so they hold us up and make us go to the next step. I'm confused. This is confusing. I'm not really confused. This is just confusing. The average person that's coming in here reading this don't know what it means and don't have a clue of what you all intend to try to build. But I hope and pray that y'all vote for something that's going to be in respect, or at least in accordance to what it is that the citizens need, and not just the petty needs of you all as individuals. Or the petty needs of the city, because this has happened far too often. I know several people can walk in and get a permit because they got a special relationship, but others can't. Next speaker.
All right, the rezoning situation in Flint. What I know about the rezoning, I was on my way to church Sunday. I get off every Sunday on the corner of Center Road in Davidson, I think, right where the gas station, right where the teenagers buy coffee for $15. They be blocking the road as I go across. And when I went to try to cross, I went in the gas station, come out, and I seen the city Flint police go, "Hey, sir, can I help you?" And I figured I was in the wrong zone or something, because I wouldn't give her a time of day, but she was a black officer, that short. She was in the other day. I said, "Yeah, I need a ride. Yep. She said, "Well, I got the fish shoes." She took the thing out. She said, get in there. God, slam my foot up in it. I said, "Oh, this ain't no taxi cab, you know, early May when we come to." I mean, she presumed to take me to my church, but she said, "You sure it's a church out here?" I said, "Wait a minute, officer. You ain't getting in trouble, is you?" He said, "No, I'm doing this up." This little lady took me all the way to my church. This zoning is a problem in Flint. Last time somebody did that, a Flint police collided with a burnt cop. All one of them almost got killed, taking me to church. They did the same thing Sunday. They were riding 3D, and had a little black officer in it. I wouldn't even give them the time of day, because they'd be asking all them funny questions. "What you doing out here on my property, sir? What? It ain't no, what you want them on the record? You know what? With them zoning marijuana out there first. All these, somebody killed a woman right in front of me and left the car running. So I used to go right through the grass, and they ain't found out who did it yet. And they shot a deer rifle over my head, and I ain't much to complain about. One behind my house. I knew it was a deer rifle because they had an echo going over my head. Them old burning cops, you know, talking about zoning. And he believed, look up. He believed what? Good. Hey, dude, what's the matter with you? You said to him, man, you know, okay. Madam Lewis. Oh, yeah, there you go. Oh, she's smart. Man, girl, like I said, zoning got to be dealt with in another thing. Down by the restaurant. Somebody, a woman came to me and told me somebody blew a man's brains out. They must have down his brains still on. And nobody said, they look at me like that. And nobody said nothing about that. They look like I don't belong, you stupid, wicked, ducking generation. You.
All right, so next speaking about the revision of the chapter 50 zoning.
Okay. James Moore, the second ward. I don't know how to really say this, so I'm going to just say it. If I'm wrong, correct me. I'm sure you will. The people of Flint love Flint. We do everything we can around here to work with the best that we have. We have pride in our homes. But I just would like to say if they would just do a little bit more to clean up them street curbs. But we can't always depend on the city. They got red trucks, black trucks, white trucks. How the hell they miss so much trash? I don't know. But if we would just go out there and clean up our curbs, our neighborhoods would look just as nice as any place else in America. So, and the Flint Journal, it's not like bad stuff. Write about some of these people taking care of their homes. It would be wonderful for our parks. Have a good day.
All right. So this public hearing is now closed. All right, so now we are moving on to public comment. First public speaker, Madam Chair. Excuse me, go ahead.
Do we need to go to the whole thing up or down?
public comment. First public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The first speaker is Ms. E. Taylor.
Come on, Mom. All right, now. Bishop. That's my mama. I'd like to touch her today.
So eye contact
I'll see y'all later.
is essential to council on occasions.
How many resolutions they got to pass?
I see the 7th Ward appointee left.
Oh, it's a lot.
Is that a definition of disrespect for those of us that remain here this late? The city clerk, I'm so concerned about whether you're our clerk or their clerk.
Their clerk.
It's the same situation with the police. Are those gentlemen in the back for us? Or for the council? We need to understand that clearly. We need to feel safe and comfortable too.
That's right.
I'm still trying to get my ride to city council. I think I deserve it as much as you do. I just think the definition of RESPECT
Find out what you
belongs to city council. I think that you're actually thinking about brownfields. We can't even drink our water. What the hell? What the hell is that? Taking money from Ashley Capital, evicting people, and we can't drink our water. You're complaining about not having enough money for the city. We can't drink our water. 10 years. You want to scream at us? You don't want to look at us? Are you scared of us? Because we're moving you out one by one. How many people signed it for her? 1,200 people signed up a document that said we don't have vote of confidence in you anymore. We're recalling people. We can't drink the water. What is more important than that? You misuse and abuse the ARPA money. Misuse, got a lot of yarn. You got it. We didn't. That's abuse. That's abuse of office. That's a definition of you need to resign.
Yep. 2, 3, 4, 7.
Say those numbers again.
2, 3, 4, 7.
Thank you.
Ma'am.
You're talking on my time. You can't talk on my time. You cannot.
Again, I'm going to bring the young lady to right to order.
She's a minor. You talk to me because she's a minor.
Okay. We'll bring the minor to order.
Oh my God. She said what she wants to say. She's a child. She's 12. You will not disrespect
about your child.
That's where you won't disrespect.
Shame on you.
Shame.
Again. Shame on you.
Keep telling me I'm very common. Girl, you have to call your granny your mama right here. She will not disrespect you. And nobody else in here will.
Ma'am, that's your order. That's your
And
order.
I'm talking to my child, not you.
I'm talking to you. That's your order.
You took up my time arguing with the audience.
Damn, man.
She did. Thank you. You became argumentative again.
Yes, you did.
I ain't even talking, you talking. You want us to respect you.
But you don't want to respect nobody else. Can the men stand up for the minor?
Ma'am, can you?
Madam Chair.
And ma'am, stop yelling.
I know what I want to do.
That's fine. Ma'am, you have business order.
That's fine.
And you
But I'm letting you know you were talking to a minor.
According to our disorderly conduct, ma'am, that's your second warning. You are removed from this meeting.
Okay.
Okay, well that's fine too. Please go.
You should leave. But I will be filing a report, baby, because that's a minor. She's 12 years old. So if you want to talk to somebody around, you should be talking to me, not my child. Thank you. No, she can have a blessed fucking day.
Hey, let it go. Let me hurry up and get up there, man. Get ready to get put on.
No, because she's leaving.
Okay. All right, so next public speaker,
I'm right behind you. I'm getting ready to get put on. Baby doll, where you at, baby doll? You get ready. Hey. Yeah, man. And Chrissy's sitting up there condoning that bullshit because he got
I'm so sick and tired of 2, 3, 4, and 7. Y'all some evil ass people. Y'all got families too. How y'all treating everybody in this chamber that pay taxes? I don't care if y'all pay taxes, but they pay the bonuses. They pay y'all to do the job, and y'all better put them up and have the po-po here like they supposed to be stealing them. They gotta come out in their uniform and be like us, like a human being on the streets. And y'all do too. Miguel, I can't wait for you to be gone, because all you do is you evil as hell. You talk about us, and you talk about you here for Flint. No, you not. Because you get all the videos saying junkie Flint. You didn't talk about the kid. Your kids is junkie. You did all that. Man, I got the video. I sent it to Lansing. So you can't say you didn't do it. Because the first board, he don't know nothing about it. But Eric did. Everybody seen that video. You're not for the people. You, Judy, and Quincy. Y'all, Quincy, you'll be on our team for a minute. And then Judy go to whisper in the ear behind the chair. And then him and the damn whisper and say something. When you on track, get in their butt. And then they're going to talk to you. Be a man. You telling all these men to be a man? You be a man. Quit letting these 2 women on each side of you whisper to you and tell you what to say. You be on the track and then you double track. That's 2 timing. You your own man. Don't listen to them 2 right there. Because your ass is going to end up being in jail with an orange suit on. Because all this shit that y'all been doing, you can't tell us that y'all ain't been getting no money because Ashton Capital busted y'all. They gave everybody the check. They showed the name with how much money they gave each one of y'all. So you can't say y'all didn't get it. Ashton Capital busted y'all. Y'all thought they was cool with y'all. But when people went to go ask for they gonna cover their butt. They don't care nothing about y'all. They gonna cover theirs. So that's what y'all gotta do. If you don't like doing for Flint and only want to listen to some speaker, when them Flint people come from Pontiac, why they ain't asking for money in Pontiac in Oakland County? I live out that way. They come in here to get the money. Everybody come to get the money because they feel like Flint giving away to everybody that's joining the crowd. And ain't nothing but a damn scam. I live out in Oakland. Why the hell are they doing it down in Pontiac? They ain't trying to plant no willow trees in Pontiac, and I hate down there. So I live down that way. And I be in Oakland way, all that. You guys need to do better. If it ain't for the people, won't you just sign a note to Millie and tell me to resign? Because pretty much, I'm going to say it like I'm going to say it. Judy is acting like a master, and y'all the puppet master behind her. Slavery. She treated him like slavery. She the leader, because she always doing backdoor deals. Like she took them Pontiac people out of here. And in the room for her, then she walked them out. But Judy, if you weren't paying attention, you were making to me that y'all all should have just got your ass up and we could have went home.
Oh, they on Channel 5 News.
They ain't gonna ask Oakland for the money.
The next public speaker is Anthony Hazard.
He's gone.
Here is R.L. Mitchell.
Oh, come on, Mitchell. It's a new council meeting. Just like last week, you broke the form for the people. We the people can't say that. But right now, the people, the administration got up here and started talking like Ed Tillman, talking about the fires. It's dangerous to have a house. You get them things from Walmart, you put the wood in, you gotta have the right kind of wood. You talking about that danger. You're the one that's dangerous, running the people out behind the dome, talking about get out the property. If you don't get out, you're gonna get arrested. Talking that jump, like through the empty chair to Ladell Lewis, like you saying you get a fence and barbecuing next door. That happened
to me when I was homeless out there on 10th and Gallery. And my neighbor looked like you to put me in the basement with the kitchen down there and the stove and everything. But new neighbors moved in and they was red neighbors, so well, here business. They saw me out there, they said, sir, can I have this fences you in? I said, yeah. But then she looked out the window, she looked just like you. Her name was Anna. She started a business on the court, and it's still there. Right across that brick house with all. But she said, stop messing with them peoples. Because they had a pit bulldog, and they had to put him in the house. I was going to see how they barbecue a goat. No, they killed him, but they said, I want to barbecue a goat. And they said, get away from the fence. She said, get away from the fence. She said, they told me, my dog gonna eat you up, sir. I want to watch it. I said, I'll take my chances, man. I just picked up the big stick. He said, you really gonna eat you up now? I said, oh man, I just stood in my guy. I said, lady, that dude came out, the dog came out, jumped the fence, and I just stood there. The dog got on his feet, grabbed the stick. I just let him just shut. And they was dumbfounded because the dog didn't do that to me. The dog was shaking the big stick. And my name, that's what you remind me of. You was just like that, you and Murphy. The dog got better. To kill a dog, neighbor. The earth in that neighborhood. Geez, people moving in the neighborhood right now, right in Ward 1. Saying the stuff. They making up. They make people like Adele and Murphy are like, you, girl, hey, I done do something. I talk about the people going in New York can't even see this televised. Come on, revolution in Flint. You jumping heathens. You got what you is. You stinking jump. Take that. Peace to the release. God, get over it. All right, you got that. Eveline looking mug.
I can hear y'all conversation.
Next speaker is Sherry Smith. Next speaker is Arthur Woodson.
I can hear your conversation, Adele.
Yeah. This is what I've been waiting on. Pussy Murphy. I thought, well, I knew you was going to be an emotional being on here because you're emotional. You real feminine.
Yeah.
Clap your hands, get all emotional when somebody says something. You act like just because you elected official, you got a title,
right.
Can't nobody say shit to you.
Right.
You got shit fucked up, bro.
Right.
I'm saying it all the way. Because that big ass moose right there, she stands up here and come out with people. Man, y'all think about freedom of speech. Freedom of speech.
You cannot stop him.
My comment, the resident Wilson is calling you out your name.
Absolutely, and that falls under the city code subsection harassment. Mr. Wilson, you have been asked multiple times. And so this will be your second warning.
No, it's not.
This is your second warning, Mr. Wilson.
Hey, y'all don't have to appeal. You don't have to appeal because that ass fucking moose.
So, Mr. Wilson, that's what said, thank you. That's your warning. So, you are moving this week. Thank you.
Quincy make me want some ice cream, Napoleon ice cream looking motherfucker.
You ain't.
So there's no more back and forth with the audience that's leaving. And what is your point?
Thank you, because all ceasing must stop. Rule 27.2. Councilman Murphy cannot go back and forth.
Right. He should have said
Okay, thank you, Ms. Burns. So next public speaker, please.
Should he have a warning? What's your point? My point is, I ain't going back and forth. He just called me a bitch.
You are. And you going back there?
So next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Melissa Mays.
I just want to remind, it says in the agenda, it says council members may respond once all public speakers, basically don't interrupt me. I'm tired, I've been sitting here for hours. I want to address the tax liens. We had a press conference outside, we put a statement out last week. I was here last week to point out that there is money, so nobody should be having to go be put through this. And as you all talk about people who don't want to pay their bills, I'm one of the people that receives the liens because my water bill is around $200 a month, and I'm a social worker. You know, my name is Melissa Mays, I'm 6th Ward. I do a lot of work here for Flint, and I'm here again. I would like to have eaten hours ago because I have medical conditions thanks to the water, but here we still are. So there is money sitting on the table. $10 million is what they said could clear up these back balances. Well, there's $10 million in state funds right now sitting there for water affordability. I gave you all a packet last week which had information, links, and as much helpful information as just make the calls. Go apply. Get the money that the state is giving out in grants. And then there's the SRF. Did anybody reach out to our senators or our congressmen who worked to make sure that money for water affordability was put into the SRF on top of the infrastructure money? Again, $61.9 million for infrastructure to finish my lawsuit. The service line replacement that was due, in 2020, 4 years ago. So we're not done with that. And I just want to refer back to one of the things is, I'm super glad we pushed Mayor Neely to say he's going to stop the tax lien so we don't have 9,000 households not on the water system. Because I don't know if you guys know anything about water science and chemistry, but the fewer users we have, the more our water sits there and gets stagnant, and the more corroded our pipes become. So to shut people off just because you don't agree with their reasons, they might not be able to pay their bills, or you want to make assumptions as to why people aren't paying their bills on time, it's hurting all of y'all. So you want to talk about the people who paid their bills? You're going to give them worse water. Do you understand this? Do you understand the science of how this works? We already have issues with not getting enough chlorine, not getting enough corrosion control with inside the ACO. So you take 9,000 homes off of that, it's not going to get better, okay? So please understand you're actually going to cause harm. So get that $10 million. Please read the packet. I'll make sure that you get one. Thank you very much. And I just want to point out the fact that you still could put forth an ordinance to stop this, and actually you should be checking the ordinance every year because 2017, the City of Flint has a responsibility and desire to promote the public health, safety, and welfare of its residents with the current water crisis happening through their no fault of their own. This was put forth by the 2017 City Council, and they approved it, and then RTAB, because we were under state control then, overturned it, and then former Mayor Karen Weaver stood up and put a stop to it. So you guys could be doing this to make sure this doesn't happen again, and you don't put another 9,000 households through additional trauma. Thank you.
Wow!
Next part speaker, please.
The next part speaker is Melody Genevieve.
Hi, my concern is my pipes have not been changed or checked after 4 years of attempts. And also, how can Quincy Murphy ask to have speed bumps put in Rollingwood when our water is not safe or fixed to use? What is your priorities? Why is it okay that my city council, Judy Presley, is not responding or returning calls when asked for help? Where are your priorities? Where are we getting here? I have made multiple calls. They say they can't find my paperwork, but somebody else can find where they're dated back to 2020 that I have been calling, and no pipes done. My husband has multiple health conditions over this, and nothing is done. You guys really should be proud of yourselves.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Rhonda Thornton.
I just want to say I'm disabled,
and I can't afford to pay for water plus get bottled water. I have health issues also. My pipes are in my basement are galvanized, most of them. EPA told me that, and they said that's worse than lead. So whereas even if my pipes are changed from the road to the house, how is that giving me good water? You know, I can't afford water and food and everything. I get $191 a month in food stamps. I live from paycheck to paycheck. So my question to you is, how do you expect me to pay my water?
They don't care.
See, you're my ward person, Quincy, and you know I've reached out to ask you questions. You didn't even accept my friend request. Now you're going to sit there and you can't even answer the question. How am I supposed to get my pipes changed? I have grandkids that was poisoned by this water. They'll never have a normal life. And you're sitting there just looking around like you don't even know.
He don't care.
I'm sorry, but you should not be a person for the city.
You got plenty of time. People want to sleep.
Next speaker is Olin Thornton.
Yeah, you know what I got to say. I was poisoned by water in 2021. I was hours from dying from Legionnaires. I was pissing blood, shitting blood, and puking blood. You owe me. And then you're going to try to take my fucking house away?
He don't care.
You're low like trash. All of you. Well, not all of you, but all you leaving minions. That's right. And none of you should have a job.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker. I just want to point out the speaker slips have check marks for both meetings. Some people filled out speaker slips twice, so I'm skipping you because I already did your name. So, Kawana Mack. Next speaker is Shirley Wilson Johnson.
Hi, Mr. I gotta hurry up, get up here. Just take your time, baby, because we don't need you flogging. Take your time.
My name is Shirley Wilson Johnson, and I live in the 9th Ward. I feel like we need a Boston Tea Party because I have no representation and I'm paying taxes. But anyway, I want to speak to you about women empowering women. All of you should have gotten a copy of this in your email. This is to Candace Michelle, which she left, so I'm going to still read it. And this is from the Concerned Women in the City of Flint. And this is regard to the attack on Jerry Murphy Carter of the 5th Ward. We, the undersigned, admonish your horrendous treatment of 5th Ward Councilperson Jerry Murphy Carter. In your position as Vice President of the Flint City Council, your blatant disrespect towards your colleagues indicates the lack of maturity necessary to be regarded as a leader in a community and warrants a community response. Your chastisement of Councilperson Murphy Carter during council meeting creates a hostile environment.
Yes.
The voice of each council person has extreme value in the decision-making process. While you criticize Winfrey Carter, it would be wise to look back at your own behavior and conduct.
That's right. That's right.
Your most recent outburst at the City Council meeting held on Monday, April 22nd, 2024, was an unwarranted and unnecessary attack on the character of your fellow councilperson, Winfrey. You engaged in an unprofessional, deplorable, demeaning, insulting, malicious, belittling personal attack. This is totally unacceptable. We demand that you end this immature abuse and become focused on the real needs of our community. Currently, there are 107 women who have signed this letter. Some of them are Althea Garvey, Shirley Hill, Maxine Murray, Myra Hughes, Donna Hopler, Lottie Reed, Kim Robbins, Estella Simpson, Denise Walters, Vernon Williams, Vernon Flack.
The next speaker is Allison Montgomery Littleton.
Good evening, my name is Allison Montgomery Littlejohn, and I am here to address two topics of concerns. The first being Resolution 240181, adopting designated videography area in City Council chambers. Currently, there are 3 entities that consistently record City Council meetings. The first being Spectacle TV that Mr. Paul Herring operates. The recordings of community activist Arthur Woodson, and lastly, A10 News Media Group. Out of these 3 consistent recordings, there is only one that it has inconsistent audio and visual capabilities, and that is Spectacle TV. Please note that when watching the City Council meetings by way of Spectacle TV, the audio frequently goes out. The audio is sometimes staticky, making it difficult to hear the meeting. Most time you cannot see the people in the video due to the camera being too far back. You have to pay a membership fee on YouTube to view some of the videos. Some of the videos have been edited for unknown reasons. Lastly, Spectacle TV, is operated by someone that assaulted an elder resident by referring to her as a dumb bitch. Excuse my language. How unbecoming and how unethical. Moving all cameras to the back of the room will further decrease the little to none transparency the City of Flint residents have with city officials. Second concern is what I spoke on last week regarding the tax liens that have been mailed out to 9,000 people in the City of Flint, all who owe backwater bills for poisoned water. Poisoned water that has caused unlimited development issues in our babies. Poisoned water that has caused the miscarriages of pregnancies. Poisoned water that no one has been held accountable for. I currently service a client that owes over $45,000 for a back balance water bill that he inherited when he purchased his home. He has less than 1 month to pay it. Now, in regards to this new plan of action by the city administration, I am highly confused. The Flint administration has suddenly created to address this concern. Why didn't they create this plan before mailing out the tax liens to the 9,000 residents? Why are they dipping into the ARPA money? What happened to the money that was left from the previous administration? And then I want all the city council members to know that.
Ma'am, thank you.
Can I say this one last thing?
No, that's time.
You cannot make payment arrangements on your water bill. I call it weak.
Ma'am, that's your time.
I heard you.
Well, please.
This is an injustice.
Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Lottie Durrett.
No. Lottie.
Say the name.
Lottie.
The next speaker is Sherry. Sherry. That's all they wrote?
She's not here, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Stephanie. That's all they wrote?
Stephanie Rogers.
This is Stephanie. That's all they wrote. Next speaker is Albert. That's all they wrote. Next speaker is Audrey Muhammad.
Injustice. Because my sister was trying to finish up saying you cannot make arrangements on your water bill. There you go, sis, I got you. And she's not telling any story. You can't make arrangements on it. It's not like when you call to consumers or they'll allow you to make a payment arrangement. It's either 10%, your past bill, whatever. But I want to present to you all, if we had started doing this years ago, we might not be where we're at now. The ARPA funds could have zero balance out and balance the water fund. And guess what? The city would have had the money, they could have paid other bills with it. It would have went into their general fund. We need to start talking about that and talking about lowering the water rates. It's ways to do it. The late, great Councilman Eric Mays talked often about how the water bills could have been lowered. I ask you all, the council, somebody stand. If nobody will stand with you, stand alone. Start setting up and making a resolution. Let's look at what it is that the residents need and addressing those needs. That's the biggest concern right now is the water. Clean water, water bill. Clean water, water bill. Clean water, water bill. Bill. Bad water. We can't even afraid to take a bath in it. The joke with people outside of the city of Flint, they don't even know that 75 don't even run through the city of Flint. They say don't get off the highway in Flint and drink and go to the bathroom. I said, well, if you was gonna get off on Pearson Road, that ain't Flint, you wouldn't have had bad water. When I was traveling and doing my contracts down in Ohio, it was like, oh, you stay up in Flint where the bad water is at. That's the only thing they could tell me about Flint, the bad water. Let's think about that and really think about the business of the residents. You say you love us, you say you care, you wanted us to vote you in. Now we're asking you to take on the concern of the residents. One of y'all, it don't make a difference who it is. Make a resolution to start working, and if they reject the resolution, come back 30 days and represent it again. No matter how many times we reject it, keep coming back and bringing it again. Keep it alive. We want to stay alive. We're dying. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is James Moore.
James Moore from the second ward. It's getting late. I know y'all like getting tired. But you know what? I got the raggediest ass house in the second ward, and I know that my council person will support that. I mean, they got water issues and this and that, but I clean my yard up, my neighbors tell me, man, you keep a great yard. You know, you got a couple lots over there, you help out other neighbors. Well, they'd like to use your help on trying to do something about the house. It's the ugly one in the second board. Thank you.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk. Next speaker is Beverly Boozy.
My name is Beverly Biggs. I'm in the third ward. And you guys are the sorriest bunch I've seen. 1, 2, 3, second, third, and fourth. You clowns. That's what you are. You clowns. If one more get up, you know, we can break one because everybody ready to go. I know you ready to go to work, Quincy. I know you ready to go to work. The deal you going over to, you calling people and telling them you're mad at them for signing the petition. Look like that, like you don't know what's going on. You good at looking like, I don't know what you're talking about. You know what I'm talking about. You gonna take their houses. You gonna do this. You gonna do that. You can't do diddly what. We want you out of that seat so bad. You know we do. 1,188 signatures. What you think about it? But you're too good to get down, right? Quincy, I'm so close to you. I'm tired. I'm tired. But you ain't got but 3 more weeks, and I will be carrying you. So, clap the back. You clap for everything else. You gonna lose your job. Fooling around with Adele and that woman right there, Judy Priest. You gonna lose your job. But I'm going to get someone, I already have someone, for you, Judy. You're next. You are next. We're going to get all you foolish five out. Candace ain't even got a chance. Everybody want her out. So when it's time to vote, she ain't got a chance. Not a chance. We're going to change these seats. You got first ward, whatever he's a yes man. Just like the 7th ward is a yes girl. But she can downrate everybody else. But she couldn't downrate her daddy for 190 counts. A rate 190. The deal, you still a food stamp that you won't even pay your neighbor. Won't even give her money back. That's a darn shame. You know you got some food stamps and you bought food for your house. Why you need to get that girl money? Because that's the type of person you is. You need to take that rabbit money hat off the top of your head, put some in your forehead, bring them bangs down, because you got the biggest forehead there ever was.
Thank you, Beverly Biggs. Next public speaker.
Oh, Jesus.
Mama Claire.
Ooh, there's so much to talk about.
Yes, ma'am.
Wow, which one do you pick?
All of them.
Well, one thing, we have not given up on the $16 additional million for home repair and rehabilitation. We're still beating the drum for that, and we're asking and demanding that the council step up your game. We don't have time. At December 31st, time is up on the allocation of the ARPA money. Put the motion on the floor as a resolution, and if it go down in flames, it go down in flames. But we as a community will have an opportunity to read where y'all coming from.
each and every one of you, because you'll vote on that, up or down. Now, I just want to say something about these liens and the water rates and all that. And shortly after this new council got in, residents went out and got over 500 signatures for a water affordability plan. We shared with this council that other cities have it. Philadelphia, Baltimore, and other cities. As well as there is some strong legislation in Lansing right now to get a statewide affordability law passed. Are you all familiar with it? Have you looked into it? I remember when you all, a couple of you council people, I believe it was Councilwoman Lewis, said you had went to Detroit to look at some of the Ashley projects before y'all gave Ashley Capital the permit for them to do their thing. They took a trip to Detroit and looked at Ashley. Look what they're doing down in Detroit. When you go, why don't you go to Detroit and look at the Lifeline program, the water affordability program in Detroit?
That's right.
Go down there and talk to Mr. Brown at the Detroit Water and Sewer Department and ask him about the Lifeline program. You are charged for water according to your income. That's a revolutionary idea. We don't need to drive these residents into foreclosure. And as far as Quincy, you talking about, what about the people that pay their bill? Well, I'm going to tell you what about the people that pay their bill. You keep on foreclosure, they going to pay more. They going to pay more.
Next speaker is AC Young.
AC.
Next speaker is Videography.
Jan Marie Erber, 7th Ward candidate for City Council. I'm so glad that Melissa Mays was here this evening to speak about the very unfortunate water liens that were sent out by our administration. It would appear as though a 5 o'clock or 11th hour deal was made to tamp down embarrassment to the administration, suggesting that liens will not go forward. Nonetheless, the problem exists. $10 million of unpaid water bills is an awful lot of money, and we have a lot of poor people in the city of Flint.
That's right.
It would seem as though through this council, the administration listens to sound advice that's been provided by Ms. Mays and others, that there are state dollars available, programs by which this city might benefit to help to relieve some of the debt that we're experiencing. Those programs should be explored, pursued immediately. Wilbur Papa Jarrett has made a very strong recommendation that I've listened to as it regards the amount of money that people owe for water bills, considering that the unusable portions or unhealthy portions of water are those that we drink, cook with, as well as those that we bathe with. Those dollars, perhaps those amounts of money could be deducted from monthly payments, thereby reducing the overall water bill. But in the meantime, considering the people themselves are not responsible for having been poisoned, they did not poison themselves, the state should bear responsibility for paying that $10 million deficit that we're presently looking at. Also, I think the city might look at a program that Detroit has where they're replacing pipes within people's homes. That's separate from the service line restoration project that they're doing or replacement project that they're doing. It's a different program. And it's something that would be beneficial here in the city of Flint. Maybe we could do something like that. The last thing I'd like to speak to is Mr. Murphy's idea that we should look at the $30,000 right now that council people can dispense within the wards. It's a good tactic for Mr. Murphy and Mushat both to use as they both are approaching losing their seats. Don't do it.
The last speaker is Stephanie Rogers.
Well, as the saying goes, y'all say the best to last. So, I wasn't going to say anything today, but sitting out here in the audience, my blood pressure has boiled. So, first of all, we were lied to about this $28,000, $30,000 or whatever this DDA director person had that was supposed to be paid back, and she was going to the spa, going to the hotel, and get mink lashes, and she was doing so all of this our dime. So nobody has tried to get this money back from this woman. Where's our illustrious attorney? Could he do something to try to get our money back? We do know that he will try to press charges, or he will press charges on individuals if he's directed to. We've seen that. We have a CFO who don't never know what he's talking about. When you ask him a question, he don't never have no information. He don't never know what's going on. He wasn't in the meeting. He don't never. So does he even know what meeting this is? Because he don't never know what's going on. I have, and all the time I'm looking at these meetings since he's been in office, have we ever gotten a clear-cut answer from him for anything? We're not even going to talk about Judy and her spreadsheets that don't never add up or whatever she had. I don't know. God bless her. So then we have the liens. So in my mind, I'm thinking, well, if you're going to try to do something to try to help the residents and you really want this money, why don't you send out some information when these programs were available so that the people could get their water bills paid, and then that's money that's coming into the revenue for the city, so that we can do some things like maybe fix the other water mains, help the water department, fix some of these potholes. Wouldn't that be awesome? Then we have the shenanigans of our ninth ward councilperson elect. Why isn't he in his office?
That's right.
Why isn't he in his office?
That's right. Why he not in the chair?
But then again, we have an ombudsman that's not really our ombudsman too, right?
All right now.
And then we have our illustrious attorney. Thank you. Y'all all know what I was going to say about him.
So, Madam Chair, I hear that was the last speaker.
That's correct.
All right. So now we're going to move on to council response. Like this bit. Sir, you're out of order. Sir, you're out of order.
I'm asking a question.
No.
I'm asking a question.
To the secretary.
No, you can't, sir.
Don't tell me I'm out of order.
But you are. You just can't yell out.
But you can't talk to him
You
like
can't
that.
hear me from here?
Right.
You can't hear me from here?
So, sir, this is not a back and forth. According to council rule, you must insert your slip before the meeting. All right, I will go with that. Anyone else would like to respond for the public?
probably gonna leave when she was.
Ms. Murphy Carter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to thank all of the residents who, it's late and I'm getting tired. So I want to thank you guys.
Stand up and let's go.
I want to thank all of the public speakers for coming forth with your insight, your comments, your opinions. And I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to each of the 107 women who have come together to stand in unity through your empowering love to Vice President appointed Vice President Candace Michelle in the 7th Ward. Unity and strength you have shown by addressing the unprofessional behavior exhibited during council meetings is not just a support for me, but a stand for the decorum and respect that members of this council and the residents deserve. Thank you for your courage, your voice, and your unwavering support. Together we can continue to strive for a community-focused approach that prioritizes the real needs of our residents. Thank you. And the water lanes, oh my God, the 9,000 water lanes, we just need to focus on making it better for our residents here. And Ms. Claire McClendon, yes, the $16 million, we need to do that. And I think I'm going to be the one that probably write that resolution. I don't know what y'all recommend. We do have some opera money left, but we'll see.
Anyone else for the council response?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns.
I do want to say all the 107 women who supported respect for another woman. Yes. It is the most difficult thing to be up here. I want to thank everyone for staying. We should not be ashamed. I'm going to include myself, because I've always said I had a hardship. I'm happy and lucky to be alive. I will never be sorry for that, to see my 3 children survive, me to see them. I won't. But when the councilwoman in the first ward tries to shame me because I need help, I need help. And she forgets to tell her own story. Did she get a water leak? She has a $1,674 water bill. Did she get a leak? We all need help. And we chip away at our bills. We do the best we can, but water we couldn't drink. After surgery, I couldn't even stay in my house because I couldn't use the water. As I healed for weeks and months. So when we look at this and how to support our people, they don't. It's not welfare. It's not welfare when some people on here received unemployment and caught their water bill up. Yeah. It's not welfare. Because they're so quick to judge everybody else but not tell their full story. Everyone can eat filet mignon. They did not. It's not shameful, but how can we help? The program I have started looking into, and I'm doing all that I can, because if the money is out there, we should have it. We should get it. Help our residents. That's what we should be doing. Not going back and forth with our council people, go back at each other. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? You want to fight? And call people bitches? That is not productive. And then they're the ones that don't get the signature. Judy said that talked about the lady's child today. How you need to get your child under control. That was improper. This council needs some work and some more time.
Next speaker.
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you so much. To AC Dominus that spoke about Dewey Park. I originally found out about the boilers when it first started, and I realized on the Daniel Street side they had blocked off the entryway where they was coming. So I went over there and talked to the contractors on the other side and told them don't do that on the Moore Street side. This thing, you know, I got a call yesterday or something that they had blocked off all of that. So I went up there, looked, and I was here. But I got myself together, and I did, talk to Emily, and hopefully we'll be able to resolve this situation. I don't see how the people can go in there and cut the grass.
Cause it's up there.
Emergency vehicles is just a whole bunch of, I'm against that completely. So we're going to resolve that situation so that's going to be fixed. I want to make an announcement that this coming May 18th, starting from 1 to 3:30 p.m., Good Church on Holbrook will be doing a grand opening of the laundromat that we supported. So if my colleagues want to go out and look at it, it's on Holbrook in between Industrial and North Street. They're going to be doing that on the 18th. Then on the 19th, if anyone want to come out and volunteer on Holbrook Street, Foss Street, Austin Street, the old Catherine Price area, we're going to be doing cleanups in that whole area, helping fixing people's houses up and all of that different stuff, cleaning up vacant lots, so y'all can come and volunteer.
All right. Anyone else would like to comment during council comment? Anyone else? Okay, so seeing that there is no one else, I'll go ahead and take my time. I would like to address the letter sent from Ms. Rita Stanley to council on behalf of the Women Empowering Women. That's one of the examples. And this is the same colleague that threatened to stab a colleague hired.
I got mad. Don't worry, you did too.
Well, the council is standing even to count the quorum is regained.
All right, I'll see you on the bump.
I'll be in the morning. You have a blessed one. Take it easy.
Couldn't even understand it. But play your videos, you do. We breaking it. Play. Right. All your videos, baby. Come on, Jerry.
I did.
All right, so it is 11:47. This meeting is adjourned for lack of quorum. Have a good evening.
See y'all in the morning, family.